Pleasant good morning, Virgin Islands. The Committee of Budget, Appropriations, and Finance of February 27, 2026 is hereby called to order. I'm Senator Novell E. Francis Jr., and I serve as the chairman of the Committee of Budget, Appropriations, and Finance. I want to say the Budget, Appropriations, and Finance Committee is charged with the responsibility to ascertain and report from time to time on the financial condition of the government of the Virgin Islands, and to study, investigate, and recommend, as is necessary, ways to meet the financial obligations, both existing and proposed, for the government of the Virgin Islands. We are almost midway through the 2026 fiscal year, and this is a good time for the public to hear of the financial condition and financial health of the government of the Virgin Islands. Just a few weeks ago, at the State of the Territory, Governor Bryan spoke favorably about the economy. We also saw significant economic activity during the Agriculture Food Fair, and I'm very thankful again to all who attended the food fair and supported our vendors, whether they were buying local sweets, plants, or the tastiest food that our talented cooks had to offer. Again, my congratulations to the board of directors and to all of the farmers, livestock producers, and all involved on the success of the 54th annual AgriFest. The Agriculture Fair is a major agritourism event for St. Croix. People were definitely spending money that weekend. But how did that economic activity impact the government of coffers? Today, I have called in the governor's financial team to provide an update on the territory's finances. I want to say good morning and welcome to all the heads and a representative of the Department of Finance, the Office of Management and Budget, the Bureau of Internal Revenue, Tax Assessor's Office, the Office of Disaster Recovery, and the Bureau of Economic Research. Also with us today to provide context on hiring, union negotiations, federally funded and capital projects, the Division of Personnel, the Office of Collective Bargaining, the Department of Public Works, and the Department of Sports, Park, and Recreation. We look forward to their status report, which provides a strong reference to a point as we begin to prepare for our fiscal year 2027 budget process. At the conclusion of the financial team's update, the committee will also hear 3 bills relating to the Insurance Guarantee Fund, the Budget Stabilization Fund, and the Territory's Hotel Development Program. At this time, I'd like to advise everyone to please turn your cell phone off or put them on mute as to not to interrupt today's proceedings, and to ask the Madam Clerk to please call the roll.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden, present. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff.
Here.
Senator DeGraff, present. Senator Ray Fonseca.
I'm here.
Senator Fonseca, present. Senator Novell E. Francis Jr.
Here.
Senator Francis Jr., present. Senator Hubert L. Frederick. Senator Frederick, absent. Senator Maurice C. James. Senator James, absent. Senator Kurt A. Vele. Senator Vele, present. Mr. Chair, 5 present, 2 absent.
Thank you very much. Madam Clerk, any correspondence to be read into the record?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
You may proceed.
Letter dated February 27, 2026, addressed to Honorable Senator Novell E. Francis Jr., Chairman, Committee on Budget, Appropriation and Finance, 36th Legislature of the Virgin Islands, Capitol Building, St. Thomas, VI 00802.
Recording stopped.
Dear Senator Francis Jr., please accept my sincere apologies as I am unable to attend the Committee on Budget, Appropriation and Finance meeting today, scheduled for today, Friday, February 27th, 2026, due to a previously scheduled medical appointment. Kindly excuse my absence. I regret any inconvenience this may cause and sincerely appreciate your understanding and consideration. Respectfully, Maurice C. James, Esquire, Senator, 36, Legislature of the Virgin Islands. This concludes the reading of today's correspondence, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Please record Senator Maurice James as excused and also record President Senator Hubert Lorenzo Frederick, as well as we want to recognize the presence of Senator Avery Lewis, as well as Senator Franklin D. Johnson. Good morning, Senators. Welcome. At this time, Madam Clerk, please read today's agenda into the record.
Committee on Budget, Appropriations, and Finance. The Committee on Budget, Appropriations, and Finance will meet on Friday, February 27th, 2026, 10 a.m. in the Earl B. Otley Legislative Hall on St. Thomas to receive testimony from the Governor's financial team on territories' finances to include the status of vendor payments, property taxes, 90 to 120 days revenue collections, 90 to 120 days general expenditures, the tourism revolving fund, compliance reporting in accordance with Act 8915, the line of credit, the budget stabilization fund, the single payer utility, cash on hand, federal drawdowns, status of federal grants, agencies, budget allotments, bundles, schools, hospitals, as well as horizontal and vertical infrastructures. The committee will also receive testimony from the Virgin Islands Department of Public Works on the overview of all territory-wide capital projects, horizontal and vertical infrastructures, and all Gavi-funded projects, as well as from the Virgin Islands Department of Sports, Parks, and Recreation on a detailed plan for expenditure of $5 million at the Randall Dock James Racetrack. Invited testifiers are Honorable Kevin G. McCurdy, Commissioner, VI Department of Finance, Mr. Julio Reimer, Senior, Director, Office of Management and Budget, Mrs. Adrian Williams Octelin, Director, Office of Disaster Recovery, Mr. Nathan Simmons, Director, Finance and Administration, VI Public Finance Authority, Mr. Ludens Romney, Tax Assessor, Office of the Lieutenant Governor, Mr. Brent Ladham, Tax Collector, Office of the Lieutenant Governor, Ms. Joss Pringat Esquire, Chief Negotiator, Office of Collective Bargaining, Ms. Cindy L. Richardson, Director, Division of Personnel, Dr. Haldane Davis, Executive Director, Bureau of Economic Research, Honorable Derek A. Gabriel, Commissioner, VI Department of Public Works, Honorable Vincent A. Roberts, Commissioner, VI Department of Sports, Parks, and Recreation, and Mr. Joel Lee, Director, Bureau of Internal Revenue. Block 2, the Committee on Budget, Appropriation, and Finance will consider the following bills. Bill number 36-0236, an act amending Title 33, Virgin Islands Code, Subtitle 3, Chapter 3, Section 3061, by increasing the amount of money that is to remain in the Virgin Islands Insurance Guarantee Fund before any interest can be deposited into the general fund, sponsored by Senator Kurt A. Vailey. Invited testifiers are Honorable Kevin G. McCurdy, Commissioner, VI Department of Finance, Mr. Julio Reimer, Senior Director, Office of Management and Budget, Glendina Matthew Esquire, Director, Division of Banking, Insurance, and Financial Regulation, Office of the Lieutenant Governor, and Mr. Jeremy R. Austin, President, Virgin Islands Insurance Guarantee Association. Bill number 36-0258, an act reprogramming administrative fees resulting from the bonds issued for the Fortress Investment Group transfer for various projects and initiatives to enhance the economic development of St. Croix and to be deposited into the Budget Stabilization Fund, sponsored by Senator Kurt A. Vailey. Invited testifiers are Honorable Kevin McCurdy, Executive Director, Virgin Islands Public Finance Authority; Honorable Jennifer Matarangas King, Commissioner, VI Department of Tourism; Mr. Carlton Dow, Executive Director, VI Port Authority; and Mr. Julio Reimer Sr., Director, Office of Management and Budget. Bill number 36-0259, an act amending Title 29 Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 23, Section 1313 by expanding benefits under the Hotel Development Program for hotel improvement and expansion projects on St. Croix, sponsored by Senator Kurt A. Vailey. Invited testifiers, Honorable Jennifer Matarangas King, Commissioner, VI Department of Tourism, and Mr. Wayne Biggs Jr., Executive Director, Virgin Islands Economic Development Authority. This ends the reading of today's agenda, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. At this time, we'll go to the testifiers table just to test the mics. And we'll start here in the District of St. Thomas, then go over to St. Croix. We'll start from my left, Mr. Simmons. We'll start from you and come right around.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and members of the committee, senators. I am Nathan Simmons, Director of Finance and Administration, Virgin Islands Public Finance Authority.
Morning, welcome.
Good morning, Vincent Roberts, Commissioner, Department of Sports, Parks and Recreation.
Morning, welcome.
Good morning, Haldane Davies, Director, Bureau of Economic Research.
Morning, welcome.
Good morning, Josh Springett, Chief Negotiator at the Office of Collective Bargaining.
Morning.
Good morning, Cindy Richardson, Director, Division of Personnel.
Good morning.
Good morning, Julio Reimer, Director of the Office of Management and Budget.
Morning.
Good morning, Kevin McCurdy, Commissioner of the Department of Finance.
Morning.
Good day, Director.
We'll need to, 1 second. We'll need you to repeat. I don't think the mic was able to capture. Go ahead.
Good morning. All right. Good morning, Kevin McCurdy, Commissioner of the Department of Finance.
Morning.
Good day, Joel Lee, the Director of the Bureau of Internal Revenue.
Morning.
Good morning, Brent Laird, Office of the Tax Collector, Office of Lieutenant Governor, Tax Collector.
Morning.
Good morning, Lieutenant Romney, Tax Assessor, Office of the Lieutenant Governor.
Morning.
Good morning, Ruben Jennings, Assistant Commissioner, Department of Public Works.
Morning.
Good morning, Kizma Peterson, Chief Procurement Officer, Department of Public Works.
Morning.
Good morning, Cherise Penn, Capital Improvement Projects Administrator, the Department of Public Works.
Morning. St. Croix.
Good morning, Adrian Williams, Octolin, Director, Office of Disaster Recovery.
Good morning. Very well. I think that rounds out all of our testifiers and here today. And at this time, we'll go to Commissioner McCurdy for testimony on behalf of the governor's financial team.
Good morning, Honorable Noel Francis, Chairman of the Committee on Budget, Appropriation and Finance, esteemed members of the committee, fellow members of the 36th Legislature, and the people of the Virgin Islands. I am Kevin McCurdy, Commissioner of the Department of Finance, accompanied by members of the Governor's financial team, of course with some addition. On behalf of Governor Albert Bryan Jr., I am grateful for the opportunity to provide you with an update on our government's fiscal position, workforce status, and proactive financial management efforts we are undertaking. I want to emphasize that while we face challenges, we are making significant strides towards a more sustainable future. The Bureau of Economic Research highlights that the Virgin Islands economy is showing remarkable stability and resilience, even in the face of structural challenges. Our gross domestic product has increased has reached approximately $5 billion, demonstrating consistent growth since 2018. Visitor arrivals have rebounded strongly from pandemic lows, reaching 2.7 million in 2025, with St. Croix cruise activity showing particularly encouraging recovery. Civilian employment levels have remained stable, about 40,000 workers contributing to our economy. The unemployment rate has been impressively low at 3.6% since 2023. While we do face inflation at 7.6%, primarily due to housing costs and global price pressures, we are well positioned to address these issues. It is also essential to note that ongoing private sector investment and infrastructure developments are fueling our economy's progress. However, we must remain vigilant about long-term risks such as high energy costs, labor shortage from population decline, and vulnerability to natural disaster. By exercising fiscal discipline and careful financial management, we can continue to build on the strengths of our economy. Currently, the government of the Virgin Islands employs 10,029 dedicated individuals across the territory, including 5,829 employees in central government. This workforce is effectively balanced across districts and is crucial in delivering essential public services. Since October 1st, 2025, the Division of Personnel has been active, processing 1,656 personnel actions, which include 279 new hires, 144 separations, and 675 salary adjustments. Many of these changes were necessary to meet the statutory minimum salary requirement of $35,000. I am pleased to report that our semi-autonomous agencies, the judicial branch, and the legislature have achieved full compliance with Act 8995, while central government agencies are approximately 80% compliant, and we are steadily closing the gap. The Office of Collective Bargaining has successfully completed 4 major negotiations this fiscal year, focusing primarily on education and the Virgin Islands Territorial Emergency Management Agency. Ongoing negotiations with other unions, including those representing fire, police, public works, and health, are being conducted with the goal of workforce stability and preventing future cost pressures. The healthcare cost continues to be a significant concern for our budget. The government's insurance program now supports over 25,000 individuals, including dependents, with coverage including dental, vision, and life insurance. Premiums have increased from $198.9 million in 2025 to $226.1 million in 2026. This reflects an overall increase to the government of approximately 14.8%, or $20.2 million. To support our employees, the government funds 73% of premium costs, while employees contribute the remaining 27%. We recognize that healthcare inflation is a pressing issue, and we are actively working to mitigate its impact. In terms of cash and revenue, we currently report year-to-date revenues of $270.5 million. Although general fund revenue is projected to be approximately $25.3 million below the 2026 budget, we are committed to implementing strategies to enhance our financial position. As of January 30th, 2026, we have an available cash balance of $40 million, providing us with about 10.7 days of cash on hand. This highlights the importance of disciplined spending. It is essential for ensuring our financial stability moving forward. Together, we can navigate these challenges and position the Virgin Islands for continued success. In response to the evolving revenue outlook, The Office of Management and Budget has taken a proactive and data-driven approach to expenditure control. Beginning early in the fiscal year, OMB implemented a targeted allotment adjustment designed to moderate the pace of spending across departments and agencies. Smaller agencies experienced modest monthly reductions of 0.33%, while larger agencies saw reductions of 1.33%. These measured controls are expected to reduce expenditure growth by approximately 4 to 15%, depending on the agency size. Importantly, the allotment process remains dynamic. OMB continues monthly reviews and provides case-by-case exceptions where contractual obligation, public safety, healthcare, or other crucial service needs require flexibility. The objective is to align spending with revenue realities while preserving essential government services. Complementing these efforts, we continue to prudently manage the Budget Stabilization Fund as a key fiscal buffer. As of February 18th, the fund balance stood at approximately $13.4 million. During the fiscal year to date, approximately $2.8 million was utilized to support the SNAP obligations, while $2.5 million general fund contribution helped reinforce the reserve. This balanced approach reflects our commitment to meeting immediate needs while preserving financial resilience. We are closely managing utility-related expenditure through the single-payer utility framework. During 2026 year-to-date period, January 2026, WAPA billed the government approximately $1.8 million for covered accounts, while the government paid approximately $8.4 million. On a full-year basis, single-payer utility costs have remained relatively stable. The Department of Finance continues to process these payments on a structured monthly cycle while carefully reviewing bills to ensure only eligible government-funded accounts are paid through the program. This oversight remains critical to maintaining cost discipline. In this environment, the government continues to prioritize the timely payment of vendors and obligations. Through January 29, 2026, the government has paid approximately $476.1 million in vendor payments and allotments. Of this amount, $257 million was paid from the operating funds and $219 from federal sources. Yet, net of allotments, operating fund vendor payments totaled $221.9 million. These payments reflect our continued focus on supporting the local business community and maintaining continuity of government operations. We have also made completion of the government financial audits a top priority. The 2024 audit is underway and on track for completion by June 30th, 2026. With planning for the FY25 audit already in motion towards the December 2026 target. Finance and OMB are working closely with agencies to support reconciliation, strengthen reporting, and monitor corrective actions through quarterly CFO oversight to improve audit outcomes and strengthen internal controls. Turning to disaster recovery, the Territory continues to manage an unprecedented federal investment exceeding $24 billion. The Office of Disaster Recovery is focused on ensuring all fixed cost offers projects are completed by 2035. To execute the largest and most complex projects, representing $13.7 billion in obligated funds, we've launched the Rebuild USVI initiative. Under Rebuild USVI, 38 major facilities are scheduled for reconstruction. To date, 13 contracts covering 32 facilities have been executed, with the remaining projects advancing through procurement. Major school, healthcare, infrastructure, and public safety projects are progressing across both districts. We expect expenditures to ramp up significantly as projects enter full construction. with approximately $643 million projected in FY26 across recovery efforts. Recovery activity has already generated more than $8.1 million in gross receipts taxes for the territory. The government of the Virgin Islands continued to actively manage its federal grant portfolio with a strong focus on reimbursement timing, compliance, and cash flow coordination. During the 2026 year-to-date period, the government recorded $237.2 million in federal revenues and $241 million in federal expenditure. Of these amounts, $176.8 million in revenues and $171 million in expenditure were FEMA related, reflecting the continued pace of disaster recovery activity. ARPA-funded expenditures totaled $5.8 million during the same period, and all ARPA funds remain subject to the federal expenditure deadline of December 31st, 2026. Approximately $15 million in federal-related checks are currently housed at the Department of Finance, with 74% tied to disaster recovery reimbursement. On a full-year basis in 2025, the government recorded $748.6 million in federal revenues and $763.5 million in federal expenditure. We remain focused on accelerating reimbursement, strengthening documentation processes, and aligning cash management strategies to ensure that federal funds are drawn timely and expended in full compliance with federal requirements. The Public Finance Authority continues to support the territory's long-term capital strategy through a range of financing tools, including $250 million in bank lines of credit, $156 million in Garvey bonds for transportation projects, the $448.6 million Frenchman's Reef refinancing, and more than $450 million in affordable housing bond allocation. These tools allow the territory to advance critical projects while protecting the integrity of the general fund. Mr. Chair and members of the committee, the bottom line is this. The Virgin Islands economy is stable, our workforce is largely compliant with statutory pay requirement, federal funds continue to flow, and our financing tools remain active. At the same time, we are operating in an environment of tight liquidity. Rising healthcare costs and steady but limited revenue growth. That reality means every hiring decision matters, every benefit decision matters, every dollar of cash management matters. We remain committed to doing this work in a responsible way, in a disciplined way, and in a sustainable way. We will complete the remaining salary adjustment, continue to manage healthcare costs aggressively, preserve liquidity, and keep the government of the Virgin Islands on a stable financial path. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time, and we are prepared to answer questions that you may have.
Thank you very much, Commissioner McCurdy, for your testimony and update from the Governor's financial team. At this time, we'll recognize Assistant Commissioner Jennings for a testimony on behalf of Public Works.
Ruben Jennings, Assistant Commissioner, Department of Public Works. Good morning, Chairman Novell E. Francis, Sr., members of the Committee on Finance, Budget, and Appropriations, other senators and colleagues in attendance, and members of the public in the listening and viewing audience. Thank you for the opportunity to appear before you today to provide an update on the Department of Public Works Capital Program and operational progress. My name is Ruben Jennings, Assistant Commissioner of the Department of Public Works. Joining me today are Ms. Kisma L. Peterson, Chief Procurement Officer, and Ms. Cherise Penn, CIP Administrator. As the Governor noted during the State of the Territory address, the department has experienced an extraordinary year of infrastructure delivery across both districts and remains anchored in progress. That progress was not accidental. It reflects disciplined planning, strong federal coordination, contractor performance, and the sustained commitment of our team. From reconstructed bridges on St. Croix designed to withstand future flood events, to major roadway improvements in our downtowns and residential corridors, to long-awaited congestion relief projects and marine transportation investments. Tangible progress is visible across the territory. Infrastructure investment is one of the most significant financial responsibilities entrusted to the department. Today's testimony will focus on measurable progress. Our purpose is to provide this committee with a structured update on where key projects stand today, their current phase, expenditures to date, and the sequencing of work ahead. I'll begin with our horizontal portfolio, DPW's bread and butter. The foundation of our capital portfolio remains horizontal infrastructure, roads, bridges, drainage systems, and transportation corridors that connect communities, support commerce, and protect public safety. Over the past year, multiple bridges on St. Croix were reconstructed under the Federal Highway Administration Emergency Relief Program. These structures were rebuilt, not patched, to modern engineering standards capable of withstanding future heavy rain events. Simultaneously, paving initiatives across Charlotte-Amalie, First Avenue, Fort Christian, Parking Lot, Estate LaGrange, and Peters Rest, South Shore Road, and Airport Road strengthen economic corridors and residential connectivity. The Ethel McIntosh Memorial Drive, better known as Mahogany Road, has begun and it has transitioned into active construction. The contractor, Marco St. Croix, is approximately 30% complete. The scope of work includes 5.65 miles of roadway rehab, culvert replacements, retaining wall reconstruction and construction, guardrail replacement, signage improvements, striping, and installation of drainage swales. We have expended approximately $1.7 million to date and anticipate completion in fall 2026. This represents full corridor transformation, not temporary resurfacing. Rappoon Hill Expansion Project, St. Thomas, the Datsy Lockhart Drive. Rappoon Hill is a critical east-west artery connecting residential, commercial, and tourism zones. All design aspects are complete, positioning the department to move forward without delay once federal concurrence is achieved. We anticipate solicitation beginning in fall 2026. Rappoon Hill Phase 1 proposes to relocate the existing intersection at the east of Rappoon Hill to align with the roadway descending from Flag Hill in Alcoins. The existing intersection will be eliminated due to current conditions that include dangerous turning movements and inadequate line of sight. The new intersection will be constructed approximately 500 feet to the east, significantly improving safety and accommodating the future expansion of Rappoon Hill under Contract 3. The scope of work includes the construction and relocation of Mountainside Lane, demolition, obliteration of the existing intersection and roadway, construction of new driveways to maintain access to existing properties, and all associated incidental work, including drainage improvements, signage, striping, and maintenance of traffic. The project remains pending acquisition of the required right-of-way. On St. Croix, the Clifton Hill project has significantly streamlined traffic flow on a main artery. Key milestones include the addition of a dedicated turning lane at the container port intersection on the Melvin Evans Highway, directly addressing a long-standing congestion point, as well as comprehensive improvements to the Clifton Hill roadway and street lighting along the highway and adjacent roadways. We have expended approximately $12.64 million to date. We anticipate this project to close out in May 2026. The Leonardo Trotman Drive Phase 2 road construction project is expected to begin construction within the next 45 days and is currently in the pre-construction phase. A pre-construction meeting was held on Friday, February 13, 2026, during which Grade All Heavy Equipment Incorporated was awarded the contract and issued the notice to proceed. Phase 2 will continue from where Phase 1 ended, which currently ties into the Charles W. Turnbull Regional Library and the Tutu Park Pathway and extends a few feet behind Kmart. This phase will begin at the Weymouth-Reimer Highway and connect to the end of Phase 1 at the junction of the Tutu Mall Pathway. The scope of work includes the construction of new pavement, drainage improvements, including culverts and a detention pond, installation of sanitary manholes, as well as signage and striping. Mobilization is anticipated within 30 days, and the project is expected to be completed by March 2027. The total contract amount for the project is $4.34 million, with an anticipated duration of approximately 12 months. Downtown Charlotte Drainage and Road Rehab Project is a model for how we now build. Rather than simply resurfacing roads, the contractor, Island Roads, replaced underground drainage infrastructure, upgraded stormwater conveyance systems, addressed some elements of utility improvements, stabilized the roadway base, and completed full pavement restoration. Currently, the project is in its final stages of paving and striping, with project closeout anticipated in May 2026. To date, approximately $5.78 million has been expended. This project ultimately represents a shift in philosophy: build for durability, not short-term repair. Residential community roadway improvements. While these projects to improve key thoroughfares continue, we remain equally committed to improving residential neighborhoods where daily life unfolds. In both districts, we are advancing community-scale roadway projects that directly impact residents' quality of life. Diamond Ruby St. Croix. VI Paving has mobilized and began roadway improvements, including surface drainage elements and pavement restoration. VI Paving Incorporated was awarded the contract in an amount of $1.19 million. $100,000 has been expended to date for mobilization, and we expect completion within 45 days. The Williams Delight St. Croix project. FEMA has completed environmental reviews. Designs, including extensive drainage improvements, are complete. Solicitation is anticipated within 30 days, with construction beginning late summer. St. Thomas Residential Community Paving. Using the department's task order contracts, paving will continue in Contant, Estate Thomas, Hospital Ground, Carrot Bay, and Bovoni before the end of April. These projects involve milling and resurfacing, targeting quality of life improvements for established communities. Our Garvey-funded projects. Floating Garvey bonds remains a strategic financing tool that accelerates transportation investments while leveraging federal reimbursements. Our portfolio is divided into 2015 and 2025 issuances, completion and acceleration. The Frederickstead Roads project, funded via the 2015 Garvey issuance, includes King, Queen, Strand, Prince, portions of Fisher Street, and the bridge leading to Rainbow Beach. The scope of work includes comprehensive roadway rehab, utility adjustments, upgraded signage, pavement striping, and reconstruction of existing drainage swales to improve overall functionality and safety. The project is currently in the final stages of the procurement phase, with construction anticipated to commence in April 2026. The Springgut Phase 1 St. Croix project involves replacing the existing deteriorated bridge located approximately 1,500 feet south of the East End Road and Spring Gut Road intersection near Cannigator Ballpark, SDA School, and Estate Mount Welcome on St. Croix. The new structure will accommodate 2 travel lanes, a pedestrian sidewalk, and a shoulder for cyclists to enhance safety and accessibility. The project includes underground utility upgrades for electric and fiber, installation of new water and sewer lines, minor milling and paving of asphalt approaches, and grading of the unimproved dirt section of Southside Road to the bridge. Construction will occur in sections to minimize traffic disruption, with the bridge expected to remain open for most of the project. The total estimated construction cost is approximately $5 million. The Phase 2A Veterans Drive Mitigation Improvements Project will fortify the waterfront area, safeguarding the island's most critical roadway from flooding and erosion, reduce congestion for vehicular travelers, enhancing access to community lifelines and evacuation routes, and also decreasing travel times for first responders and create multimodal transportation alternatives that will enhance walkability, safety, and community mobility after storm events. It builds off and extends the mitigation improvements from Phase 1 of the project, which was completed in 2021. This project is currently advancing through solicitation via the Eastern Federal Lands Division. Southside Road, Praxedes, Nevis, Ridge Road, and Sydney Lee Road on St. Croix. We have elected to use a progressive design build procurement model for these major corridors to allow for expedient delivery and rapid construction. This approach allows for collaborative design refinement and early contractor involvement, improving cost certainty and schedule efficiency. A total of $28 million has been allocated from the 2025 Garvey issuance to address these roadways. We anticipate solicitation within the next 45 days, pending final federal highway review and concurrence. This procurement strategy reflects an evolution in how we deliver complex roadway projects, prioritizing speed, coordination, and risk mitigation. The St. Croix-St. Thomas Ferry, the final project under the 2025 Garvey issuance, is the development and delivery of a new inter-island ferry. The selected designer, Incat Crowder, was in a territory during the week of February 9th for detailed design meetings and site visits. These sessions ensure that the vessel design aligns with upland terminal facilities and operational requirements. It is important to mention that Incat was chosen for the design as they have been involved in designing the first 3 Vitran ferries, including the recently commissioned Spirit of 1733. We anticipate the solicitation package for ferry fabrication and delivery to be issued in the coming months. At present, the department is finalizing necessary contract riders and clauses with Federal Highway to ensure full compliance with federal guidelines and reimbursement requirements. This project represents a transformative step in strengthening inter-island connectivity and long-term transportation capacity. Garvey strengthens our horizontal network, but infrastructure investment extends beyond road, highways, and ferries. Our capital improvement projects. The Division of Engineering, including our CIP team, provides architectural, engineering, design, and inspection services for the Department of Public Works and other government agencies. These services include planning, designing, cost estimating, and constructing a variety of capital and public infrastructures throughout the territory. The division is responsible for project management, which includes requests for proposals, development, design review, project inspections, contract administration, approval of contractor requests for payment. The division also reviews plans and specifications prepared by independent firms for governmental projects and manages all hazard mitigation, flood control, and stormwater projects. The projects included in today's testimony highlight some of the priority projects currently being managed by the division. The Department of Human Services Head Starts, the Bolongo Head Start. The remaining scope of work includes completing the priming of all prepared building surfaces to ensure they are ready for final finishes. Tile installation is ongoing, following approved layouts and specifications. Drywall installation and finishing are in progress, include taping, mudding, sanding, and preparation for painting. Acoustic ceiling systems are being installed in accordance with the reflected ceiling plans. Window installation is currently underway to properly enclose the building envelope. Additionally, drainage systems and the parking area are being addressed, with erosion control measures actively implemented to maintain site stability. This project, contracted to custom builders, is approximately 70% complete with an estimated completion date of June 2026. The Limburg Bay Head Start. The remaining scope of work includes completion of building priming to ensure all surfaces are properly sealed and prepared for final finishes. Installation of kitchen equipment is scheduled, including placement, anchoring, and connection of all specified appliances and fixtures in accordance with manufacturer requirements and project plans. Work in the mechanical room is ongoing, including the installation and coordination of mechanical systems, equipment setting, and final connections. In addition, construction and completion of the water catchment housing area will proceed to properly enclose and protect the system components, ensuring functionality and compliance with project specifications. This project, also contracted to custom builders, is approximately 80% complete with an estimated completion date of June 2026. The Minetta Mitchell Head Start Storage Facility, that's on St. Namas. The remaining scope of work includes finalizing the air conditioning system, which involves final system connections, testing, balancing, and commissioning to ensure proper operation and performance. Installation of the fire protection monitoring equipment is to be completed, including final device placement, system integration, testing, and coordination with the monitoring service to confirm full functionality and compliance with applicable codes. Additionally, flooring finishes will be installed in designated areas, including surface preparation, placement of specified materials, and final detailing to achieve a complete and finished appearance. This project, contracted to custom builders, is approximately 90% complete with an estimated completion date of June 2026. The Concordia Head Start. The remaining scope of work includes installation of the playground equipment in accordance with approved layouts and safety requirements, ensuring proper anchoring and compliance with applicable standards. Furniture, fixtures, and equipment will be delivered, assembled, and installed in designated areas as specified in the project documents. Final paint touch-ups will be completed to address any blemishes or deficiencies and provide a consistent finished appearance throughout the facility. Additionally, final electrical equipment will be installed, including devices, fixtures, and cover plates, followed by testing to confirm proper operation and system functionality. This project, contracted to custom builders, is over 90% complete and anticipated to be turned over in May 2026. Anna's Hope Head Start. The remaining scope of work includes the installation of acoustic ceiling tiles within the completed ceiling grid system, ensuring proper alignment and a uniform finish appearance. Final paint touch-ups will be performed to correct any minor imperfections and provide a consistent finish throughout the space. In addition, electrical equipment will be installed and finalized, including devices, fixtures, and associated components, followed by testing to verify proper operation and system performance. This project, also contracted to custom builders, is over 90% complete and anticipated to be turned over in May 2026. The Department of Planning and Natural Resources, Division of Libraries and Archives. The Charles W. Turnbull Regional Library Repair Project is substantially complete and is anticipated to be turned over in April 2026. The scope of work for this project included mold remediation, sheetrock installation, floor tiling, acoustic ceiling tile system replacement, caulking and sealing of windows, cleaning of AC registers, painting, and major roof upgrades. The total cost of that project was $3.47 million. Construction was successfully completed by 4-Star Construction. The Enid M. Barr Library, awarded to custom builders, is making continued progress. Work in the courtyard is ongoing and includes completion of landscaping and placement of brick pavers for the designated walkways to ensure proper grading, alignment, and overall site aesthetics. Interior drywall work continues in select areas, including installation, finishing, and preparation for final finishes where required. Additionally, roof repairs are progressing, with remaining components being installed and finalized to achieve full weather tightness and compliance with project specifications. This project is currently 80% complete, and full completion is expected June 2026. The Peterson Library was awarded to Heights Construction. The remaining scope of work includes the full replacement of the existing copper piping to ensure reliable system performance and compliance with current standards. In addition, a ductless mini split system will be installed, including mounting of indoor and outdoor units, refrigerant line connections, electrical tie-ins, and system testing to confirm proper operation and efficiency. This project is approximately 75% complete and is expected to be turned over in April 2026. The Department of Public Works Facilities, the Fort Christian parking lot renovation project, is substantially complete and currently in use. The scope of work entails milling the existing asphalt pavement and installing 2 to 3 inches of asphalt, striping, signage, electrical conduit, water valves, and water line upgrades. New EV charging stations, an ADA accessible ramp, and upgrading the ticket collection equipment. The total contract cost, including pavement and conduit installation, is $2.2 million. The project was awarded to Grace Civil LLC. The Western Cemetery Perimeter Wall Project is a locally funded project and is steadily moving towards completion. The scope of work entails construction of a reinforced concrete perimeter wall around Western Cemetery number 3. The wall will be adorned with natural stonework, bronze lettering, and will be accessible via new metal gates, which will allow for vehicular and pedestrian access. A monument sign is near completion at the western side of the property. Construction is approximately 95% complete, with a full completion anticipated in May 2026. The cost of the project is $961,000. This project was awarded to Rumina Construction. The 99 Steps Restoration Project is 98% complete and is currently in the closeout phase, with only punch list items remaining, including commemorative plaque installation. This project entails repair and installation of new brick steps, iron handrails, new lampposts, landscaping, a leaning wall, and sewer line upgrades. The project has a final construction cost of $720,000. This project was funded by the PFA and awarded to custom builders. The DPW Operations and Maintenance Facility Project on St. John is a federally funded project by FEMA. The bid package is completed and ready for solicitation. The scope of work entails reconstruction of the drainage maintenance structure to include 4 garage bays, an office, break room, restrooms, and showers. Site features include concrete parking with gate, drainage, and generator building. This project will be solicited with the Vitron facility project on St. John since it shares the same site. The Vitron Operations and Maintenance Facility project on St. John is federally funded by the Federal Transit Administration. The design and bid package are 100% completed and currently under review by the FDA. Upon completion of the review, bid solicitation will begin. The project scope entails installation of a new acoustic ceiling tile grid system in the main office, enclosure of the kitchen area with stud walls and enclosing and expansion of the garage building. A new 14,000-gallon reinforced concrete cistern will also be constructed, along with a concrete driveway, parking, fencing, and electronic gate. Chairman Francis and members of the committee, the projects outlined today reflect a capital program that is active, structured, and moving forward across design, procurement, and construction phases. While not every project will conclude within this fiscal year, each is advancing deliberately and responsibly. Infrastructure delivery requires sequencing, coordination, and sustained oversight. We remain committed to managing these investments with discipline and transparency. Before closing, I would also like to recognize the men and women of the Department of Public Works. Their dedication, technical expertise, and commitment to the process are what make this progress possible. I also want to recognize the contractors executing these projects and to thank them for their continued partnership. These projects are being delivered by Virgin Islanders for Virgin Islanders. Thank you for your continued partnership and oversight. My team and I are happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much, Assistant Commissioner Jennings. Anchored in progress. Thank you for that comprehensive reporting. At this time, the chair will recognize Commissioner Vincent Roberts for his testimony on behalf of the Department of Sports, Park, and Recreation.
Good morning, Honorable Novel E. Francis Jr., Chairman of the Committee on Budget, Appropriations, and Finance, Senators of the 36th Legislature, and members of the viewing and listening public. I am Vincent Roberts, Commissioner of the Department of Sports, Park, and Recreation. I appear before you pursuant to your February 12, 2026 correspondence requesting a detailed expenditure plan and a status update regarding the $5 million reprogrammed under Act 9052, an act amending Act 8651 for the completion of the Randall Dock James racetrack on St. Croix. Today, I will provide a clear narrative of the $5 million allocation that has been expended to date and the project's financial and operational status. The $5 million allocation is being administered through the Office of Disaster Recovery, ODR, under ODR contract number 010-2022-3, task order number 010-24-87480, with CMTS LLC serving as project manager. The funding supports phase 1 and 2 of the 3-phase redevelopment plan. Specifically, it funds 100% completion of track design, permitting, and construction of the track running surface and system under phase 1, the renovation and reconstruction of stables, barns, and paddock under phase 2, and the design of the grandstand under phase 3. As of the most recent project review meeting on February 18, 2026, the track topographic as-built surveys have been completed. These as-builts confirm grade, drainage, and material quantity necessary to reconstruct the running surface to modern safety standards. Based on the survey analysis, approximately 11,000 cubic yards of track material are required, with approximately 9,000 cubic yards already available in existing on-site stockpile. The remaining balance consists of a specialized equine service mix that must meet specific technical standards and will require importation. Due to freight constraints and long lead times in the Caribbean region, procurement of this material must be initiated early to maintain the accelerated schedule. Construction documents are nearing completion. Bid packages will be formally initiated within the next 2 to 3 weeks, which is basically mid-March. Phase 2, which includes the stables, barns, and paddocks, has progressed through the delivery of as-built documentation. Stockholders' coordination meetings were held in December to confirm operational requirements for horsemen and participants. Similar to the running surface, construction documents should be completed early next week, after which bid packages will be formally initiated. Although Phase 3 construction is unfunded, the grandstand design is approaching 100% completion, positioning the territory for future capital investment. The design is projected to be completed in mid-March, which ensures that once funding is secured, the project will not lose additional time in the design stage. Permitting remains an important component of project readiness. The Coastal Zone Management Permit Transfer application, which was received on December 8, 2025, and requires a signatory authorization letter from PIGL, which remains pending. The department continues to coordinate with our sister agencies and legal counsel to ensure that permitting does not impede the construction schedule. With respect to the financial status of the project, the professional service contract for CMTS under Task Order 010-24-87480 has a total value of $1,892,000. This contract supports pre-design, schematic design, construction document, bid phase services, construction administration, and reimbursable expenses. As of invoice number 10892, dated February 15, 2025, the contract breakdown is as follows. Pre-design programming phase, $45,158.55, 100% completed. Schematic and design development phase, $203,393.95, 100% completed. Construction document phase, $388,482.50 is the total, with $13,927.25 billed to date, which is 4% completion. Bid phase, the bid phase, which is $94,165, has not yet been invoiced. Construction administration phase, $217,060 allocated, not yet invoiced. Reimbursable expenses, which is $52,632.10, total allocation with $7,482.64 invoiced to date. Total contract amount again is $1,892.10. After application of the 5% gross receipt tax, the remittance amount to date stands at $237,989.67 prior to the current billing period. The invoice covering January 2026 alone reflects 119.58 hours of professional services totaling $19,446.95, primarily under the construction document phase. These services directly support the advancement of construction documents, schedule development, and procurement preparation. Today, the expenditures under the $5 million allocation have been directed towards design, progression, engineering, program management, documentation control, permitting coordination, and bid package preparation. Large-scale construction drawdowns have not yet occurred because the procurement packages are being finalized and material acquisition strategies are being structured. Bi-weekly coordination meetings continue to monitor schedule, budget, and deliverables with the next in-person review of construction packages scheduled for mid-March. Chairman Francis and Honorable Senators, the $5 million allocation is being managed with structured fiscal oversight and disciplined project control. Approximately $250,515.44 has been invoiced under the professional service contract to date, with the balance available to support final design, bid phase services, construction administration, and phase 1 and 2 execution. The Randall Dock James Racetrack is both a historic institution and an economic engine for St. Croix. The department remains committed to transparency, fiscal discipline, and delivering this project responsibly and efficiently. I thank the committee for this continued oversight and stand prepared to answer your questions.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Vincent Roberts, for your testimony there. Before we go to our final testifier in this round, which will be Adrienne Williams-Actolin, just giving us some context. She wanted to provide a little bit more context, and I'll allow her to do that real quickly. I wanted to recognize the presence of non-committee member, our Senate President, Senator Milton Potter. At this time, Adrienne Williams-Actolin, you're recognized for some contextual information on the Office of Disaster Recovery.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good morning. Chairperson of the Novelli Francis, Chairperson of the 36th Legislature Committee on Budget, Appropriations, and Finance, are members of the committee, fellow testifiers, and a listening viewing audience. I'm Adrienne L. Williams-Actolin, Director of the Virgin Islands Office of Disaster Recovery, a subsidiary division of the Virgin Islands Public Finance Authority, and an independent instrumentality of the government of the Virgin Islands. Thank you for the opportunity to provide testimony before this body on the status of bundled projects under the Rebuild USVI initiative. With the total federal investment over $24 billion, ODR is focused on ensuring that all fixed cost offer projects are completed by 2035. With this goal in mind, Rebuild USVI was launched to facilitate the execution of larger, complex projects that account for $13.7 billion of the obligated funds. Under Rebuild USVI, there are a total of 38 facilities to be reconstructed. To date, 13 contracts were executed, accounting for 32 of the 38 facilities, with 6 projects pending execution. Charlotte Amalie High School and Bertha C. Busholte Middle School are moving towards construction with Consigli-Benton joint venture. Charlotte Amalie High School is expected to begin construction in the first week of April 2026, with completion anticipated in summer of 2030. While construction on Bertha Busholte is scheduled to begin on Monday, March 2nd of 2026. The design and construction executed contract values for each school are $334 million and $120 million respectively. The St. Croix Central High School is under contract with Consigli-Benton joint venture, with demolition to commence in the second quarter of 2026. Completion is projected for summer of 2030, and the design and construction executed contract value is $319 million. ODR executed a contract with MCN Build for the renovation and modernization of the St. Croix Educational Complex in January of this year. Construction is expected to begin this summer with completion in the fall of 2029. A progressive design build contract was executed with Suffolk CBNA, a joint venture, in February 2025 for the St. Thomas Educational Bundle. This bundle includes Yvonne Bowski, Lockhart K-8, E. Benjamin Oliver, and Janie Tewitt Elementary Schools, Ivana Eudora Ken, and the St. Thomas Administrative Center. Schematic design reviews are in progress for these schools. Anticipated completion for the St. Thomas Education Bundle is spring 2030, and the pre-construction services executed contract value is $42 million. A progressive design build contract was also executed with Suffolk CBNA joint venture in February this month for the St. Croix Educational Bundle, including Pearl B. Larson, Alexander Henderson, Alfredo Andrews, Claudio Marco Schools, and the St. Croix Administrative Center. Construction is expected to begin in the last quarter of 2026 and completion by spring of 2030. The pre-construction services contract value $45 million. In healthcare, ODR executed a contract with Consigli Benton joint venture in April 2025 for the rebuild of the Charles Howard Medical Complex, renamed the Donna M. Christensen Health Center. Work is ongoing and completion is scheduled for the end of 2029. The executed contract value for pre-construction service and the first phase of construction is $70.5 million. Contract for the St. Thomas Healthcare Bundle executed with Suffolk Construction Company includes the old mental health building, Queen Louise Home for the Aged, John S. Moorhead, and the Nude Hanson Departments of Health and Human Services buildings. The demolition of the old mental health building is scheduled for the third quarter of 2026, with the construction of the remaining projects in the bundle scheduled to start towards the end of this year. The ODR awarded a contract for the Governor Juan Francisco Luis Hospital to Suffolk Construction Company, and the contract has been executed as of today. The contract of the Herbert Grigg Home for the Aged was awarded to J. Benton Construction, with construction anticipated to start in the first quarter of 2027 and finish by the fourth quarter of 2028. The Roy L. Schneider Hospital project solicitation is scheduled to be re-released on March 6, 2026. In January 2026, a contract was executed with Person Services Corp. For the territorial fire stations, which includes Rensselaer Gibbs or Cotton Valley Fire Station on St. Croix, the Estate Fortuna and George P. Scott Fire Station on St. Thomas, and the Cruz Bay Fire Station on St. John. Construction of the Rensselaer Gibbs Fire Station is projected to begin in September of this year, and the pre-construction services executed contract value of $1.4 million. The Randolph Harley and the Richmond Power Generation replacement projects awarded to RG Engineering and Javelin Global Commodities U.S. Holding Inc. joint venture is currently in contracting. In November of 2025, ODR executed a contract with Kiewit Infrastructure South Company for the St. Croix North Central Horizontal Bundle for power, water, wastewater, and road work. The bundle covers 28 square miles, or 34% of the island of St. Croix. Construction is expected to begin in the last quarter of this year, with completion in 2032. Pre-construction services executed contract value is $235 million. A progressive design contract was executed in December with KHVI, a joint venture, Kiewit Hogland, for the St. Thomas East Horizontal Bundle. Construction is expected to commence in the third quarter of 2026 and be completed by the last quarter of 2031. This bundle covers 17 square miles, or 55% of St. Thomas, and the pre-construction services executed contract value is $139 million. A solicitation for the St. Croix Southwest and St. Thomas West horizontal bundles was released on February 12th of this month and closes on April 30th, 2026. In October of 2026, 2025, a contract was executed with Consigli Benton joint venture for the St. John Mixed Sector Bundle, which includes the rebuild of Morris F. DeCastro Clinic, Myra Keating Smith Community Health Center, and Julius E. Sproul pre-K through 12. The construction of all three facilities is scheduled to start this year, with Morris DeCastro commencing in the beginning of the second quarter. This bundle is scheduled to be completed by the end of 2031. The pre-construction services executed value is $3.3 million. UDR expects to significantly ramp up expenditures as critical projects enter the construction phase. An estimated $643 million is projected for FY 2026 to include both Rebuild SVI projects and other federally funded recovery projects. To date, over $8.1 million in gross receipt taxes has been collected as a result of the recovery work in the territory. I'd like to thank my staff, the Office of Disaster Recovery, and the partners across the government for their unwavering commitment to this mission. We will continue to build a legacy of resilience. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Director Williams-Octolin, for that update on behalf of the Office of Disaster Recovery. At this time, we would like to open up the floor for discussion. Well, what I'm gonna do is probably allow for a quick break, and then we'll come back and we'll do a 6 minutes round. I know that we have some timelines. I know that Director Davies have a hard stop at 12:30, so we'll focus our questions to him initially. But we'll take a 2 minutes recess at this time. And we are out of recess. Again, we have before us this morning the governor's financial team and an update on the government finances. Before we went on the break, we got testimony from the governor's financial team as well as the Department of Public Works, Department of Sports, Park, and Recreation, and we also got a quick update from the Office of Disaster Recovery. Our rules of engagement will be a 6-minute round initially, and the order will be Senator DeGraff, Senator Lewis, Senator Blyden, Senator Johnson, Senator BLA, Senator Fonseca, Senator Frederick, Senator Potter, and I'll be in between here and there. Before I open up to Senator DeGraff for the first 6 minutes round, I wanted to ask you, Commissioner of Finance, you spoke about the healthcare and the fact that the healthcare inflation is a pressing issue, and we are actively working to mitigate its impact. Can you expand on that a little bit? We continue to be challenged by equipment supplies as well as funding to the healthcare system, especially both of our hospitals. I wanted you to kind of expand in terms of what's being done and the efforts being made to mitigate the impact to our healthcare system.
Thank you for the question. So part of what we're doing from a central government position is a lot of employee engagement. I think from the last time we were here discussing healthcare costs, part of a bigger part of our costs was the more active employees than the retirees. So what we've done is have programs that kind of cater to more healthier options and lifestyle choices that would help with reducing some of those costs. But I'll let Director Richardson add any context to that.
I will kind of more focusing on the finances to support our healthcare or hospitals specifically at this point in terms of their needs, their wants, what require to address the issue of ensuring that there's supplies, medication, adequate and timely payment to payroll payments to employees and stuff like that in that area.
So in regards to our hospital, what we've done is we've engaged with Ernst & Young to create financial forecasting and tracking of revenues within both of our hospitals. So Director Reimer and I have a better, more direct insight into what collections look like. The immediate day-to-day activity in terms of managing of their operations is kind of sits with the CEO. But what we've done and what we've been able to do right now, JFL is still working through the hack that they've had, so they're in a kind of still live in a protective environment. But what we've done is make sure that we're in constant communication with the leadership over there to make sure that whenever they have any financial shortfall, we're able to step up and provide them with financial assistance.
Thank you for that. I know Director Reimer, you also sit on the hospital board and kind of oversee the financial committee as well. Can you give some additional context in terms of how you're working through some of the shortfall and working with them to direct funding to support our healthcare system?
Sure. Good morning. As we sit down from the finance chair of the territorial hospitals, what we basically do, work with ENY, work with the CEO, work with their finance folks to determine here's what the cash flow, where's your billing. We actually go back and say, hey, where's your billing? So we actually assisted in terms of the board approved a revenue cycle company that actually looks at both revenue cycles of the hospitals and helping them with their billing, going backwards and saying, hey, here's what you got actual was denied, go back and rebuild. What was missed, what was actually missed, what was not correct. So there are a lot of things that are happening on the revenue cycle side that we actually put in place from a board and from the actual leadership to actually help them moving forward. What also assists us from the central government point of view is that we actually have basically line of sight on their cash flow on a basically weekly basis. We are in constant communication, and here it is when we have their cash flows, we can see where their shortfalls is, if it's supplies, if it's payroll, etc. And we make sure those shortfalls are actually met. I actually got a text while I'm sitting here from the CEO saying, hey, here's where we are this week. Here's what I need for next week, and we move forward that way. So we actually have planning on a weekly basis and have communication constantly.
Okay. What about appropriations? Appropriations to the hospitals up to date?
Yes, allotments are up to date.
All right. Thank you. Senator DeGraff, you recognized for your 6 minutes at this time.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning, testifiers, all viewing, listening, and present. Let's start with employees first. Have all employees who receive wage adjustments been paid?
Through the 8995, Act 8995?
Yeah, we start with that. We start with from 8995, correct.
The semi-autonomous judicial and legislature, most of the, I think all of those employees have received their wage adjustment. We're still working through the central government. There's some operational hiccups there, but we're 80% completed in that effort.
Okay, so Department of Human Services is one of those that you have a hiccup with?
That's correct.
Okay, so any idea as to when this hiccup would be? When you drink some water, take care of it.
We're working through the issues. So, of course, you know, Human Services is a big conglomerate, and the general fund side was completed. But on the federal side, of course, some employees are paid partially or for 100%. And in some cases, the grant can actually basically sustain it. In some cases, it can't. So that's what we're working through to make sure, well, if they can put it on a federal grant, we prefer them to put it on a federal grant. And if they can't, then we use the general fund monies that were set aside through the legislation.
Okay, so for the individuals, the 675 who received the wage increase to 35, have they received any retro, or is any retro due to them?
In some cases, yes, and in some cases, no.
Okay, and those cases where yes, when are we looking at?
That's for the agencies to process.
Okay, so and get that done. Okay, so it's on the agencies end. Okay, you mentioned in the testimony that OMB implemented targeted allotment adjustments. What kind of savings have we received from those targeted allotment adjustments, which is for 26 going forward, or from the 25 budget that was taking place?
It's the actual current fiscal year. So by making those adjustments, of course, in the first quarter of the fiscal year, we had a perfect storm, as you realize. The government shut down on the federal side, and of course, it's a slow period of collections. So of course, we looked and reduced it. So right now, it stands at roughly about $12 to $15 million in terms of reductions. If we continue with the actual targeted reductions, we'll probably end up somewhere between $30 and $40 million in reductions.
Okay. Was any consideration taken into regarding retro money owed to the government employees, past retro monies owed? Addressing that?
No.
Okay. Do you have the listing? I know there was always a breakdown as money was distributed the last time, but is there a listing to our personnel director that shows how much money is owed to each individual in regards to retro?
So we do have, good morning, Cindy Richardson, Director of Personnel. We do have a master listing with that, and right now we are working towards reconciliation of retro owed, and we have now prepared individual worksheets for each individual that will be further reconciling based on the various disbursements under the Brian Roach administration.
Okay, so what would be the process for anyone who's owed retro to come and find out what they're owed and to show all the different allotments that they've received?
If the, sorry, if it's, and I'll call it regular retro, forgive the phrasing. If it's a regular retro, email the Department of Finance, payroll at dof.vi.gov. If it's a survivor payment, Ms. Richardson can give the contact information for that.
Okay, so the contact information for survivors, persons, employees who have passed away, retired, passed away, their families, is there the process is also, is that information online?
It is not currently online right now to date, but it is something that we're working towards to have available once reconciled.
So as the commissioner mentioned, who is the entity to come to? Is it finance or is it personnel?
For regular retro, you come to finance, but we're coordinated. We're not. You reach out to finance. If it's not finance, we'll send it to.
Yeah, 'cause I just want to get it straight because again, you have a lot of seniors who are asking these questions. They won't have to come to finance and say, hey, you got to go down to personnel. They say, hey, you got to go back up to finance.
Yeah, if it's a survivor and deceased payment, those are handled through division of personnel.
Okay, do we have any savings from the 25 budget that went into the 26 budget? Has the 25 budget been reconciled?
One
See if
minute.
there's any funds that were transferred that were remaining in excess?
No.
None at all?
None at all.
Okay, so you have completed your reconciliation?
We haven't it's not audited, but we have prepared a.
So then it's
unaudited
a
information.
broad statement. It's not based on facts. It's just a broad statement based on your expenditures and everything. Is what you're making that off of?
Yes, based on expenditures and revenue collected.
30 seconds.
I knew it wasn't on the list here to ask, but I asked for full accounting of the Jeffrey Epstein's monies. What funds are left? How much money do we have remaining totally in the Jeffrey Epstein monies?
We have a comprehensive list that I can provide. I can provide
Okay,
that to
through
this
the
body.
chair, I'd like to receive that
Absolutely.
information. How soon will I be able to get that?
They have. It's already prepared. We could. Have
Okay,
it.
so before this day is out, yeah,
Absolutely.
get a listen. Okay,
Absolutely.
good. And in closing,
Time.
If I may wrap up, Mr. Chair, in closing, in regards to wages again for the question was in regards to my final question was in regards to negotiations. I read what was put out in terms of contracts that are being negotiated, contracts that were negotiated based on the contracts that were negotiated, contracts that are being negotiated. How many of the government contracts overall, if you can have the information right offhand, have or are going to be expired by the ending of this administration, which will be this year, going forward? So you'll be negotiating for up to 2026 or going forward up to when is their expiration dates? And if you need to provide, or if it's something you can answer now, Chief, or you could get that information through the chair, then so be it.
Oh, Mr. Chair, I want to verify that I understand. I want to make sure that I understand the question.
Good.
You want to make sure that you want to find out how many contracts will be expired at the end of this administration or negotiated.
Correct, because you have negotiated some, you're presently negotiating that were listed in the testimony. But I'm asking, so by the time this administration ends, how many contracts are we looking at that would be expired?
Okay.
During this year, if anything?
Okay. I may have to provide that afterwards, considering that we may complete some before the end of this administration. We expect to.
Okay. Thank you, Chief. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you very much, Senator DeGraff, for your line of questions. Before we go on to the next senator, which will be Senator Avery Lewis. Commissioner, you spoke about the fact that you have completed some of the audits.
Yes.
Of course, the 2023-2024 audit has been completed. Any key takeaway from those audit report that now help to drive new policy and procedures moving forward?
Yeah, absolutely. So part of what we continue to encourage departments and agencies to do, I know sometimes it can seem like a lot of work, but it's just work that necessary work. We need documentation. That is kind of a recurring finding that we have on our audits, where we have difficulties with proper documentation. We need folks to be able to provide documentations when submitting payments. It's just the nature of the beast. There's no going around it. Finance is not trying to be difficult, but we need to have proper documentations because that's important to the auditors.
And I would imagine that you have issued edicts to that effect, where there's a requirement for whatever documentation is needed to ensure that the agencies are responsible for completing those?
Absolutely. And we continue to meet with CFOs. This week, actually, we're meeting with CFOs just to kind of reiterate, not just on the audits, but everything to do with their financial operations. So that is an ongoing discussion. We have also had the governor himself show up, to meetings to kind of reinforce some of the positions that we're taking, especially on the audits. Just to correct the record, we haven't completed 24. 24 is due in June, and 25 is at the end of December, and that is our goal because we need to be caught up with these audits.
So the completed at this time is 2023, up to 2023.
That's correct.
Thank you. Senator Avery Lewis, you recognize for your 6 minutes.
Thank you. Good morning again, colleagues. Good day to the testifiers. Good day to the people of the Virgin Islands. Good morning. Just following up on a line of questioning, we was going to Director Richardson. We talked about reconciliation with some of the retro payments. Have you ever thought about just coming up with I don't want to say a figure, but a mark for some of the balances that have minimum payouts and try to submit to this body, hey, we have about 10 people that's with minimum payments, let's cash them out and just clear it and let's address the bigger payments?
Thank you for that question, Senator Lewis. That actually was the approach that was conducted on the last payout. I do believe the threshold was anybody that had, I think it was $2,500 owed, we'd pay that and then apply a percentage to the remaining balances.
Okay, so and were we successful in any way to chip away at that?
Yeah, of course. When you have people with small balances, like say $50, and you apply a 14%, you don't want to be mailing out those small checks. So that was the attempt that we made last time to set a threshold of that $2,500 and payout, and then apply that percentage afterwards.
All right. While you have the mic in front of you, and Commissioner McCurdy's testimony talked about we have about 10,029 dedicated employees throughout the territory. Where you sit in the position as Director of Personnel, are you see that we are close to right sizing for the amount of work we have and the services we deliver to this territory? We need more employees. Like what's happening? Because every week I see you send out a listing, and I'm grateful for that, keeping the community abreast of your vacancies.
I do think we're somewhat at the right size. There's some instances where that skill set and for certain positions is missing. And that's one of the things that the Division of Personnel is moving towards to. Later this summer, we'll be launching a learning management system where we'll have over 30,000 courses available to all government employees for free. And we are hoping that that approach will help build that skill set that's missing. But of course, you always hear, and you hear all the projects that were discussed earlier on, ODR, DPW, Sports Parks and Recs. That skill set too is also what we'll be looking for in the future. So that's something we have to take into consideration as well.
All right, thank you. Thank you very much. Director Reimer.
Yes, sir.
You responded to the good chairman and let him know that we're up to date with our allotments for both hospitals at this time.
Correct.
Just last week we had a meeting with some of the leadership of Snyder Regional, and they were stating that they were behind in allotment. So you may want to confer with them to see what's going on there.
Not a problem.
Just stating for the fact that we had a site visit as well, and there were some complaints from nurses and staffing about basic equipment and non-materials, supplies and so forth necessary to run the day-to-day operation. So as a board member, I urge you to really look into that, please, because we got 2 and 3 hospitals and 4 and 5, we're going to bridge where we can run across. So we got to make sure that the one we have is adequately supplied and
funded.
Up to snuff, and funded. Thank you. What about your allotments of waste management?
We are behind, I think, 2 actually allotments to waste management, but we've been providing additional support through their special funds, such as anti-litter and funds that come from the TARP. And right now we're looking at the tire tax. So where we're behind a little bit with waste management, we tend to supplement their funds with their special funds.
Good, thank you about that. Director Reimer, earlier this year we had a lengthy conversation, not this year, last year, when we were going through some turbulences with the mainland, with some of the stuff President Trump was doing with our federal funding, and having these agencies expend the federal funds, and even you were having some challenges, Commissioner McCurdy, with drawdowns and so forth for different agencies. Not to point out any agency here in the record, but where are we with that at this time?
Currently, we have improvement in that aspect. We tend to enforce in terms of making the drawdowns happen. We push agencies when we see they're behind. I have a compliance unit in my office, along with a commissioner, because we meet on a weekly basis. We have a standing 3 o'clock on a Friday meeting that talk about drawdowns, talk about allotments, talk about cash flow, the whole works every Friday. So if we see an agency that's behind and they're behind in a drawdown, we actually reach out to them and say, hey, you need to draw these funds. And
So
that's what we see currently.
these folks, along with drawdowns and so forth, submitting spending plans and so forth, how are we going to address these funding and giving you timelines and things that you're
That's correct.
in agreement with those timelines as well?
In some cases, no, but we actually adjust them for them, or in some cases, yes.
Oh, that's good to know. You stepping in, you being the big brother. So let's clear this one off the air. Let's get this one out the way. Because he's sitting quiet in here. Mr. Lee,
30 seconds.
the fellow next to you, Mr. McCordy, he call you for a list yet? When you're going to pay out tax returns? Let me get it off the list. Got the phone blowing up. When you're going to pay out tax returns again? And where are we with tax returns?
I'll start the answer for Mr. Lee, directly, and then...
No, give me the true answer.
True answer is when cash allows us to do it.
Okay. And when would that be?
Hopefully in April or big cash day.
Oh, yeah, you seasonal payouts, my son.
You're already on to 20 million.
Anyhow, let me
Time.
move over real. Uh-oh. Mr. Chang on abuse, I'll come back because I wanted to get to the assistant commissioner with his. He gave a long state of the territory here today. I wanted to ask him some questions, but I'll come back.
Thank you very much, Senator Lewis. I see Senator Johnson, you trying to get a point of information? Yeah, we're not hearing you. One second, Senator. 1 second. Go. Try now.
Yes, can you hear me now?
We can.
Good morning. I want to follow up on the line of question by my colleague there to Reimer. He was asking about the breakdown with the drawdown on federal funding, and he didn't give a number. What's out there owed to the territory from federal drawdown at this moment? How much is it out there to be drawn down?
Right now, the department. Good morning, Senator. Right now, the Department of Finance has $15 million as of January. Let's be fair. 74% of that is from ODR, but that honestly is not a shouldn't say it's not a concern, but it really isn't a concern because ODR does timely draws, and it's essentially a revolving door. So today we may have $15 million. For 11 million from ODR. Tomorrow it could be zero. The next day it could be $27 million, which is, for me, a great indication that ODR is actually moving the utilizing the federal monies, because they're within 24 hours, sometimes to maximum maybe 2 days, we're getting our monies back.
I'm more interested in the drawdown from the federal government, where agencies are being paid from federal agency, but we're utilizing local fund to pay them. That's the drawdown I'm really interested in. I wanted to hear that from Reimer, if I may. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Johnson.
So to answer your question, it's about 3.75 million that's outstanding. Very small.
Oh, got it. We didn't have much discussion this morning about the line of credit. Can you give us an update in terms of where we're at with the line of credit?
So right now we have activated 150 million, one for disaster recovery, and 50 million for working capital. Our working capital portion of the line is essentially exhausted. We have right now about $617,000, I think, on the line. Part of my squinting, I just trying to work through a migraine, but yeah.
So you say on the line of credit for the operational, the 50 million, that's fully exhausted. That means it's up to 50 million.
It's 49 something.
49 something on And on the 150, you say what number are we at on that?
On the 100, so we're still working through the recently approved 150. We're still in discussions with the bank.
On that, okay.
Yeah. The additional $100 million.
Okay. Yeah, we'll need an update on the 50 million operational
Absolutely.
breakdown on that.
Absolutely. So, in the breakdown, sorry, just for clarity, you need, what exactly would you be looking for?
How was that funding used? I mean, what is
Okay.
it used for? And where we at
Essentially
with
vendor
that?
payment, but that we can definitely provide that.
Correct.
Yep.
Senator Marvin Blyden, Vice Chair, you recognize for your 6 minutes.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon. Good morning to my colleagues, listening, viewing audiences, staff, central staff. Good morning to the testifiers, and thank you so much for the update. Let me start with Commissioner McCurdy. Good morning. You stated in your testimony, right, that the GDP is approximately $5 billion with consistent growth since 2018. So can you please provide or let us know the annual GDP series between 2018 and now, the methodology and sources by which the Bureau of Economic Research did to substantiate this claim? And what portion of this growth is attributable to federal disaster and versus private spending?
I'd love to take that question, but I'll defer to Dr. Davies.
Succinctly, please, because I have 6 minutes. Thank you.
Right. Thank you. And we could, Haldane Davies, Director of Bureau of Economic Research. Thank you, Senator, for the question. And we can certainly provide the details on this for you outside of this session here today. But when we look at 2018, we were at 3.9 billion. 2022, 4.672 billion. And our projections, 2023, we have projections right up to 2027, but I'll give 2025 $5.2 billion.
Okay, very well. Thank you for that. And thank you for being precise. Also, let me ask you in terms of the testimony also, when it comes to the health premiums that rose from 198.9 million in 25 to 126 million point one. So let me talk about inflation and what the plan in terms of the trend and the multi-year forecast. So what plan do you have to actually deal with these changes, and what's actually being considered in that respect?
Sorry. What?
Okay. The rate, right?
The rate?
We fund 73%, right?
Mm-hmm.
In terms of the health premiums.
Okay, right.
Right?
All right.
And the multi-year forecast, right? So what controls or plan we have in terms of these changes to address those changes?
I'll defer to Director Richardson in terms of the healthcare costs.
Thank you for the question, Senator. At this point, you know that the GSE board and also the governor is looking towards self-insurance. They have received information from the consultant as to what that would take, what that would look like. They do have the numbers. It is something that's being looked at and considered, but that's something that probably would take at least 2 years to implement. But it's a given, not only here locally, but nationally, you do see that inflation of healthcare. It's across the board. So it is something that we need to look at and to take into consideration our next steps in regards to addressing that. Currently, that split is that 73-27, but on that negotiation, on that contract, it still says 65-35. So that would be the decision of the board to decide how to move forward with changing that split.
Okay, very well. And let me ask in respect to the cash on hand, because you stated that as of January, the available cash on hand is $40.1 million, which is 10.7 days. Okay, that was nearly a month ago. Is it still the same as of today's date? Is it still the same?
No, Senator. As of today, it's 27 million and about six days. It equates to 6 days of cash.
Okay, so based on the policy of our Treasury, what's the minimum cash on hand you believe we should have?
Ideally, we should have cash to cover at least, I would say, close to $100 million would be great. Payroll is biweekly about 27 million. Vendor payments right now stands at, for general fund, it's about $32 million. So to be able to capture those payments, at least capture, folks send their bills in, their invoices in, we should at least, right now it's 30 days, we should at least be able to address those payments.
So in that regard, what the contingency plan if it continues to lag? What the plan if it continues to lag?
If the payment continues to lag?
Yes.
So payment continues to lag. That's part of the ongoing discussion with Director Reimer and I, where we look at how we can best navigate these rough parts. Come April, obviously, we have a major tax collection. So, we're just trying to get to that point and then be able to manage from there. So what that looks like
1 minute.
is essentially allotment reduction, speaking with agencies to see what payments we can defer to, a later time, or not payments, sorry, projects to a later time, just trying to control that cost.
Okay, very well. And let me ask in respect to the insurance guarantee fund, the balance. It was stated that as of December 31st, the balance was $60,259,996. However, the Office of the
30
Lieutenant Governor
seconds.
reported that as of February 24th, 2026, the balance is approximately $64 million. So it raises a concern in my mind as to whether timely and accurate financial information is being made available to the post auditor. So let me ask the post auditor, through the chair, Dr. Phillips, can you tell us whether the post audit division has access to the fund balances and how recent is the information that is made available to you? What's that date?
Good morning, Dr. Theodora Phillip. Through the chair to Senator Blyden. The post-audit division does not have immediate access to the fund balances, but has a very cohesive relationship with both Department of Finance and the Office of Management and Budget. The fund balance in question, I guess, was for the VI Insurance Guarantee Fund, was provided on Wednesday, this past Wednesday, and the fund reflected the December 31st, 2025 balance.
So with
Time.
that- thank you. But with that being said, in terms of this discrepancy, can you just explain to us what's the discrepancy and why?
It's just timing. Right now we have 10 million in the CD, 10.6 million in the CD, and 52 or 3 million in the bank interest-bearing account, in an interest-bearing bank account. So it's about six. But what the difference is, some of that money is, goes to the general fund. So what we try to do is tap the insurance guarantee for our appropriated 20 million. We don't tap it all at once. We try to do it quarterly.
Okay, very well. And in closing, Mr. Chair, if I may, can you tell me the status of the Office of Conflict Counsel? What does, in terms of, this is a text I got anyway. They say they have not received the allotment.
That's what I quote.
I'll have to check on that. I'm sure the team is listening. They can provide me with an update on that, please. Thank you.
Okay, very well. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair, for the agency. Thank you for your responses.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Senator Blythe Mafugo, for a point of information. Director Lee, in the January report, in the revenue report, we saw that there was some, at least a decline, about 13% or so decline on the income withholding taxes. What do you attribute that to? And especially on St. Croix, that is.
No, I don't quite see a 13%, but you're looking at January.
13 overall, 7% for January.
For withholdings?
Yeah. Corporate income withholding?
Yeah, I don't quite see that. But in any case, as far as
6% cumulatively, but 13% overall.
Yeah, why that went down. I know that.
Well, you could take a look at the information and then come back and respond if you need to do some research on that.
Well, I could tell you right now, there's no secret that we lost a pretty big retailer during that time. Recently. So I would presume, that is a part of it because that retailer was probably the largest employer in the territory. So
Private retailer.
Yep.
Yeah. All right. Senator. Well, Senator Avery Lewis, you had a point. I think. Go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Commissioner McCurdy and maybe the tax assessors, or somebody could answer this. We just had the Sunset and Act 9050. Act 9050, sorry, where we had amnesty period for waiver of penalties for payments of outstanding property taxes, income taxes, and gross receipt taxes. Did we see a spurt in revenues coming in, or during that time period? Was it beneficial? Do we need to go another round of it?
Good morning, Senator Brent Laird. I'm tax collector. The period of time that the amnesty was provided is a low period in collections, and we did better than last year during the amnesty period.
When we say better, what type of numbers are we looking at?
During the amnesty, we collected some $5 million year over year. Last year it was $3.8 million. And I bring the time frame to your attention because an amnesty being given for 90 days depresses the collections for the first 30, for the first 60,
yes.
And you then see a burst in the last 30, which doesn't really make up for the previous 60 days. And so we consistently see that with every amnesty, and this is the case in this particular one.
Okay. Mr. Lee?
Yeah, yes, I concur. We initially we were on board with the theory because, we know that, we want to be able to provide a reprieve for folks who are behind.
Mm-hmm.
Once again, it's never a big boom. As Mr. Laird has said, people now are waiting for that last final month. So, those 2 months, even though it's not a significant cash influx, people are now waiting to the last minute to do it. And then this idea about extending it, then now we're creating this idea that, let's just wait around for the next amnesty, which really doesn't help our collection efforts.
Okay. Well, I hear you guys. And I understand the side you're coming from. And I understand my side where I'm coming from. When I traverse through this community, a lot of people are grateful for the reprieve that they could have hustled in and pay without those penalties and so forth. So it gave them a little chance to hustle up versus than what they would have done throughout the year. So they are grateful, and I understand your position too, but I understand their position as well too. So, sometimes we have to give and take here and there. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. I just wanted to add that despite outside of the amnesty, individuals still have an opportunity to go into the Lieutenant Governor's office and work with them in terms of the offset that could be possible, payment plan and everything else as well in that instance. So let's not be discouraged by the fact that we don't have an amnesty, and pretty much be encouraged to continue to work along with the Lieutenant Governor's office, the tax assessors, and everyone else, IRB, to make sure that you're coming in and certainly having a discussion with them on how best you could be able to address that particular issue. Senator Viela, you had a point of information?
Yes, I did. In reference to the amnesty, I'm looking at the January report from the Department of Finance, and it's showing a 12% increase cumulative for January. But I heard you said a 90-day, it averages out to the same, but I'm seeing a 12% increase. What do you attribute? Increase. So what do you attribute to the 12% increase? I would think the amnesty worked.
So I'll just start and then have Director.
No, that's what Mr. Laird.
Yeah.
Okay, so you refer to property tax.
Your property tax has increased 12% cumulative for January, and you said that it averages out over the 90 days, but I'm seeing a 12% increase. So what do you attribute that 12% increase to?
I don't attribute any such increase in January. In January of 2025, we collected 1.2 million.
No.
In January of
You're getting me as a cumulative. In January 2025, cumulative $4.7 million. Cumulative 26, $5.3 million. That's on the Department of Finance report. So I'm saying you're seeing an increase in your 26 collections versus your 25 collections of some 12%. But you said that the 90-day, it really averages out.
Yes.
But I'm seeing a 12% bump. So is that bump a result of the amnesty, or is that bump a result of, what is that bump a result of?
Okay, Senator, thank you for the question. I do not attribute that bump to the amnesty. I attribute it to the fact that 2025 collections were a bit depressed, and so we wanted to meet the mark for 2026, and so that's the effort, to always improve from last year's collections. I do not attribute it to the amnesty because
it's a combination of everything. It works.
Well, if you'd like to attribute it to that,
Now,
sir.
what I would like to do, I'm reading the data provided by Department of Finance that shows a 12% increase.
Yes.
So you can't tell me it was depressed in 1 year because we really didn't care to collect, but this year we want to collect, so it's more. It has to be a factor. Either you have a new strategy in terms of your collection, or the amnesty brought in some additional, or a combination of both. But it has to be something.
Well, I'll accept a combination of both.
Okay, thank you. Now, the last line of credit reform. The line of credit, the chair clearly asked what is the amount, and you said that in reference to operating expense, we have literally exhausted the 50 million to the tune of some 49 point something.
That's correct.
That 49 point something includes the $7 million to the hospital, the 3.5, or it doesn't include that?
It does not include that, to the best of my knowledge.
Okay, so then, colleagues, then we have $0 from what we allocated from the line of credit for the hospitals.
Senator, of the $7 million that were allocated, we actually looked at it and spent about $700,000 for Wang Louis.
Okay.
The rest, of course, we look at a line of credit for the rest of the government. So it's the same pot of money. So those are the things they submit. So we've gotten submissions approximately up to $1 million from Wang Louis, and $700,000 been expended.
Okay, so we're about $6.3 million that we now have to look for. So hopefully, as we pay down the line of credit, then the 6.3 will become available.
Correct.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Bielli. The chair will now recognize Senator Franklin D. Johnson. You recognize for your 6 minutes.
And thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Good morning to my colleagues. Good morning to the testifiers, and good morning to the viewing and listening audience. I'd like to start out my line of questioning with Public Work with a project that they spoke about, which is the Spring Gut. It's a 2015 Gavi ban. But in your testimony, you don't really say anything about the start of this project. What's the status on it? Because this has been a project that's been sitting for a while, and I think it's a $5 million project.
Ruben Jennings, Assistant Commissioner, Department of Public Works. Thank you for the question, Senator. So it went through iterations of designs. And of course, for federal concurrence, you have to perform a number of different environmental reviews, design practices have to be included. So it wasn't shovel ready in 2015. That's the simple answer.
So what's the start date?
So we're hoping to, once we have federal concurrency, we're hoping to begin our project in the summer of 2026.
Say, this is 11 years on this project, not good for me. You also spoke about the projects on Frederickstead, which have been going on for some time, the King, Queen, and Strand Street. Again, there's no start. Well, you said April. The last time we heard it was going to be right after festival. Do you have an exact start date for these projects on the town of Frederickstead?
Yes, we do. So we just to add context to the delay, the federal government changed guidelines for the disadvantaged business entities program. So it caused a delay in awarding the contract to the vendor.
And thank you very much. I'd like to go to the finance team. I'd like to find out about your vendors. How many vendors are owed more than 20 days, 120 days right now, as it stands, and what's that total?
120 days. Sorry.
Mr. Chair, help me with my time because
4 million.
I think it's a very simple question based on the amount of vendors that we have out there with outstanding payments.
You need the amount of vendors or the dollar amount that is owed?
The amount of vendors that are owed more than 120 days and a total.
So more than 120 days is to include federal dollars, it's 20 million. 20 million.
And how many vendors that rounds up to?
I'll have to get that information for you. I do not have the
And
vendors.
is there any vendors right now that has turned this government down for services based on them being owed?
If there are any vendors that has, sorry, say that last part again.
Refuse service to the government because of them being owed.
Yes, that's a continuous experience. Part of what we continue to experience is that there will be folks who, and this is a literal example without calling a vendor because I can't remember the vendor, where we'll have vendors doing business with several departments, and one department will literally owe $157, and the vendor would refuse to do business with the government after other departments have paid thousands of dollars on time. And that is the experience that we continue to navigate through.
And you're saying for $157?
I am as perplexed as you are, Senator.
I just want to make sure we got the number right because, I mean, it's hard on these vendors. You continue to hear vendors complaining about the amount of money is owed and with no kind of date in line as to when they're going to receive these outstanding payments.
I agree.
And I think it's very hard and
I agree.
very, very difficult to put a business establishment in. We can't continue to have these folks out there providing services and not being compensated.
I think that's fair.
I need to go on a subject that I would have liked to hear from, and I would like for Actalin or the Commissioner of Parks and Rec to tell us what's the outstanding for the Parley Joseph, which we haven't discussed here today, and what's the status, because for the last 2 weeks, there haven't been no one working on that project. So what's outstanding? Do we owe this company? If Actalin can answer, or Commissioner of Parks and Rec. How much, Actalin, how much owed to this company at this present time? As I said, for the last 2 weeks, there ain't nobody working on that project in Frederickstead.
I would prefer to defer to Public Works because they're the ones who are actually managing the project. So
All right.
I would defer to the Department of Public Works.
Sounds fair enough. Public Work?
Unfortunately, I do not have that information.
1 minute.
Is it possible that you can get that information today for us?
I can try.
Thank you very much. I'm good with my time. I would wait to get some information on that because the project is on standstill right now. And the last thing we was told that this project will be completed in June. But for the last 2 weeks, and I say this all the time, I go by that
30
project,
seconds.
I take a look, I also take pictures because pictures have date on them with your phone. So I'm not going to give you information that I can't prove. So I would wait for that information. I really need to know the status on that. If we owe this company as to the reason why they have pulled out of their workforce from that project. Thank you very much for the lenience, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Johnson. And Assistant Commissioner Jennings, while we have you before the mic, I know that this week you have done a round of public meetings in regards to the 2050 project plan. Is all of the projects funded in that project plan, or are you seeking will you be seeking additional funding for the plan, those planned projects?
Yes. Ruben Jennings, Assistant Commissioner, Department of Public Works. So that Master Transportation Plan project is essentially our strategic plan moving forward, and it's required by, of course, the federal government. So we include the projects that the community want to be addressed in the future and our transportation plan moving forward. So those are now approved by the community. We present those projects to Federal Highway, and they concur with us moving forward with those projects. But those projects, it doesn't necessarily mean that we have monies for those projects. So it still has to, as we get our federal allotments on the Federal Highway side, which right now it's about 20 million. Of course, we have the Garvey debt payments. So we have to manage that difference to allocate to different projects. So right now it's up to 70, I think it's almost 90 projects that the community is interested in. But it takes, the money is not there in simple answer, no. We have to manage how we allocate and how we spend for which project in terms of prioritizing.
So then there's a phasing process by which you consider those projects and then prioritize them.
Yes.
Very well. Real quickly, Chief Negotiator, in regards to the USW union, any plans on when those individuals will be brought back to the table?
Josh Springer, Chief Negotiator at the Office of Collective Bargaining. No, I do not have a set date. Once I confirm funding with OMB and the governor, then I will contact them.
Okay, so that's a pending discussion with OMB and governor.
Pending, correct.
All right. Cool. Senator Viola, you recognize for your. Thank you. Senator Viola, you recognize for your 6 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon to the people of the Virgin Islands. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon to the testifiers. Before I go to my line of questioning, we're trying to have a meeting on this Polly Joseph long-standing epic story on St. Croix, and the chair was unable to have the meeting. And a question was asked today and again, and there's some silence. Not the chair. Yeah, the chair of Sports Park. Somebody asked a question. So one of my colleagues asked a question. But Sports Park and Recreation, to your knowledge, has any liquidated damages been filed against the contractor for failure to complete the project by Christmas of 2025, as you said?
Vincent Roberts, Commissioner, Department of Sports Park and Recreation. Not to my knowledge, Senator. No.
Okay, we need to find out our ability if we could subpoena to this committee to make sure that they're able to come to that hearing, or even if they come here. But we need to get a full report on Polly Joseph. It's been too long. That contractor has clearly over $25 million that he has collected, or they have collected from this government, and we don't have a completed project. And it doesn't look like a $25 million project. So at some point, we got to bring them in, and they got to answer the questions. Because it was very quick to file breach of contract against other companies. Private companies are using private monies, but this one using government money, we seem to be hands off and just allowing them to do what they want. Mr. Lee, I know you said that we lost a major company on St. Croix, but a company left from in reference to income tax.
And on St. Thomas.
And St. Thomas.
Yeah. So
okay.
He's referring to withholdings compared of January of last year compared to January of this year.
Okay, but he was referring more to St. Croix and not St. Thomas. I think St. Thomas you saw a bump for January.
Let's see.
The numbers overall for St. Croix are below average. And we're really trying to find out. We looked at October, November, December. It was like literally half. December 2025, 7.8, and St. Croix. Overall income tax collection, individual income tax, dropped to 3.4 November was 5.5, dropped to 2.7. We're seeing some substantial decrease. And all I really want to know, are we digging deep to find out exactly what it is that we know for sure that these individuals are off the tax line or individuals just not paying the taxes?
Well, I definitely don't want to say that they're not paying. I will tell you.
No, we need to collect. Have we done any studies? My big thing is looking at the data and scrubbing the data. Do we know exactly why it has decreased to literally half? October was good, I know. October, we literally, the St. Croix collected, the numbers were the same, and then you saw this big drop in November and December, and then January you saw a bump again now to 9 million when December was 3.4. So I'm just trying to scrub these numbers as to what is going on.
I unfortunately only have January, but I could tell you this. We have lost some major taxpayers in the territory who has gone back to the States. I mean, a number.
All of them ones in Croix? Can you collect more in numbers?
Yeah, well, a number of projects that they're tied to have since finished, but I have not looked at the St. Thomas, St. Croix breakdown specifically.
Yeah, I don't know if I totally believe in that theory. I know that we have the St. Thomas district have most of the businesses based here, and if there's a loss, I really want to know, did we lose some EDC companies that had a lot of, I just want to know a bit more. Now, Mr. Reimer.
Yes, sir.
Your allotment to government department, how many months behind?
Current.
Without?
Yes.
With some percentage decrease for each
Correct. That's correct.
one? Okay. UVI?
UVI is behind 2 allotments.
2 months?
Yes.
Reason? Justification?
Just cash flow.
Non-profits?
The not-for-profits, we continue to, as they are submitted to some of the agencies, of course, sometimes you have issues where they don't submit the correct information or all the information that's needed to proceed to come to my office for release.
Okay. The Epstein settlement account, I know we're going back there. Is there a balance in the Epstein settlement account or is it zeroed out?
It's not zeroed out, Senator. I can get you the exact information. We have, and we say Epstein is a blanket because there's different.
The different earmarks from the Epstein account.
It's not just Epstein. So that's why I'm trying to.
From all of the monies relative to that, the different settlements.
Correct.
Okay.
So I just want to clarify that. But there is a 25 million for justice for the crime prevention. There is 23 million for the mental health and
those monies are there.
Yes.
The $5 million to Anne Aronson Pier. Is that there?
If it was not appropriated, and
No, it was appropriated.
If it was not, yeah. So it should.
It was appropriated. Is it there?
It is. I just don't want to tell you it's there when I am not looking at it. To be fair to you, I want to be able to give you accurate information.
And I like to give you opportunity because you're free with your answers. But we need we need to know if the monies are there and when the monies will be released to the port authority so we could get the project and St. Croix going. Mr. Laird, we asked the question over and over about the outstanding property taxes. They have not been an action in St. Thomas, I don't think, during this administration. But there have been actions in St. Croix. And every time we ask the
30
question,
seconds.
we hear something else. Actions bring people to the table to pay the bills. We saw that in St. Croix, where a number of the properties were removed because people came and paid the bills. When is the action going to be held in St. Thomas, and what's the new excuse for no actions?
Good afternoon, Senator Brett Laird, I'm tax collector. In 2025, we announced an auction in St. Thomas, and we subsequently canceled that.
What is the new date?
I'm sorry?
What's the new date?
Oh, we don't have a new date scheduled. What we're doing...
Okay, no, that's it. I just wanted that. I know there was no new date.
If I may.
No. I'm going to move on to a question, but don't have a next action on St. Croix for property unless you have an action on St. Thomas. No. Don't do that. Because there are monies that you could go after right now, and we have been asking the property tax office to go after those monies, and for whatever reason we hear we have this strategy, we have that strategy, but then we're seeing that the numbers are not what we really want it to be. Last fiscal year, we under-collected what we projected. And we need to meet those projections. The way we meet those projections is to use every single tool available under the property tax office to collect those monies. Have we resolved the issues with the timeshare, or we still at the same place? Timeshare. Have we resolved the issues? Are they now paying their property taxes as per the Timeshare Act that was passed?
There are those properties, Ludens from the tax assessor, those properties that became timeshares after the act.
No, I'm talking about those that were timeshares before, that had outstanding monies, Margaritaville, and all of those. Have we been able to settle with those companies? We had companies that had hundreds of thousands of dollars in escrow because they couldn't reconcile the amount owed. Have we reconciled, and have they made their payments to the government of the Virgin Islands?
As far as this office is concerned, we've reconciled. Their counsel has issues as to whether they should have exemptions or not, and so that's part of the setback right now.
Exemption based on what?
EDA.
This is property tax for individual owners that purchase a week. This has nothing to do with EDA benefits. This is property tax that is going to those individual owners. And those bills are sent out by the property tax office. And the idea was to consolidate them where the owner of the property will make the payment for all of the timeshares instead of having 52 payments for one unit. Has that been done?
It has been done for some of the timeshares, not all of them. And it's because, again, some of the counsel for some of those timeshares are challenging that as to who should pay the taxes and who owns the property. And that's something that is being handled. It's a communication between EDA, the tax assessor's office, and counsel for the...
Okay, so EDA attorney just didn't tell you that individual property tax has nothing to do with a company getting EDC benefits?
It is not that simple, Senator, and so I kind of don't want to go into the details of the argument. I want to walk that out with EDA and the council and the Lieutenant Governor's office. That's kind of the delays with some of those things.
It's only been about 5 or 6 years this act was passed. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator VLA. Senator Rip Fonseca, you recognize for your 6 minutes.
Yes, excuse my voice. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I'd like to start today by congratulating Nurse Alex Rosemary Barron. She's retiring today after 42 years and 8 months of government service in mental health. But we got good news. She has told me that she has recently completed her degree as a psychiatric mental health nurse practitioner. So she intends to continue to serve the community in mental health. So congratulations, she's retiring today. I'm going to have to run briefly. I don't want to miss that ceremony. I worked with her when I was in the health department. Thank you for your service, and we know mental health is important. I got a few questions. I wanted to start with Director Actalin, Adrian Williams Actalin, concerning the Suffolk construction. Specifically, Herbert Grigg, Queen Louise, and the demolition of the old Northampton, which is now the Joel T. Reimer Malloy complex. the Newt Hansen complex, which is now the Joel T. Malloy office building. What are the firm dates on those? I wanted to write those down. The completion dates on those 3 projects.
So the Newt Hansen project, that's in one bundle, and that contract has just been executed this week. We anticipate doing the kickoff meeting next week so that we can begin and finalize the anticipated dates for the Newt Hansen project for St. Thomas Healthcare Bundle. St. Thomas Newt Hansen, we expect that is in the last quarter of, I'll have to get that right back to you.
Okay, how about...
We are just in the process of kicking it off. This executed contract for St. Thomas Healthcare, we expect to begin, but I don't have a
Okay,
final
good, because you're taking all my
It's at
time to
about
give me a
2030.
date. We're going to move on. Through the chair, can you provide those dates for the Joe Malloy office building, Hobart Gregg, and Queen Louise? I wanted to ask Director Julio Reimer. Wang Louis Hospital has 5 borders and Roy Lester Snyder has 20 borders, so a total of 25 borders in those 2 facilities. That is a tremendous burden on the emergency room and the hospital facilities. What is the government's plan to substantially reduce the borders in the hospitals?
Senator, that has to be coordination between the hospitals and human services, really trying to place them in beds outside of the hospital. As you're aware, we have a systemic issue within the government in terms of the Virgin Islands where people drop their families off to the hospital and just leave them there and sometimes don't come back. So that's things we're trying to resolve, and that's an issue that's just a long, ongoing issue that's been happening. It just, this time of year, we see now a surge on SRMC, and then other times it's actually JFL have the same problem. So we're looking at and coordinating between DHS and the hospitals to resolve that problem going forward.
Okay, because the problem has been increasing. Just a few months ago, Roy Snyder had 13 borders, and they was telling me that it was unbearable, and now it's up to 20. And the borders are the elderly persons that don't need hospital critical care, but they still need attention. So I want to ask the question to Ms. Octalion. Will Herbert Grigg and Queen Louise be able to accommodate some of those borders upon completion? Is that the plan?
That is the plan, Senator, that they will be able to alleviate some of the burdens on the existing facilities.
Okay, so that's why it's even more important that those be done, because it's a tremendous uncompensated care that we're facing. Okay, so I wanted to go quickly now to the ARPA funds. The deadline to expend is December 31, 2026. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so are we going to be able to complete the expenditure of all ARPA funds, and how much funds are we talking about?
1 minute.
It's approximately like $18 million, Senator, and we expect to expend those funds probably closer to September.
Okay, I want to go quick to the Epstein, LB, and JPM funds received. You have here a line item, outstanding payments owed to behavioral health facilities and other vendors. Department of Health,
30 seconds.
6,131,000. Why is that still an outstanding balance? Give me the details on that.
That payment has been satisfied.
It has been satisfied.
That is correct, Senator.
Okay, so this is an incorrect number here then.
Not the number.
That's what was paid.
The labeling is incorrect. Yes,
Okay.
yes.
Okay, see, so when you said outstanding payments owed, you know what I think it means? It's outstanding payments owed. So that's actually outstanding payments made.
Time.
It's a big difference. Okay. Mr. Chair, can I just be able to wrap up? Okay. quick. So now the Salary Adjustments Act 8995, you're at 80% compliant. Is there a firm date? I'm following up on the line of question from my fellow Savanero senator. That 80% completion now, when are we going to finish? What's the drop dead date?
So I don't know that we have a drop dead date, but for us, it's yesterday. We were working closely with departments to make sure that we have what we need. Well, OMB has what they need in order to satisfy that act.
So you're working with the department, the people working with the government. I don't understand, what more information do you need to calculate and increase their salary? You already know what their salary is. And you already know what the minimum has to be. So what's the rocket science involved here?
Senator, is not that simple. So here it is. Before you implement the 35,000, there were some basically pending negotiated salaries that need to be implemented first. That's the first step. And then in some cases, that would push the person past the 35, so they're not eligible for increase. That's the first step. The second one, where you would have employees where they might be on a federal fund partially or 100%. You had to determine on the grant if the grant could accommodate those actual increases for those employees. In some cases, yes, some cases, no. That's some of the things that are really left for some of the major agencies, such as DHS.
Are you making it more complex than it is? Just pay the folks what they're entitled to and what the law requires. The minimum pay should be $35,000. There's no excuse. And thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you very much, Senator Fonseca. You had a response?
Yes, Senator, here it is. If I can accommodate an actual employee on a federal fund versus the general fund, I'll take that 100 times out of 100, not just saying just put them to the 35 on the general fund, knowing they can be funded from the federal government.
Point of information, Senator Bailey, you recognize?
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. The $35,000 minimum salary just exposed all of the inefficiencies in a number of HR offices that did not process individuals' pay increases. And now when the $85,000 came, they didn't do the COLA from a year and $35,000. They didn't do this COLA for that next year. So they ended up having to do multiple NOPAs to be able to satisfy what wasn't done for a period of time. So in retrospect, the $35,000 was good because it forced them to now do what they have to do, which have slowed up the process for a number of these employees really getting what they deserve. That OMB and finance can't do anything because the HR offices in a number of these areas were just not ready to execute anything. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Bailey. Point of information, Senator Avery Lewis.
Thank you. Director Reimer, you indicated to my colleague previously that you have about $80 million worth of ARPA projects still waiting to be completed.
18.
18, yes.
Correct.
In your best guess estimation, have all the okay, let me back up. All the projects have been started.
Most of them, yes. 99% of them have been started.
You have a dollar figure for those who have not started yet?
It's probably less than $1 million.
Less than $1 million.
Correct.
And those who started, do we have enough funds to complete?
Yes.
Okay. Now, for the less than $1 million, you have a game plan, time frame, like, hey, I see time coming there. I don't want to lose a penny of this.
Yes, so they have a game plan where they have a drop dead date, most likely of May 31st. If they have not started, we probably reprogram only to other projects that's within the purview of ARPA, or we reprogram it to basically revenue loss and move on.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator Lewis. Senator DeGraff, you recognize your point of information.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In regards to what the majority leader said, Commissioner, in the testimony you have, while central government agencies or OMB director are approximately 80% compliant and we are steadily closing the gap. In regards to what the majority leader said, then if you're 80% compliant, what is the issue with the 20%? I mean, there shouldn't be an issue if you're that far along. There should be a standard. So what would be the issue with the 20% going forward?
In some agencies, there are different caveats. Like DHS is pretty big. So you have different grants that some can accommodate the increase of the actual 35,000. In other cases, it's a partial. So which means they now have to go prepare the documents for partial funding, general fund versus federal funds. So now they're creating the process of, here's what I need to fund this 35,000 to get everybody funded. In some cases, it's 100%, but the federal government has denied adding the 35,000 to these individual salaries. So now there's now coming back to me saying, hey, I now need the local funds to actually accommodate the 35,000 for employees. So it's a mixed bag within just one agency alone, such as DHS.
Okay, one agency, that 20% basically.
Well, it's more than DHS. It's DHS and a couple others, probably like 5 agencies total.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for the time, Mr.
Do you have those agencies, Director? Which agencies besides DHS?
DHS, Public Works, Health, Education, and Vitima and Justice.
6. Very well, that's 6. DHS, Department of Public Works, Department of Health, Department of Education, Vitima, and Justice.
Yes.
Okay. Senator Frederick, you recognize for your 6 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. A pleasant good morning, good afternoon now. Listening and viewing audience, testifiers, thank you for coming in. My office, central staff. I wanted to ask, starting off, about the reconciliation of the fuel tax. Where are we with that? Does anyone know? And Mr. Simmons, by the way, do you know what's the balance due on that bond that we floated for WAPA on this fuel tax? Where are we?
I'm sorry, Senator, I wasn't hearing you clearly.
In terms of the fuel tax that we collect through every gallon of gasoline that we purchase, and that's being used to retire a bond for WAPA, correct?
The WAPA, I think that's Port Authority.
So, so Senator, let me jump in here. So the fuel tax, which is 14 cents, normally goes to the Virgin Islands Water and Power Authority. It's to liquidate a bond, of course. WAPA floats its own bond, so the PFA has no purview over that.
Okay.
So that question would be more attributable to a WAPA question than the team here.
So we don't know where we are. Does anyone know?
It's an automatic process where it's in a lockbox. It goes through and pays the note. So
No, I mean,
they should
saying
be
the
pretty close to
balance.
paying it off. They should be pretty close.
Pretty close, okay.
Yeah.
Because we desperately need that money. So I'm just making sure we're keeping up on that. Have we reconciled the tourism revolving fund?
So we've started the efforts of reconciling the funds, and the team will correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe that that was one of the top priorities in terms of the funds to be reconciled.
I think we gave them 90 days to complete it the last time we had a discussion about that. It should be close to that.
We should be close to that, if not completed.
Okay. And the reason I'm asking is it's hard for us to make determinations on fund balances that are grossly incorrect, or at the time when we think we have a certain amount in there, it's not. So that's why that's so important to me that we get that down. All right, tax returns. We just briefly went over that. Did we not release $7 million in December?
For tax refunds? I think for the fiscal year, we've received about, about 20 million.
Yes.
For the year?
For the fiscal year, yeah.
Yeah, in December, we did release 7 million, sorry. Yes, in December, we did release 6.9 million, yes.
And that's one of the most common questions I get asked when I'm in the streets. Like, Senator, when am I going to get my tax return? And I know it's very difficult given our cash flow to say when, but this is a priority. We really have to make sure, and retro as well, too. These are priority bills. obligations that the government has to make. And I say that because not only are people saying you're asking us to pay you, but you can't pay us money that you owe.
I think that's
and
fair.
it's unfair.
Yeah.
All right, so at least if we could try to be up on the tax payment part, because in 6 weeks we're going to ask them to make a tax payment. In 6 weeks we're going to be asking them a mandatory payment with penalties if they don't make it. And we still owe them. How many? What was the last year we have now? 2023.
Yes, we're still in the midst of paying 2023.
So let's really, do our best to help these people out, because it's difficult for everybody. As you could tell, we're struggling here having this budget finance meeting, and we're talking about how difficult things are. We're not hitting our projections. We're trying to figure out where we're going to get money from, but we're not paying either. So then it becomes cyclical and everyone starts to get frustrated. So let's make sure we make a priority to pay our people first. The Mahogany Road, AC. I got a complaint that the project has been started so long now that the road is beginning to deteriorate even more from their current repairs that were made. Is that correct or not? What's going on with the road? Why is it still just sitting there?
So it's under active construction right now. I believe the portions that they're referring to is the temporary pavement, the detour sections that we did for detour. So those were temporary, but we'll go back and assess and address.
Okay.
Yeah.
So this is the best time to ask you guys these questions, because a lot of times they ask me these questions and I say, I have no idea. I don't know exactly what's going on with the roads like that. So thank you so much for that, Commissioner, Assistant Commissioner. So my next question is, where are we with the audits? How are we coming?
1 minute.
We're coming along great. We've completed 2023. We're aiming to complete 2024 and 2025 this year. 2024 in June and 2025 in December.
2024 in June.
Yes.
This June. Okay, that's going to open up some opportunities for federally if we are able to do that.
That would be great.
So yeah, let's. All right. Then last but not least, we just had a meeting with the hospitals the last couple of weeks. The biggest issue with our hospital is money, of course.
Mm-hmm.
You, Director McCurdy, and Assistant Commissioner
30 seconds.
McCurdy and OMB Director Reimer, I know you guys sit on the board, territorial board. The critical shortage of materials or supplies, until they fix their financial situation, we as a government still have to fund that part of it. Is there anything we could do anywhere that would help the hospitals during this period of time? Because I know they're waiting on a CFO, but they still need to get these supplies done. Is there anything possibly we could do?
Immediately, I would say JFL in particular is going through. They had a hack and they're trying to come out of that so they can start billing. I think in short term we should see some improvement, but from now until then we're feeling the pressures of them not being able to collect as they would like to, or as all of us would want them to be able to. So I don't know if there's anything that we can do in terms of outside of new revenue stream that would help both us and them, but I would say it's patience maybe.
There's no supplemental appropriations we could consider, at least temporarily.
I mean, we can, but where would we find the cash to actually do it will be the tricky thing.
Mr. Chair, thank you for your leniency. I appreciate the time.
Thank you very much, Senator Frederick. Before we go on to the next senator, which will be Senator Potter, I wanted to ask you, Commissioner Roberts, in your testimony, you spoke about the a pending coastal zone management permit transfer application that you received back in December 8th, 2025 that require a signatory authorization letter from VIGL. Can you speak to what efforts have been made to reach out to them and what's the bottleneck with that particular issue at this time?
What the Vincent Roberts, Commissioner, Department of Sports, Park and Recreation. So we are basically just waiting for the letter from them. Legal counsel has been in touch with them, and it's just to get that letter so we could proceed with the transfer.
So we're just waiting. Are we making some efforts? Are we setting the timelines?
Up to yesterday, I spoke with legal counsel, and they were to reach out yesterday to find out what's the hold up. So we are communicating with them and pushing to get that letter.
Because it seems to me that this hinges on us being able to move forward on this particular project. So there must be some level of urgency or prioritization so that we can ensure that we get this letter in a timely fashion.
Correct. It is.
It is. Very well. Thank you. Senator Potter, you recognize for your 6 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues, and a special good afternoon to the members of the governor's financial team. I wanted to start by asking Commissioner McCurdy, the FY 2025 unaudited report shows total expenditures exceeded revenues by roughly $38 million. How do you reconcile calling the fiscal position of the government stable when we're operating at a deficit?
So, thank you for the question, Senator. In the last 3 years, that deficit in 2023 was $300 and something million. We've reduced it to $38 million. I think we're heading in the right direction. We're not where we want to be, obviously, but I think to reduce it by that amount in that time deserves some credit, I would say, just to tap myself on the shoulder a little bit.
Absolutely, absolutely. So we're heading in the right direction.
We're heading in the right
stable,
direction.
but we're heading in the right direction.
Yeah, we're not falling off the rails. So stable in that sense, not the sense of we're doing great, but the wheels are not falling off.
Okay.
They're squeaking, but not falling off.
Thank you for that clarification. Now, the special fund deficit, the special fund shows a deficit of $64 million. Which specific funds are driving that loss, and how are they being backfilled?
I'd have to, let me provide that more detail to you, because I would definitely give you the wrong information. I don't want to do that.
Okay. Okay. You report only 10.7 days of cash on hand.
Yeah.
And I did a little research, and the Government Finance Officers Association is saying that for a safe level of cash at hand would be 60 days. That would be considered adequate. 90 to 120 days would be considered healthy or stable. 150 to 180 days would be considered strong and well managed. Considering those numbers, doesn't 10.7 days of cash at hand, shouldn't we as a government have a serious level of anxiety given how close to the margins we're functioning as a government right now?
Anxiety, I would say, my honest answer, these are familiar paths. We've walked these roads before. We've been down these roads for quite some time. This is not new to us. We have been able to manage our finances for quite some time. And 10 days, yes, none of us want to be here, but we've been able to manage through working with the Office of Management and Budget and other stakeholders to make sure that we're managing our costs and trying to control it as best as we can. It's not the best place to be, ideally, and it's very important that you put those numbers in the public space, because it is important for us to let folks know the work collaboratively that all of us are contributing to get us to a point where we haven't missed a payroll, we haven't missed a bond payment. We pay our bills. Even though it's tight, we tighten our belt and we pay our bills.
If gross receipts collections were to decline for 2 consecutive months, can the government meet payroll without borrowing?
Hopefully, we never have to get there. But I think, and I'll plug Director Ryman. We would hate for that to happen, but we have, I think, levers, again, working with the legislature that we can pull should we get to a point of extreme distress. Our budget stabilization fund has about $13 million in it, and there are other resources that we can tap into, obviously, again, working with the legislature, should we get to that unfortunate point where payroll would not be impacted.
Okay. I know my colleague mentioned that both you and Director Reimer sit on the hospital board.
That is correct.
I know, we get the calls just about every day about the state of our hospitals. And the issue of, I think you mentioned collections, hospitals being able to collect.
Yeah.
Now, is the issue in your board meetings, just to be a fly in the wall, is there a conversation about billing, like the hospital doing, aggressively prioritizing billing? Because if you don't bill, if that's not the number one priority, how can you expect to collect?
Yep.
So I just want to kind of get a sense
1 minute
to how those discussions go.
The discussions I had where it's not even just billing. Billing is billing correctly, and then collecting your funds that due. Also
timely.
Billing timely.
Yeah.
If you don't bill timely, you lose the opportunity to bill at all. So those are the discussions we actually have with the hospitals to say, hey guys, despite you went into a situation where you were hacked, here it is now, you coming out. Can we make sure we could go back and inform those entities, the insurance company, Medicaid, Medicare, that here it is, this was a situation beyond your control, that now we have to go back and bill these individuals. And JFL has begun that process, and we're expecting within the next few months they have cash flow that's coming in from those old bills that was almost a year old. So that's what we're looking at.
Because we saw the challenges with billing even before the hacking. It's like it's a systemic issue that, we need to just say this is something that we must do if we are to maintain our hospitals.
That's why we contracted a company to come in and look at the revenue cycle and assist with billing. So that's in place now, and it's helping not one, but both hospitals going forward.
Okay. I want to ask my final question. My time was called. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for your generosity. I wanted to ask Director Williams-Actolin, for assets, Director, for assets like hospitals or schools, the horizontal infrastructure, how are we modeling or how are we factoring in maintenance costs? Have we been thinking and, integrating once these facilities are constructed? Because we do a great job. We're excited about standing up new things in the Virgin Islands. It's something that gives us a sense of energy and excitement. But there's always been a challenge of maintenance or maintaining our facilities. How does that play into what we are doing now with these new bundles that we're embarking on right now?
Thank you for the question, Senator. The agencies or the owners for the projects, we've always been sharing with them that once they design these projects, they design with operations and maintenance in mind. Building facilities that can, in structures and design options that account for the fact that you would have to include maintenance costs in your budgets when planning. So the federal government, related to the FEMA funds, does not include operation and maintenance dollars. So those are the conversations that we're having in the programming, where whatever you plan to do, make sure that you have a strategy for maintaining. And not to belabor the point, but that's why when you're looking at the designs for the hospitals, they're incorporating similar methodologies so that when they get to the operations and maintenance, similar types of equipment, and that can be shared among the hospitals. So, and as well as the schools that you're seeing, that some of those schools that are in those bundles together. So it's a conversational piece and planning right now. And once it gets to the point where we're transitioning from construction to operations, the contractor will provide training on how to maintain the equipment that's in the schools. A lot of it is new equipment and new technology. So the training happens, and then it's upon the departments and agencies to ensure the operations and maintenance of those equipment.
Okay. Thank you very much for your flexibility, Mr. Chair. Thank you for your responses.
Thank you very much, Senator Potter, for your line of questions. Just real quickly, well, you can put 4 minutes on the clock for me, and 6 minutes, I'm sorry, for myself here real quickly. Commissioner McCurdy, in respect to the central government continue to fund and support our semi-autonomous and autonomous agency, do you have an amount that in FY 2025 we could account for how much money was allotted to our semi-autonomous agency accumulatively?
I can get that information for you. I don't have it off the top of my head.
Any idea what that amount is?
Semi-autonomous? The hospital is about 70, 35 each. No, we can get that. It's readily available. I just don't have it off the top of my head.
Very well. Do you believe, and based on observation that I've made, sitting here as the finance chair, as a lot of time we see that the central government is able to hold its own in respect to revenues coming into our coffers. I think the challenge comes in where we're seeing that semi-autonomous and autonomous agencies become a key pressure point where additional funding has to be then allocated to those agencies. What do you say about that? What would you say in that observation?
I would agree with it to an extent. I think part of the pressure that we have as financial managers, for lack of a better term, is line of sight on what we owe. Right now, our payable stands at $57 million. 44% of that, or what was that, 24 million of it, we see after, they're submitted late. Payments are due 30 days after invoice. 44% of that, we see it late. So when we have a plan, Director Reimer and I sit down, here's what our cash looks like, here's what we're going to address, here are some pressing issues after we've had our discussions. We get 44% of what we owe added to us. Think of it, listening, all of us here, we have budgets in our respective homes. If 44% of what you have to pay at the end of the month comes to you on the last day of the month, unless your resources are limitless, you're scrambling to make a payment. And that's part of the cycle that we're trying to break, where we may not be able to pay it, but we just tell us what we have.
So let's put a pin right there. Let's put a pin right there. From that perspective, then, how do you then work along with the CFOs, the directors of finances, and those various agencies to be a part of this comprehensive, look at the government finances in totality? So
right now, what we're doing is we're bringing CFOs in with their HR folks, federal folks, to get an idea of exactly what you owe. Yesterday, or whenever it wasn't yesterday. Tuesday, we had Sports Park and Rec in. Sports Park and Rec at the time had, I think it was 130, a small amount, relatively speaking, that we had covered in the week prior. So having those conversations with folks, hey, here's what you have, here's what we've covered those payments. What do you have coming down the pipeline? I think that puts us in a better position. So even though it's not in the system as yet, we at least know and can anticipate and plan for it.
How does Department of Education plays into that financial accountability and the central government, OMB, finance having a perspective of what's transparent within those finances?
Same process. We have them in next week, more than likely, and we'll be having that similar discussion with them to get an idea. Part of the issue too is, I think, Vendors, also, there's a delay there in terms of them getting the invoices to the department. Just to be clear, there are 3 reasons, I think, why payments are delayed. Late submission to the department late submission to finance, and finance not being in a position at that time to make payment because of cash.
Okay. Let me move on a little bit to Department of Public Works. The East Airport Road, Melvin Evans intersection. What's happening with the road repairs in that area?
Ruben Jennings, Assistant Commissioner, Department of Public Works. Yes, we do have a vendor. We amended the contract, the Clifton Hill contract, to include the intersection. It was scheduled to be paved already, but the contractor encountered some issues. So in the next 30 days, we expect for it to work to begin.
Next study. And while we're on the Melvin Evans Highway,
1 minute.
There's a tremendous amount of potholes on the Melvin Evans Highway in itself throughout. It allows for a vehicle to traverse at the rate of 55 miles an hour or more, which again presents some issues when individuals hit potholes on a highway at that speed. What's being done, and I know that there's federal funding, there must be some federal requirement that at least those potholes should be
30
taken care of in a
seconds.
timely fashion. Where are we with that?
Yeah. Good question. So we have our in-house patching team that will be responsible for patching those potholes. In fact, we restarted our program yesterday. So they've started to patch the major highways and intersections yesterday. So I'll make sure to have Melvin Evans included.
And throughout the island, I'm seeing that there's red markings around holes.
Yes.
Is that an indication that those are about to be repaired or pending repair? What's happening with those in that marker?
Yes, we are planning to address all the major byways first and then head into the neighborhoods. But I just asking the community for patience and some time. So we do have a small patching team on this in all districts. Yeah.
Very well. And to wrap up my round, Director Richardson, in regards to vacancies in government, where are we in filling those vacancies? Do we have a perspective of the amount of vacancies we do have and our intent or ability to fill those vacancies?
Thank you for that question, Senator. I do believe right now we have about 120 vacancies posted on the website, and it's really up to those agencies to be able to post any additional that we may not have line of sight to. We are working with OMB to try to tighten up the time frame for hiring by adding a KPI of number of days to hire to each agency so that we can shorten that window. Because once we send that referral list to the agencies, it's up to them to do the hiring. So we are continuing with our recruitment efforts. We've done at least 6 events so far for the fiscal year.
Thank you. Property tax. I had a concern recently where I was informed that an individual tried to make payment under their property tax and the system was down. When I contacted the office, apparently there was some challenge with individuals being able to validate. I think it might have been done on the cell phone and being able to validate some of the issues with Liberty and other areas. What is the fallback? And I guess this will also go for the Commissioner of Finance in instances where individuals are unable to access a particular agency to pay whatever fees, fines, or taxes that's owed. Don't we have a fallback that goes back to Department of Finance or some entity to be able to collect?
Brent Laird, I'm tax collector. Senator, we don't have such a fallback in place, but we were cognizant of the fact that the online system had been updated to include another security feature. And so it caused some people to have some issues with being able to get through. So as a part of that reason, the amnesty was extended until Monday to give people a couple more days to make payments. So whoever had issues, they typically would contact our office, and we had other methods of arranging for them to make a payment by submitting, say, a single-use credit card authorization form.
Okay. In the grand scheme of things, though, don't you think that would be necessary for us to be able to have some mechanism by which a person that wanted to make a payment, they could be anywhere in the world, that in fact, if they can't access the Lieutenant Governor's office, a BIR, that there should be some fallback, because we don't want to miss the opportunity to be able to collect revenues.
No, I agree with you.
Yeah, so at some instance, there should be some fallback that says, if you can't get BMV, then come to the Department of Finance. If you can't get BIR, come to the Department of Finance. There should be some fallback, so that we don't miss revenues.
I know there were discussions along those lines, but it's not anything that is currently in practice.
All right, that is something that should be considered. Point of information, Senator Fonseca. I'm sorry, I forgot.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Jennings, Ruben Jennings, Public Works. Okay, so the Bovoni Road, you mentioned that, which is now the Benny Benborn Stevens Drive. You're going to go from the bridge, the Wayne Faxman Adam Bridge, go all the way down to Bolongo by where the new head start is. Where is going to be the start and end of that road?
Thank you for the question, Ruben Jennings, Assistant Commissioner. So based on the funding that we have available, the senators, you did pass it, so thank you. We have to do segments because we don't have enough to do that entire stretch. So we're picking out the worst segments, and to add context as well, we're in talks with Liberty because they did do some trenching on the roadway. So we're seeing how we could negotiate, strategizing, using the same exact contractor to repair those bad segments of that roadway.
Yeah, so now Bacanada too, the road, the dot road, Bacanada, that is going to be in that's all of that is in?
Yes, we plan to have the same contractor address the entire location.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you very much, Senator Fonseca. Senator Padre, recognized for your point of information.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Just a quick question for Assistant Commissioner Jennings. You mentioned in your testimony, Assistant Commissioner Jennings, that the Fort Christian parking lot was substantially complete. So I just wanted to get a sense as to what else specifically needs to be done for it to be fully complete.
Yeah. Thank you for the question. It's mostly documentation, closeout, but actually for the public, you could now charge your vehicles at the parking lot. The EV charging is now installed and available.
Thank you for your response.
Thank you very much. Senator DeGraff, you have a point of information you recognize.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. In regards to road repair, General Gata, which is now the Irvin Brown Street, paving for the Savan area. I didn't hear you mention anything about Savan. Put that on the record for me, please.
Yes, thank you, Senator. A number of projects we didn't mention, but that project, I know you've been a big proponent. We have it scheduled for March because we have federal monies, the DOI grant that we have to expend by March.
March 26th?
March 2026.
Excellent. Thank you. Thank you.
Senator Blyden, you recognize for your point of information.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Also, in respect to that line of questioning by the former senator before the last, point of clarification, is that Lima Road or Bavoni Road? Because I saw you mention Carrot Bay, etc. So, and the funds were for Lima Road?
Yes.
In Bavoni, not Bavoni Road, correct?
So, separate, I know the Senate passed a bill in 2025.
Yeah.
Where we had line items for the different roads. So, Carrot Bay is included. Different line items, but you are correct. 600,000 was line item just for the Bovoni Lima Road.
And what the time frame for Carrot Bay?
So since those are local funds, of course we coordinate with the financial team. So we're trying to expand on the federal portions first, and then.
Appreciate it.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Blyden. Senator Lewis.
Thank you, Assistant Commissioner Jennings. You talked about the Fort Christian parking lot. We have any change left back?
Change?
Yeah. Any monies left back on her project?
Oh, no. In fact, that project
you use every drop?
It costs us way more than...
The reason why I ask that is because I know, we have the restrooms there, and I'd like to see a little upgrade to the facility. The restroom there,
Okay.
Carnival around the corner. I mean, every year in, year out, we got plumbing issues. Sometimes we used to have a plumber on hand. He get too full of the carnival, we can't find him. Yeah, you get full of the carnival. So we have to, let's put some new fixtures in there, fans and so forth, The ladies' restroom, let's put toilet seat covers, things that we need, man. We have a beautiful parking lot. Thank you for what you do. And then I see you building up Western Cemetery 3. Let's see if we could ease in a restroom in there and Eastern Cemetery. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Lewis. Senator VLA.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ms. Williams, Dr. Lynn, in reference to complex, the CTEC portion of complex, does the design include equipment? Is going to be a complete rehab to include supplies and equipment?
So certain furnitures, fixtures, and equipment are a part of funding that has been received. So it has to be fixtures and equipment that are already installed equipment in the facility, and that's eligible.
Okay, so all of the vocational labs that presently have equipment, those equipment are eligible for replacement?
As long as they were originally in the damage assessment.
Okay, that's a different story because I don't even know if they were in the damage assessment. Can you check on that? And lastly, the Envision program, especially a lot of homeowners on St. Croix, getting a lot of complaints in reference to contractors not getting paid and the work is stopped on homes. What is the status of that in terms of all of these homes that work were taking place and all the contractors have literally stopped working?
So we had one contractor that the contract expired, and the contract that was held by the Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authority. So all work had to be stopped on that contract. My understanding is that it has since been sent. The agreement has since been sent to the contractor, and so we should be able to get that contract reinstated, and any work that has been stopped can continue.
Okay, do we have an extension on the use of the Envision monies?
So far we are at 2027, I believe. They have a burn plan that would allow us to get the homes into construction, and hopefully if they're not completed, we're demonstrating enough progress so we can get an additional extension.
Okay, thank you so much.
Come.
Thank you. I think that completes the wrap-up round. The point of information. That was a wrap-up round there. I wanted to, I guess, Commissioner McCurdy, what is keeping you up at night? What is really keeping you up at night regarding this whole financial situation? What is giving you a migraine? What is the migraine coming from?
I think so. And I know it's for everybody, but I work closely with Director Reimer. But for us, being able to come here and say that we are, current with our payments, everything is good, is extremely important to us. Not being able to do that is not something that we take lightly. It's not something that we just kind of shrug our shoulders on. We want to be able to do that. We're trying to move heaven and heart to make sure that we get that done, that we're making sure that, we're working together with this body to make sure that Virgin Islanders are seeing improvement and feeling that improvements in their pockets, and businesses are, not having to make tough decisions like we have to make, that we are somehow absorbing some of that stresses. So not being able to do that as consistently as we would want to is what kind of keeps us up.
Same question to you, Director Actolin.
Having all of the construction that's in schedule, moving all of these projects at the same time, making sure the contractors get paid, making sure that we navigate from all the agencies, the Department of Planning and Natural Resources, FEMA, environmental requirements, the housing issues that we have, the ability to find housing, the ability to find workers, just moving the Envision homes. And I could go on and on, but yes, all those things, the complexity of what we're about to engage in the territory. And the last piece that has added to what I just mentioned that has been going on for years is our ability to level off after we've peaked somewhere about 2029, 2030. And how do we level off and make sure that we still have an economy that is stable when most of this recovery dollars has been spent?
And do you believe, Director Acklin, that you have in place all of the necessary guardrails? Of course, we don't know, what curveball could be thrown our way in the near future, but in respect to the federal funds, do you believe that we have all of the guardrails in place, funding obligated to ensure that we're protecting the disaster recovery funds that have come to this territory, from any potential clawbacks?
So I feel comfortable in the fact that we have about 90% of all of the complex projects under contract, so we can be clear in demonstrating progress to the federal government. We continue to develop policies and ways to streamline and also for compliance so that we can ensure that once we get the money that we can actually keep all the funds that we have.
Thank you, brother.
Very well, thank you. At this time, I'll allow for each of the big three to that testified today. That would be the Governor's Financial Team, Public Works, Sports, Park and Recreation, and Office of Disaster Recovery to just give a 30-second wrap-up. Close off. I'll come to you first.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Budget Committee, for having this discussion with us today. Looking forward to continue to work with each and every one of you, and happy Black History Month.
Thank you. Assistant Commissioner Jennings?
Yes, thank you. As always, I want to close by, on behalf of Commissioner Gabriel, thanking the men and women who serve in the Department of Public Works. I cannot thank you enough for your commitment and your unwavering service to the community. I salute you for every work that you do. To the public, thank you for your patience. I know it's frustrating at times, but I want to assure you that we do have the public's best interest at heart. And again, thank you, Chairman, for having this hearing today. Thank you, Senators, as well.
Thank you very much, Assistant Commissioner Jennings. Commissioner Vincent Roberts.
Thank you, Chairman Francis Jr. and the members of the 36th Legislature. The department is continuing to push around the Doc James racetrack. I know the importance to the island of St. Croix, more so to the territory. We are planning and getting solicitations, packages ready sometime in March so that we could meet our internal deadlines and get this track up and running.
Thank you very much. And Director Acklin?
I want to say thank you to all the stakeholders involved in this recovery, from the Autobots, my team, to the various agencies that we have to work collaboratively with, our contractors, all of the federal agencies that's involved in this. It's a Herculean task, and also this August body to be able to continue to work together so we can really build a resilient Virgin Islands. And from the bottom of my heart, I just want to express my appreciation to every one of our stakeholders.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And I must allow for OMB, Director Primer, to say something, closing off.
On behalf of the financial team, we constantly want to be in communication, of course, with this body to let you know where we are financially as a government and how we assist the people of the Virgin Islands. So therefore, for us, thank you for having this meeting, and we continue to look forward to having them.
Again, thank you very much for coming here and giving us the update on the governance from the governor's financial team. My takeaway or my assessment is that from the reporting that you have given, we are stable or we're still in ICU. We're still in the careful monitoring of our finances. While there's some stability and there's some progress being made, the monitors are still being on. So we need to continue to monitor our actions. We need to be responsible. We need to continue to have that oversight of the various agencies. We need the collaboration, communication that need to be had with our semi-autonomous agencies and continue to work in the best interest. The Committee of Budget, Appropriations, and Finance stands at recess for 15 minutes. The Committee of Budget, Appropriations, and Finance is out of recess. At this time, Madam Clerk, please call up the item in block number 2.
Block number 2, Bill number 36-0236, an act amending Title 33 Virgin Islands Code, Subtitle 3, Chapter 111, Section 3061 by increasing the amount of money that is to remain in the Virgin Islands Insurance Guarantee Fund before any interest can be deposited into the general fund. Sponsored by Senator Kurt A. Vailey. Invited testifiers are Honorable Kevin G. McCurdy, Commissioner, VI Department of Finance, Mr. Julio Reimer Sr., Director, Office of Management and Budget, Glendina Matthew Esquire, Director, Division of Banking, Insurance and Financial Regulation, Office of the Lieutenant Governor, and Mr. Jeremy R. Austin, President, Virgin Islands Insurance Guarantee Association. Bill number 36-0258, an act reprogramming administrative fees resulting from the bonds issued for the Fortress Investment Group transfer for various projects and initiatives to enhance the economic development of St. Croix and to be deposited into the Budget Stabilization Fund. Sponsored by Senator Kurt A. Vailey. Invited testifiers are Honorable Kevin McCurdy, Executive Director, Virgin Islands Public Finance Authority, Honorable Jennifer Matarangas King, Commissioner, VA Department of Tourism, Mr. Carlton Dow, Executive Director, VA Port Authority, and Mr. Julio Reimer, Senior Director of Office of Management and Budget. Bill number 36-0259, an act amending Title 29, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 23, Section 1313, by expanding benefits under the Hotel Development Program for hotel improvement and expansion projects on St. Croix, sponsored by Senator Kurt A. Vealie. Invited testifiers are Honorable Jennifer Matarangas King, Commissioner via Department of Tourism, and Mr. Wayne Biggs Jr., Executive Director, Virgin Islands Economic Development Authority. This ends the reading of today's agenda, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. We do have all of the testifiers seated for these next three bills in block number 2, and we'll go to the testifiers table to just recognize them at this time. And we'll start off from my left to my right. Mr. Benjamin.
Good afternoon, Senator Novell Francis, other members of this committee. I am Dwayne Benjamin, Assistant Chief Executive Officer of the United States Virgin Islands Economic Development Authority.
Good afternoon. Next.
Good afternoon, Carlton Dow, Virgin Islands Sports Authority Executive Director.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Kevin McCurdy, Commissioner of the Department of Finance.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Juliet Reimer, Office of Management and Budget Director.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Alan E. Henneman, Assistant Commissioner, Department of Tourism.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Magdalene Burke, Office of the Lieutenant Governor, Division of Banking, Insurance, and Financial
Let's
Regulation.
get our name again, please.
Magdalene Burke.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Jeremy Austin, President of the Virgin Islands Guarantee Association.
Good afternoon. Let's go over to St. Croix.
Good afternoon, Glendina Matthew, Director, Division of Banking, Insurance, and Financial Regulation, under the Lieutenant Governor's Office.
Good. Thank you. And Mr. Simmons.
Good afternoon. Nathan Simmons, Director of Finance and Administration, Public Finance Authority.
Good afternoon. Thank you. Who speaks to bill number 36.0236?
I do, Mr. Chair.
Do you recognize for presentation of bill number 36.0236?
Thank you. I thought I was hearing a short version of myself. Mr. Chair, I offer bill number 36.0236, which is a very simple bill. It just raises the cap or the minimum balance in the insurance guarantee fund from $50 million to $55 million. We got to remember that the insurance guarantee fund was created after Hurricane Hugo and has stayed at the same amount for a number of years. And Mr. Chair, you will, and your Vice Chair, you will remember that there was a point when the insurance guarantee fund was down below $20 million because monies were utilized for other areas as needed. And it is through the legislature that we were able to increase the insurance guarantee fund by an average of $10 million every year until we hit the threshold that we now have at $50 million. But because this amount was set from over 25 years ago, it is time for us to increase the amount to $55 million. The fund presently has more than $15 million in it. It's somewhere above 60-something million with collections still coming for the rest of the year. So the $55 million is not a hard ask. And the government of the Virgin Islands, as per legislation that was passed, to have 20 million of those monies go to the general fund, will still have more than sufficient to go to meet the 20 million threshold. But the monies we are talking about are just those that are in excess of the $50 million that we now want to increase it to $55 million. We're also making an exchange that's very important, the amount given to individuals who, as a result of an insurance company becoming insolvent, was capped at $50,000. With the increased cost of construction, we have risen that, we have increased that number to $75,000 because the number was back from 25, 30 years ago. So that number is now $75,000. And in discussion with the Office of the Lieutenant Governor, and the last hurricanes that passed and insurers that were insolvent partially, we have never utilized that full $50 million. So raising it to $75,000, raising it from $50,000 to $75,000 is not in any way going to affect the fund in a negative way. And I really believe that we need to continuously, based on the liquidity of the government, throughout the years, continue to just raise the cap a little bit. So in the event that something catastrophic happened and we have an insurer that becomes insolvent, we have those monies that protect the people of the Virgin Islands. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator VLA, for presentation on bill number 36-0236. At this time, we'll go to the testifiers, and we'll recognize Director Julio Reimer Sr. For his testimony.
Good afternoon. The Honorable Senator Noel E. Francis Jr., Chairman of the Committee on Budget, Appropriation, and Finance, members of the Committee on Budget, Appropriation, and Finance, other members of the 36th Legislature, and viewing and listening audience. I am Julio A. Reimer Sr., Director of the Office of Management and Budget. I am here to discuss Bill number 36-0236, which proposes to increase the statutory minimum balance of the Virgin Islands Insurance Guarantee Fund from $50 million to $55 million. The Insurance Guarantee Fund was established to support the financial stability of the Virgin Islands Insurance Guarantee Association, which plays a crucial role in fulfilling the obligation of insolvent insurance. This fund is particularly vital in the wake of natural disasters that can affect our territory. Earlier this year, this body appropriated $4 million for territory-wide streetlight improvements to the Virgin Islands Water and Power Authority, based in part of the assessment of the Insurance Guarantee Fund has maintained excess capacity. The current status of this fund, the Insurance Guarantee, maintains at approximately a balance of $62 million. Projections indicate that the government of Virgin Islands expect to collect an additional $22 million annually, with $20 million allocated for the general fund to help support budgetary balance. Under the existing statutory framework, the fund maintains approximately a 20% cushion above the required minimum, providing a valuable buffer for emergencies or unexpected insurer insolvencies. Second, the constructive considerations regarding the proposed increase. While the proposed increase may appear modest, we respectfully encourage consideration of several fiscal and economic factors that suggest maintaining the current statutory minimum at this time may be a more prudent course. First, maintaining financial flexibility. It is essential for the government of the Virgin Islands to preserve sufficient liquidity and budget flexibility to navigate economic downturns, revenue fluctuations, and urgent response needs. Increasing the statutory minimum would effectively set aside an additional $5 million, limiting the government's ability to allocate resources during periods of fiscal uncertainty. In a small island economy, even the modest constraints of liquidity can significantly affect the government's responsiveness to public needs. Second, utilizing capital for greater impact. The Insurance Guarantee Fund typically operates under conservative investment guidelines that yield minimum returns and limited economic impact. Requiring additional funds to remain in reserves increases the opportunity for capital costs that would otherwise support essential services, infrastructure projects, and other critical investments. Ensuring the public funds remain optimally deployed is an important component of sound fiscal management. Third, limited incremental consumer protection. The primary mission of the fund is to protect policyholders in the event of insurer failure, and the fund currently maintains a balance that exceeds the existing statutory requirement. Increasing this minimum threshold 10% is unlikely to produce meaningful improvements in consumer protection, insurer solvency, and systemic risk reduction. An actual analysis would help determine whether a true funding deficiency exists before pursuing such an increase. Long-term structural rigidity. Historically, statutory fund minimums tend to increase over time and rarely reduce. This upward ratchet can divert resources from critical services, constrain strategic investments, and increase reliance on borrowing, potentially contribute to long-term debt pressures. As fiscal agility remains essential, it is important to carefully consider the long-term implication of introducing additional rigidity in the statute. In conclusion, in summary, while proposed to raise the Insurance Guarantee Fund from $50 million to $55 million, it is well-intentioned. It would reduce the government's financial flexibility, limit capital availability when generating minimum return, provide only marginal additional consumer protection, and introduce unnecessary budget rigidity. Given these considerations, we respectfully encourage the committee to revisit Bill number 36-0236 and allow the government financial management team to continue overseeing the fund under the current statutory threshold of $50 million, therefore optimizing resources for the benefit of the territory. Thank you for this opportunity to testify. I, along with Commissioner McCurdy, am available to answer any questions the committee may have.
Thank you very much, Director Reimer, for your testimony. Next, we'll recognize Glendina Matthew, Esquire, from Director of Banking, Insurance, and Financial Regulation in the Division of Office of the Lieutenant Governor. You recognize for your testimony at this time.
Good day, Chairman, Honorable Novell E. Francis Jr., honorable members of the 36th Legislature of the Virgin Islands, Committee on Budget, Appropriations, and Finance, other senators present, and the listening and viewing audience. I am Attorney Glendina P. Matthew, Director of the Division of Banking, Insurance, and Financial Regulation Division within the Office of Lieutenant Governor and Commissioner of Insurance, the Honorable Trugenza A. Roach, Esquire. I respectfully appear before you today to testify on Bill number 36-0236, an act amending Title 33 VI Code, Subtitle 3, Chapter 111, Section 3061, by increasing the amount of money that must remain in the Virgin Island Guarantee Fund before any interest can be deposited into the general fund. I am accompanied by the division's Assistant Director, Magdalene Burke. The division is pleased to advise this body that it fully supports this bill, which proposes to increase the amount that must be maintained in the Virgin Islands Guarantee Fund from $50 million to $55 million. As of February 24, 2026, the fund balance maintained by the Department of Finance is at $64 million. This increase will strengthen the fund and increase the financial protection available to policyholders and claimants in the Virgin Islands in the event of an insurer's insolvency. Increasing the Virgin Islands Insurance Guarantee Fund is important for several key reasons. Policyholder protection. Guarantee funds provide a critical safety net for policyholders when an insurer becomes insolvent. The funds ensure that claims are paid and that policyholders are not left financially devastated due to circumstances beyond their control. Market stability. The existence of a well-funded guarantee system promotes confidence in the insurance market. This confidence is essential for the functioning of insurance market, allowing policyholders to purchase insurance coverage with the knowledge that they will be protected in the event of a loss. Financial stability. Guarantee funds help prevent the failure of one insurer from creating systematic disruption across the insurance market. By mitigating ripple effects, the funds protects both consumers and the broader financial system. This measure is essential to ensure continued consumer protection and a stable, trustworthy insurance marketplace in the territory. Over the years, the Virgin Islands has endured catastrophic hurricanes, most notably Hurricane Hugo, Hurricane Marilyn, Hurricanes Irma and Maria. These catastrophic storms resulted in billions of dollars in damages nationwide and millions of dollars in claims in the Virgin Islands. Historically, several insurers became insolvent following these events, triggering payments from the Virgin Island Insurance Guarantee Fund. Most recently, Hurricanes Irma and Maria resulted in payouts of approximately $9 million in claims and expenses, which resulted from the insolvency of Real Legacy, a Puerto Rico domiciled insurance company. While the frequency of insurers' insolvencies in the Virgin Islands due to catastrophes have decreased over time, the severity of catastrophes is increasing. Raising construction costs and inflation rising in construction costs and inflation continue to drive up claim values. As a result, maintaining and strengthening the guarantee fund is both prudent and necessary. Act number 8211. In your deliberation of this bill, also note on October 2019, as part of the National Association of Insurance Commissioners, NAIC accreditation standards, this legislative body passed Act number 8211, which amended Title 22, Chapter 10 of the Virgin Islands Code, adding the Life and Health Products in the Virgin Islands Insurance Guarantee Act covered claims. Currently, all accredited states and territories except the Virgin Islands have separate property and casualty and life and health insurance guarantee funds. To obtain accreditation, we were able to lobby the NAIC for an exception for the Virgin Islands. However, if the Virgin Islands continues to maintain one insurance guarantee fund for PNC and life and health, the NAIC may ultimately require that the Virgin Islands further increase the amount in the fund to accommodate the new possible life and health claims. As discussed, we are in support of the increase in the Virgin Islands Insurance Guarantee Fund cap. However, consideration should be given to also increasing the amount of each covered claim to $75,000 from $50,000 as provided in Title 22 of Section 237A1 of the Virgin Islands Code. Currently, the maximum a policyholder or claimant can receive is $49,950, which is $50,000 minus $50. As discussed with the bill sponsor, increasing the cap a policyholder or claimant can receive is a critical issue driven by the fact that construction costs have risen dramatically, often outpacing existing policy limits and statutory cap. Most recently, the real legacy insolvency resulted in 296 covered claims paid by the VI Guarantee Fund. And of the 296 paid claims, 52 claims were over $49,950 threshold. 23 claims were $75,000 or under, and 29 claims were over $75,000. The dramatic rise in construction material and labor costs has made the statutory caps in many states and territories, including the Virgin Islands, insufficient and do not align with current construction costs. Materials and labor costs have increased dramatically, and policyholders are increasingly left undercompensated when the cap is applied. The last update to the Virgin Island Guarantee Fund statutory cap was on September 30th, 1985. To provide some context, I've provided below the number of states and territories that have caps on each claim from the lowest at $50,000, which is the Virgin Islands, to the highest at $5 million, which is Michigan. One state the territory, specifically the Virgin Islands, is at $50,000. Two states is at $100,000. One state is at $150,000. 36 state is at $300,000. 10 state is at $500,000. One state is at $1 million, and one state is at $5 million. Why is the Virgin Islands Guarantee Fund important? The fund is essential because monies from these funds pay policyholders and claimants whose insurers become insolvent. The Virgin Islands Insurance Guarantee Association legislative mandate is to pay claims of policyholders of an insolvent company when that company's asset becomes insufficient to meet their obligation to policyholders. The proceeds used to pay these claims comes from assessments made against insurance companies that are member of the respective guarantee association. In the Virgin Islands, insurers are charged a 5% assessment on the premium written in the territory. In conclusion, we respectfully request the committee's approval of Bill number 36-0236 with the recommended amendment to increase the Virgin Islands insurance guarantee cap on each claim from $50,000 to $75,000. The adoption of this measure strengthens the division's ability to effectuate its dual mandate of regulating the insurance industry and protecting consumer interests. Chairman Francis, member of the Committee on Budget, Appropriation, and Finance, all senators present, and the listening and viewing audience. This concludes the division's testimony on Bill number 36-0236. We thank you for the opportunity extended to the division to appear before you today, and we are prepared to respond to your questions on this bill. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Director Glendina Matthews, Esquire, for your testimony. Next, we will recognize Mr. Jeremy R. Austin, President of the Virgin Islands Insurance Guarantee Association, for his testimony.
Good afternoon, Chairman Novell Francis, Senator Kurt Violet, and honorable members of the 36th Legislature of the Virgin Islands, Committee of Budget, Appropriations, and Finance. My name is Jeremy Austin, and I appear before you today in my capacity as the President of Keswick Insurance and a member and President of the Virgin Islands Insurance Guarantee Association. I appreciate the opportunity to provide testimony in support of Bill number 36-0236. This bill proposes to amend Title 33, Virgin Islands Code, Subtitle 3, Chapter 111, Section 3061, by increasing the statutory threshold of the Virgin Islands Guarantee Fund from $50 million to $55 million. Under current law, once the fund balance equals $50 million, excess funds may be transferred to the general fund. This bill appropriately increases the threshold to $55 million. The Virgin Islands Insurance Guarantee Fund exists to protect policyholders and claimants in the event of insurance insolvency. It serves as a financial safety net that ensures valid claims are paid when an insurance company becomes unable to meet its obligations. A strong and adequately funded guarantee fund is critical to preserving consumer protection and maintaining confidence in the Virgin Islands insurance marketplace. The proposed increase from $50 million to $55 million is financially responsible and forward-looking for several reasons. The $50 million threshold was established years ago. Since that time, inflation, increased claim severity, rising reinsurance costs, and greater exposure to catastrophic risk have materially changed the financial landscape. A $55 million reserve more accurately reflects today's risk environment. A well-capitalized guarantee system signals stability to reinsurers, insurers, and rating agencies. This enhances confidence in the Virgin Islands insurance market and supports continued private sector participation. In addition to the proposed amendment, consideration should also be given to increasing the maximum amount payable per covered claim to $75,000, up from the $50,000 limit established under Title 22, Section 237 of the VI Code. As it stands, the maximum amount a policyholder or claimant may receive is $49,950. As discussed with the bill sponsor, raising the cap is a critical issue. Construction and rebuilding costs have increased significantly in recent years, frequently exceeding existing policy limits and current statutory cap. Unfortunately, after Hurricane Irma and Maria, the statutory cap fell woefully short for many policyholders following the insolvency of Real Legacy Assurance. Adjusting the maximum covered claim amount would better align the statute with present-day economic realities and help ensure that policyholders receive meaningful financial protection when they need it the most. This cap has been unchanged since 1985, while the U.S. dollar has experienced a cumulative inflation rate of over 200% since then. As president of the Virgin Islands Insurance Guarantee Association, I can state unequivocally that this adjustment is consistent with best practices among guarantee associations nationwide. Maintaining a robust reserve protects both consumers and the territory from potential financial shocks. In closing, I and the Virgin Islands Insurance Guarantee Association respectfully urge this committee to support and advance Bill number 36-0236 with the recommended amendment discussed to increase the maximum per claim amount from $50,000 to $75,000. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. I'm available to answer any questions the committee might have.
Thank you very much, President Austin, for your testimony there. Who speaks to bill number, that rounds out the discussion and testimony on bill number 36-0236. Who speaks to bill number 36-0258, an act reprogramming administrative fees resulting from the bonds issued from the Fortress Investment Group transfer for various projects and initiatives to enhance the economic development of St. Croix and to be deposited into the Budget Stabilization Fund? Who speaks to this bill?
I do, Mr. Chair.
Senator Vieira, you recognized for presentation on bill number 36-0258.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If you remember, this body just recently passed a measure in which we were able to create a subsidiary, a nonprofit subsidiary that would be able to float bonds in reference to the Frenchman Reef Hotel for the Fortress Investment Group. As a result of giving them that authorization that saved that entity a tremendous amount of monies, we were able to realize some $7 million in administrative fees that was paid to the Public Finance Authority. And this body is asking to utilize a small portion of those fees to the tune of $4.2 million, which would leave $2.8 million of additional monies for the Public Finance Authority. And the $4.2 million would be used as follows. Recently, we took $2.7 million and we utilized those monies to subsidize human services for SNAP benefits when we had the government shut down. Those monies will go directly back into the rainy day fund and be deposited in that budget stabilization fund. We also have, in this bill, it also allocates $1 million to be utilized as an airline subsidy to support airlift between St. Croix and the Eastern Caribbean. To leave St. Croix and go to anywhere in the Eastern Caribbean, you got to go to Puerto Rico, you got to go to Miami, or now you have the opportunity for certain islands to come to St. Thomas. There is no airlift from St. Croix to the Eastern Caribbean. There are airlines that have showed an interest in developing a flight from St. Croix to the Eastern Caribbean if there's a possibility of a subsidy. Now, we're hoping that despite the fact that we're appropriating this subsidy, that the numbers are going to be so good that the subsidy won't have to be utilized. We also have included some $500,000, and that is going to go to the Department of Tourism for a hotel incentive to boost hotel occupancy during the slow months. And there's a amendment that needs to be made. The $1 million would not go to the Virgin Islands Port Authority, but to the Division of Tourism. And instead of hotel development, it's going to speak to the incentive for the hotel industry on St. Croix. This bill is sponsored by myself, along with Senator Novel Francis, Senator Blyden, and Senator Clifford Joseph. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Viale, for presentation on bill number 36-0258. At this time, we will go to the testifiers. And Mr. Nathan Simmons, you recognize for your testimony.
Mr. Chair, I'll provide.
You take the, okay.
Yes.
Let's strike that. We'll go to Honorable Kevin McCurdy, Executive Director of the Virgin Islands Port Authority, for his testimony.
PFA.
Virgin Islands Public Finance.
Public Finance Authority. What did I say? Public Finance Authority.
The board over here yesterday seemed like something happened.
Mr. Chair, thank you for the opportunity to appear before you today to present Bill 36-0258. The legislation seeks to appropriate $4.2 million of administrative fees collected by the Virgin Islands Public Finance Authority for its role in facilitating the $448.6 million Series 2025 bond issuance to finance the acquisition of the Westin Frenchman's Reef and Morningstar Bowie House hotels. Under this finance restructuring deal, the territory would gain ownership of the resort property once the bond is retired. To facilitate this deal, the Virgin Islands Hotel Development Corporation was created as a special purpose, independent, and autonomous public cooperation and government instrumentality of the Virgin Islands Public Finance Authority. The authority itself is a body cooperating in politics, constituting an autonomous public corporation and governmental instrumentality. The authority was created to assist and support the government in fulfilling its fiscal responsibilities, including raising capital, whether public or private, for essential public projects and to foster economic growth through public-private partnership. The authority also oversees other business-type activities, grant management and administration of investment of debt service funds on behalf of the government. Moreover, our ongoing federal advocacy and congressional engagement conducted in close coordination with our Washington, D.C. consultants has been instrumental in securing the permanency of the run cover over rate at $13.25. Additional ongoing priority initiatives include the reopening of the St. Croix refinery, advancing parity in Medicaid and Medicare treatment for the territory's residents, restoring Canal Bay as a premier destination within the Caribbean, expanding energy-related initiatives, resolving custom duty matters, and addressing the EU tax haven blacklist designation. Each of these efforts require a sustained and strategic approach supported by necessary financial resources. We continue to work with our Washington legal and government relations partner to navigate and resolve complex issues affecting the territory. In furtherance of its overall mission, the authority is mandated to design and administer financing programs that meet the needs of the people of the Virgin Islands, including facilitating access to working capital needed for ongoing operations, infrastructure development, and disaster recovery throughout the territory. Towards this end, the authority, as an organization, has grown its Office of Disaster Recovery to augment the territory's capacity in its disaster recovery effort. Consequently, as a result of all these endeavors over the past 6 years, the authority has experienced exponential growth in its mission, scope, and operation. What began as a small office with 2 staff has expanded into an organization of more than 100 employees, driven largely by the territory's increasing financing demands and the authority's pivotal role in disaster recovery initiatives. As the authority continues to take on broader responsibilities, it's essential that its operation and financial needs be thoroughly considered and weighted, particularly against proposed legislative appropriation involving funds generated through authority-related entities or transactions. Additionally, the authority has expanded from 3 subsidiaries to over 5, which now includes the following wholly owned and fully supported subsidiaries: Matching Fund Special Purpose Securitization Corporation, Virgin Islands Transportation and Infrastructure Corporation, Virgin Islands Hotel Development Financing Corporation, Tobacco Settlement Financing Corporation, Lonesome Dove Petroleum Company, and Kings Alley Management, Inc. This expansion reflects the success and effectiveness of the authority, but also brings with it increased operational demands. Growth of this magnitude naturally requires additional resources, along with a sustainable revenue structure to support ongoing responsibilities and continued assistance with the advancement of the territory's economic development. In today's increasingly competitive municipal bond environment and amid ongoing economic uncertainty, the authority's opportunity to issue bonds and generate administrative fees remain limited and occur intermittently. This makes the administrative fees that support the authority's core operations especially vital. These resources are not merely supplemental. They are essential for an entity that is consistently relied upon to provide critical financial and operational assistance to other governmental bodies across the territory and to advance the territory's overall economic interests. While the authority wholly supports the projects identified for funding under the bill, We respectfully submit that the authority's own needs must also be taken into account. As our staff and portfolio continue to expand, so does our obligation to ensure that public financing mechanisms of the Virgin Islands remain stable, transparent, and capable of supporting long-term governmental initiatives, as well as the PFA's operation. It is imperative that the authority maintain a strong and sustainable operational foundation, as its ability to effectively support the territory depends first on ensuring its own institutional stability. By safeguarding these resources to fulfill its core responsibility, the authority is better positioned to continue delivering the critical financial and operational assistance that other governmental entities routinely call upon. Mr. Chair, thank you for the opportunity to provide testimony on the bill. The authority remains committed to working collaboratively with the legislature and assisting the government in meeting its many financial initiatives. We are available to answer any questions that you may have. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Commissioner McCurdy. Next, we'll recognize the Department of Tourism, Alani Henneman, for your testimony. Assistant Commissioner.
Alani Henneman, Assistant Commissioner. Good afternoon, Chairman of Committee on Budget, Appropriations, and Finance, Noble E. Francis. Honorable Senator Kurt Vallée, distinguished members of the committee, senators of the 36th Legislature of the United States Virgin Islands, legislative staff, members of the media, and the listening and viewing public. I am Assistant Commissioner Alani Henneman at the U.S. Virgin Islands Department of Tourism. Pursuant to your invitation, the Virgin Islands Department of Tourism respectfully submits testimony regarding Section 1B of Bill Number 36-0258, which proposes the reprogramming of $500,000 to the Department of Tourism for hotel development incentives on St. Croix. The department appreciates the legislature's continued focus on strengthening the hospitality sector and advancing economic development opportunities for St. Croix. We fully support strategic investments that expand room inventory, enhance product quality, and increase the territory's overall competitiveness within the regional marketplace. With respect to hotel development incentives, the department believes that all statutory incentive programs and financial inducements should remain under the purview of the Virgin Islands Economic Development Authority, which is the entity expressly authorized and structured to administer such incentives. Centralizing incentive administration within the EDA ensures statutory alignment, transparency, and consistency in underwriting and compliance. While the department does not administer financial incentives directly, we play a critical complementary role in promoting those incentives and positioning the territory to attract qualified developers and investors. If the legislative intent of Section 1B is to support hotel-related marketing, promotional efforts, or investor engagement initiatives, the department would be well-positioned to administer funding for those purposes. For example, resources could be directed toward territorial or district-level hotel development marketing efforts, including strategic collaboration with the EDA to position St. Croix and the broader territory at major hospitality investment conferences such as the Caribbean Hotel Investment Conference and Operations Summit, better known to most as CHICO's, the National Association of Black Hotel Owners, Operators and Developers, NABHOD, and finally, Caribbean Hotel and Resort Investment Summit, CRIS. These forums provide direct engagement opportunities with developers, brands, equity partners, and hospitality stakeholders actively seeking viable projects in the region. Similarly, funding could support targeted awareness campaigns highlighting available hotel incentives, shovel-ready opportunities, and the competitive advantages of investing in the territory. The department is currently finalizing a comprehensive hotel development study that outlines the benefits of doing business in the U.S. Virgin Islands and provides detailed guidance on how existing incentives may be leveraged to support hotel investment and expansion. This study will serve as a strategic tool to strengthen the territory's competitive positioning within the regional hospitality marketplace and will further reinforce the EDA's incentive offerings through coordinated promotion and messaging. With respect to airlift and subsidy considerations referenced in the broader bill, the department wishes to clarify that to date, we do not subsidize any of our current airlift. Historical efforts to subsidize routes within the territory have not produced sustainable long-term results. Our strategy instead focuses on demonstrating measurable demand through data-driven engagement with airline partners, including route development analysis, and highlights the growth potential of St. Croix and the broader territory, as well as expanded inter-Caribbean connectivity. Across the territory, we have helped facilitate cross-regional interconnectivity with airline partners that include routes to St. Kitts, Anguilla, Dominica, Dominican Republic, and St. Bartholomew, St. Bart's, as we most know it, and Tortola, and are actively working to expand as the territory shows successful return on route investments for the airlines. Our approach prioritizes long-term route viability, market performance metrics, and strategic partnerships rather than recurring subsidies that may not yield durable economic returns. In closing, the Department of Tourism remains committed to working collaboratively with the legislature, the Virgin Islands Economic Development Authority, the Virgin Islands Port Authority, and all relevant stakeholders to ensure that any allocated funds are structured appropriately, aligned with statutory authority, and utilized in a manner that maximizes sustainable economic growth for the entire United States Virgin Islands. We appreciate the opportunity to provide testimony and stand ready to answer any questions the committee may have.
Thank you very much, Assistant Commissioner Henneman, for your testimony there on Bill number 36-0258. Director Julio? Yeah. Reimer, you have testimony as well for this bill? No, you don't. Okay. At this time, we'll go to Executive Director Carlton Dow.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good afternoon to the Honorable Senator Nobili Francis, Jr., the Chairman of this committee, and the members of the 36th Legislature of the Committee on Budget, Appropriation, and Finance, as well as all other senators present, the legislative staff, and the listening and viewing audience. I am Carlton Dow, the Executive Director of the Virgin Islands Port Authority. Thank you for this opportunity to present testimony regarding Bill Request Number 25-0936, which seeks to reprogram administrative fees resulting from the bond issued by the Fortress Investment Group for various projects and initiatives aimed at enhancing the economic development of St. Croix, United States Virgin Islands. These funds will be deposited into the Budget Stabilization Fund. Today, I will discuss the proposed $1 million appropriation from this fund to provide subsidy for airlift between St. Croix and the Eastern Caribbean. The Virgin Islands Port Authority supports this measure with amendments to this bill request that will allocate the funds to the U.S. Virgin Islands Department of Tourism to assist in attracting and securing new airlift to the territory. Enhancing connectivity to the Eastern Caribbean has been a primary focus for both the Port Authority and the Department of Tourism. Our community and business operations are deeply linked to this region. There is a growing demand for additional travel options between the U.S. Virgin Islands and our neighboring islands for leisure, celebration, business, and commerce. Travel to these islands has become increasingly expensive due to limited airlift, often requiring an overnight trip to Miami or a stopover in the case of St. Thomas to the British Virgin Islands. This can be quite costly when traveling as a group or family and burdensome when traveling for vacation, attending funerals, of visiting family members. Costs can range of upward of $2,000 per trip. In St. Thomas, we have successfully attracted new Caribbean routes through Cape Air, which offers service to Nevis and St. Bart's, Contour Airlines, which connects St. Thomas to Dominica, and Sky High, which provides flights to the Dominican Republic. We have not yet been as successful in establishing ongoing connections from St. Croix to the Eastern Caribbean. However, St. Croix could greatly benefit from a new airlift, as many residents on the island are connected to the Eastern Caribbean. A well-designed airline subsidy program can reduce the commercial risk that prevent carriers from launching services in new or uncertain markets. By subsidizing this route, we can make it financially viable for a smaller airline. This support will allow the airline to offer affordable pricing without sacrificing profit margins or limiting service. Additionally, an airline introducing new service will promote this route, providing indirect marketing and publicity for St. Croix and enhancing the Department of Tourism effort to promote the island. Lastly, but also important, a new airline will provide new employment opportunities for the residents. I must highlight that Caribbean neighbors account for a significant share of visitors to the island. Connecting St. Croix to the Eastern Caribbean would be a two-way benefit, enabling individuals from the Eastern Caribbean to visit their families on St. Croix and participate in local festivities that celebrate the island's rich culture and history. Our neighbors also serve as tourists, contributing to our economy. Viper Airline Incentive Program. Since 2008, the Virgin Islands Port Authority has offered an incentive program to any airline that provides new service to the territory. The Viper Board of Governors extended the authority's existing airline incentive program at its February 25, 2026 meeting. The renewed Viper Airline Incentive Program is available from March 1 through December 31st of 2026. To qualify to participate in the incentive program, an airline must, 1, provide service on a route not served by that airline during the same period of the previous year, or provide additional flights on a route served by that airline during the previous year. Any scheduled commercial passenger airline or charter jet airline that currently serves or wishes to serve the U.S. Virgin Islands from outside the territory may apply for the incentive. For a period of 1 year, during the term of the incentive period, Viper's landing fee is waived. Additionally, during the 1 year period, terminal parking fees, user fees, which is arrival fees, and user fees for departure are reduced by 50%. This program has proved to be a successful tool for the Department of Tourism and the Port Authority in negotiations with airline officials over the years. The Virgin Islands Port Authority will continue to work together with the Department of Tourism to attract new air service and offer incentives. As you may know, the Honorable Jennifer Matarangas King, the Commissioner of the Virgin Islands Department of Tourism, is a member of the Virgin Islands Port Authority Board. She collaborates closely with the board members and the executive staff to ensure that Port Authority's activities and efforts complement and enhance the Tourism Department's overall goals. The Virgin Islands Port Authority supports this measure by the legislature and commends the bill's sponsor for providing funding to support airlift connecting St. Croix and the Eastern Caribbean. We will work collaboratively with the tourism and the administration to support efforts to bring new service to St. Croix. The Honorable Chairman Francis, this concludes my testimony, and I remain available to answer any questions. And I just would like to note that the new airlift that has been going on between Dominica and St. Thomas has been extremely successful because we have a big Dominican population in St. Thomas. So we believe that with the work of all of us, we could see something similar happening in St. Croix. And I'd like to personally thank all of you senators and Senator Bailey as the sponsor, and who have been in some discussion with us along this line, and his staff who he sent to represent him, and also Governor Albert Bryan, who have been in discussion with on this whole initiative. I thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Executive Director Carlton Dow, for your testimony, and we too are very interested in seeing a similar arrangement, because I believe that we could also fill seats coming out of the St. Croix district as well. I think that rounds out the discussion on bill number 36-0258, and at this time we'll recognize discussion on bill number 36-0259, an act amending Title 29 Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 23, Section 1313, by expanding the benefits under the Hotel Development Program for hotel improvement and expansion projects on St. Croix. Who speaks to this bill? Senator Vieira, you recognized for presentation on bill number 36-0259.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This bill seeks to amend the Hotel Development Act, and we must remember that after the hurricanes in 2017, this body literally changed the Hotel Development Act to include the utilization of hotel occupancy tax for hotels that were building new, and also for hotels that were in a rebuild. And for hotels that were building new, this body allowed them to utilize 100% of the hotel occupancy tax, and also created the ability for them to be able to have an economic recovery fee up to 20%, in which they would retain a portion of the overall fees. We then also included, and that was for the rebuild. For the new, there's a new property coming online, and they would be able to retain those fees. The end result is that as a result of those changes that was made to the Hotel Development Act, we had the redevelopment of the Frenchman Reef Hotel, who is utilizing that particular program. And we had the New Hampton Hotel on St. Thomas that came also as a result of what was enacted under the Hotel Development Act. Unfortunately, we have not been able yet to attract a new hotel coming to St. Croix or one of the abandoned properties to be revisited. We now have interest on St. Croix, in which we have a developer that is willing to expand one of the present hotel properties by investing more than $50 million into the property. So we looked at the act and we said, how can we tweak the act to be able to provide some additional incentive for the island of St. Croix? So what we did is that under Section 1, we added language that spoke to a hotel developer having to make a minimum investment of no less than $25 million and expanding the room capacity at that hotel by at least 25%. So it would be a win on both ends, because we have a substantial investment in the hotel, and we're also expanding the room base. And we do have an entity that has been talking with EDA. We're not disclosing the name, but has been having conversation with EDA that is ready to utilize this particular measure once it is passed. We think that this measure would be one in which we're able to jumpstart St. Croix hotel development, because the entity we're speaking to is literally a 5-star resort that we think will bring a different attraction to St. Croix. We then went on to say that if the investment is at a minimum of $10 million, that they would qualify for a lesser amount of incentive, which would go down to 70%, which is already in the Hotel Development Act for those hotels that were rebuilding. So the one was doing, the next one's rebuilding. So they would then qualify. We believe that with the addition of these tweaks to the current Hotel Development Act, that we'll be able to get some movement on St. Croix, and it would be an incentive for developers to invest in St. Croix. There's some additional changes that are going to be made overall to the Hotel Development Act, where we need to tighten up some language from what was passed before, but that amendment would come after. But colleagues, this is not literally giving anything away because the hotels in St. Croix that we are having discussion with already have EDA benefits. So they already qualify for EDA benefits. So we're not giving them any more EDA benefits. We're just giving them access to the hotel occupancy tax in order to get additional hotel rooms in St. Croix, increase hotel occupancy, and really begin to move the market. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Violet, and presentation of that bill. I think it's also important to add that there is a fail-safe mechanism,
Yes.
which is a timeline for them, along with the tiered system and an incentive. We also embedded for sure a time for them to be able to initiate these. Otherwise, they fall back to a lower tier.
Thank you for that. Yes, there is a 5-year timeline for the addition of the expansion of the 25% in rooms. Okay, so we want to make sure that the investment is done. And we also want to make sure that nobody don't fall or be able to create a loophole in which they get the benefits and they don't do what they're supposed to do. And with the tiered system, if they don't spend the 25 million, then they don't qualify for that tier one, they're going to drop to the next tier. So we have a bunch of safety mechanism within the bill to make sure that the investment takes place. And thanks for reminding me of that, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Violet, on presentation. At this time, we will recognize Mr. Dwayne Benjamin, Assistant Executive Director of the Virgin Islands Economic Development Authority, for his testimony.
Good afternoon, Senator Nobel E. Francis Jr., Chairman, members of the Committee on Budget Appropriation and Finance, legislative staff, the Virgin Islands Economic Development Team, and the viewing and listening audience. I am Dwayne A. Benjamin, Assistant Chief Executive Officer of the Virgin Islands Economic Development Authority. I bring greetings on behalf of Wayne L. Biggs Jr., Chief Executive Officer of the Virgin Islands Economic Development Authority, who is out of the territory on official business, presenting along with colleagues at the International Economic Development Council Leadership Summit, and is unable to attend today. I am joined today by USVI EDA team member, Mr. Kirk Colwood, Associate Managing Director, Economic Development. It is indeed my pleasure to give support of the proposed amendments to 29 VIC Section 1313 of the Hotel Development Financing Program Act, HDA. The Virgin Islands Hotel Development Program is designed to assist in the development of hotels, resorts, and related hotel facilities to increase opportunities in tourism enterprises in the Virgin Islands, so as to facilitate and accelerate opportunity for employment in these enterprises, particularly of unemployed and underemployed residents of the jurisdiction in which the hotel investment is to be made. By way of background, the Hotel Development and Finance Program Act was enacted in 2011 and subsequently amended in 2018, Act number 8030, and thereafter in 2019, Act number 8056, to include, amongst other amendments, the Economic Recovery Fee ERF incentives. The program allows for the use of future gains in hotel room occupancy taxes and casino taxes to assist in the development area, which would not happen solely through private investment in the reasonably foreseeable future. Monies generated from the Hotel Development and Finance Program are deposited into a separate Hotel Development and Finance Trust Fund, which is established for each approved project. Funds allocated are deposited into the Hotel Development and Finance Trust Funds and are from the hotel and casino taxes generated from the approved project. The Hotel Development Program was created to encourage and promote investment in and development of hotels and related facilities in the United States Virgin Islands, to include reconstruction and renovation of existing hotel facilities. This program is administered through the Virgin Islands Economic Development Commission, which is a subsidiary entity wholly administered and operated by the Virgin Islands Economic Development Authority. Currently, developers may receive as follows:
1. For new hotel projects, all non-appealable development permits have not been stabilized prior to the effective date of this act. 100% of the gross revenues generated from the designated hotel room occupancy tax, designated casino tax on gross revenues, and the economic recovery fee, if applicable, shall be allocated to and deposited into the project's fund. 2, for hotel projects where not less than 70% of the units have not been able to be occupied due to natural events or related effects, 50% of the revenues generated from the designated hotel room occupancy tax and the designated casino tax on gross revenues shall be allocated and deposited into the project's fund. And 100% of the revenues generated from the economic recovery fee, if applicable, shall be allocated to and deposited into the project's fund. And 3, for construction and renovation of existing hotel sites where less than 70% of the units have not been able to be occupied due to natural events or related effects, 100% of the revenues generated from the economic recovery fee and no revenues generated from the designated hotel room occupancy tax and the designated casino tax and gross revenues shall be allocated to and deposited into the project's fund. Designated hotel occupancy tax and economic recovery fees are granted for a period of 30 years or until such time the direct investment is liquidated, whichever is earlier. The amount of the economic recovery fee for any approved economic recovery project shall not be greater than 7.5%. To date, the USVI EDA has considered applications for the redevelopment of 2 existing hotel properties. RC Hotel Virgin Islands, Inc., doing business as the Ritz-Carlton St. Thomas, and CREF 3 USVI Hotel Owners, Inc., doing business as the Westin St. Thomas Beach Resort and Spa and Bowie House Beach Resort, St. Thomas, autograph collection. The USVI EDA has considered the application for the development of 1 new hotel property, Haven Development, LLC, doing business as Hampton by Hilton, St. Thomas, the first new hotel development in over 30 years in the U.S. Virgin Islands, adding 126 rooms to the hotel inventory. As a result of the designated hotel occupancy tax and/or economic recovery fee, these developers were able to reinvest and upgrade the existing properties that were shuttered as a result of Hurricanes Irma and Maria, and invest in the construction of a new property, resulting in direct, indirect, and induced activities spurring economic growth in the territory. The proposed amendment to subsection 1313 of the Hotel Development Act, if approved, will allow existing hotel properties located in the Island District of St. Croix to access 100% of the designated hotel occupancy tax for hotel facility improvement and/or expansion projects based on project spend in excess of $25 million and the addition of at least 25% more rooms within a 5-year timeline, or 50% of the designated hotel occupancy tax for hotel facility improvement and/or expansion projects based on the project spend in excess of $10 million within a 2-year timeline. The 3 hotel development projects previously mentioned are all located within the St. Thomas, St. John district. Hotel development in the St. Croix district remains in a proverbial quandary of which comes first, the chicken or the egg. Airlines indicate that they don't add additional flights to the St. Croix market because there is not enough hotel rooms inventory to support additional airlifts. And investors indicate that financing hotel projects is too risky on St. Croix because there is not enough airlift to support the development of additional hotel rooms. Allowing the designated hotel occupancy tax to be rebated for improvement and/or expansion projects on St. Croix is a game changer. It reduces investment risk and helps to encourage investment in projects. Additionally, it is less risky and easier for going concerns with a historical track record to secure financing than it is for startup projects. This would be another tool in our toolbox to encourage the development of more rooms and/or additional facilities at existing hotel properties on St. Croix, thereby increasing room inventory, improving facilities that enhance the territory's overall tourism product, and improving the guest experience. We acknowledge that approved projects for existing hotels may not have a slight impact on the tourism revolving fund, as occupancy taxes will be rebated to liquidate the approved project's debt. But we believe the long-term benefits of increasing hotel room inventory and the expansion of hotel facilities that improve the guest experience will outweigh the short-term cost. Thank you for this opportunity to provide testimony supporting the amendment to 29 VIC subsection 1313 of the Hotel Development and Finance Program Act, HDA. I remain available to answer any questions that you or members of this committee may have. Again, I thank you.
Thank you very much, Assistant Chief Executive Officer Dwayne Benjamin, for your testimony. I think you don't have anything from tourism, correct? Yeah, I think that rounds out the discussions and the three measures before us, Bill number 36-0236 and Bill number 36-0258, as well as Bill number 36-0259. At this time, I'll open up the floor for 6 minutes discussion. And Senator Dwayne DeGraff, you recognize for your 6 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon, testifiers, all viewing, listening, and present.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Two St. Croix bill and a $55 million bill. Okay, good. You know, in the beginning, I was, again, my colleagues came to tell me come sign on and the insurance guarantee fund. You know, I was here when my colleague bumped it down to 10 million. We bumped it back up to 50. Now, the concern I have is we have used the insurance guarantee fund monies, the excess, towards stabilization of the budget. I know now we just increased government employees up to 35,000 base. Going forward with negotiations pending, with this extra $5 million added to the insurance guarantee fund, would we be in any jeopardy of, if anything, having to lay off employees because we can't meet the 27 budget because we don't have those funds, Commissioner?
Not immediately.
The mic, please.
Not immediately, no. Right. Currently, we have 64 million in the insurance guarantee fund.
Okay, good. So it would be a green light for that one.
To increase it?
Yes.
No, our position is that it ties our hands in terms of having access to it should something happen.
Yeah, this is the first ever heard the government team and ads, you know, because when I heard Lieutenant Governor's office saying yes, you know, Governor Financial team saying no, but I going to air on the yes. So I'm going to sign on to it because the Lieutenant Governor's office is saying yes on it. So, and like I said, I was against the lowering of it, so I'll go with that. Now, in regards to these two bills were marked St. Croix and not marked St. Thomas, I'd be totally against that. And I'll go now, Director Dow, in regards to the incentive that we're doing here, does those without this bill, we can't do it? No, how I want to put it? I want to put it, there are flights, the Eastern Caribbean and the Caribbean from St. Thomas. There are none on St. Croix?
No, there is a one or two. Cape Air does a one flight, I believe, but there is nothing of any significance in terms of the airlift from St. Croix.
And this would enhance, bring jobs, everything to St. Croix. put St. Croix basically per se on the map.
It's something, a good initiative to entice some other airlines to participate.
Now,
Yes.
because the bill says St. Croix, does it mean now St. Thomas, would it put St. Thomas, St. John district in an issue in
No.
the territory?
No.
Okay, then that one is a green light. So I could sign on to that one to assist you. Hey, we got another bill that says St. Croix alone. Now we have the Hotel Development Act. I was the one senator here didn't vote on it to support it in the beginning. I supported this last one, and I supported the one for the new hotel that was built in 18 months or so. Now, again, does this prevent EDA any hotels want to come on St. Thomas now because it says St. Croix alone? Does it take away anything from the St. Thomas St. John district going forward in the Hotel Development Act?
Good afternoon, Dwayne Benjamin, Assistant Chief Executive Officer, Economic Development Authority. No, Senator.
Okay, and then overall, it doesn't put the territory in a conflict with itself, being you have St. Croix mentioned in legislation and not St. Thomas. Does it do that?
No, it does not. I think it gives greater flexibility to the territory to market itself, attract additional brands to the territory that will now develop a portfolio of offerings that increases and enhances our tourism product.
And that sounds good to me because that's why I'm a territorial senator elected in this district. But my colleagues from St. Croix does all make it seem like we have a different. We don't. Because I'm for the overall development and betterment of the territory as a whole. So just based on getting that information going forward, for me, it's basically be a green light for all of them. Now, I think just in the one for the insurance guarantee fund, how much money do we generate on average in the last 3 years or so in excess of for the insurance guarantee fund on average?
We generate about $22 million annually.
Roughly 22 million.
Yeah.
So if we take 5 from 22, becomes what, 17? Would 17 million suffice with being able to utilize for some of the things that we do?
1 minute.
Can you ask me that question again?
In terms of, we get an average $22 million in excess that we have to use for the general fund or for the use to keep the functioning of the government of the Virgin Islands. Removing $5 million to put towards the insurance guarantee fund, what does that do to you?
So we have 64
30
million
seconds.
in the fund right now.
Got it.
So moving it doesn't really affect the government. What it does, though, is in the event of anything happening, we do not have that leverage that we can pull.
Okay, and if I could have water, okay, and I got it. And in closing, the incentives from the administrative incentive that may fees that came from the bonds and the fortress interest group.
Time.
Is that annually going forward, or how much longer are they available?
That's a one-time.
Oh, it's a one-time fee.
That's correct.
Okay, so then, okay, I gonna sign on to your bill, man. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. Before you get to your point, Senator, thank you very much, Senator DeGraff. I just really quickly, Mr. Benjamin, where is, let me just go back to your testimony. Where is the RC Hotel doing business as Ritz-Carlton located?
St. Thomas District.
Where is the Westin St. Thomas Beach Resort and Spa located?
St. Thomas District.
Oh. Where? Hampton located?
St. Thomas District, Senator.
Executive Director, where is Contour flying out of?
Boy, I tell you, you guys are off today. Anyhow, it's flying from King Airport to
what about Sky High?
St. Thomas to
Oh
the
God, the redhead child just wants something a part of it. That's how we want to sit at the table. Senator
He took a bow. He took a bow.
Mr. Chair, I guess I gotta say thank you for that. I was going to say something else, but I wanted to say just two things quickly. One, the original Hotel Development Act 8030 and Act 8056, which I knew was going to really incentivize hotel development and St. Thomas to rebuild of Frenchman Reef. The bill was literally written to make sure that Frenchman Reef comes back to St. Thomas because it's a marquee hotel for this jurisdiction. I was out of that bill as St. Croix Senator. I didn't worry about any specific jurisdiction. I know that development on St. Thomas is development for the Virgin Islands. And the result of that bill is an additional 600 plus jobs in St. Thomas, over 500 to Frenchman Reef, and a number of jobs also at the Hampton Inn. And I just wanted to, in reference to the airline incentive, St. Croix sits in the Caribbean Sea to the south of St. Thomas, all alone by itself. St. Thomas is a unique jurisdiction because in order to go to St. John, you got to come to St. Thomas. Totola, St. Thomas. Anegada, St. Thomas. Just Van Dyke, Virgin Gada, St. Thomas. So St. Thomas base isn't just 45, 50,000. St. Thomas base is also the entire population of the BVI and the population of St. John. Well, St. Croix serves St. Croix. So if we're going to talk economic development, we got to provide some incentive to be able to promote economic development on the island of St. Croix. And economic development of St. Croix is going to be good for the entire Virgin Islands. So this isn't a carve-out specifically for St. Croix. This is a carve-out after we realize that all the St. Croix senators literally vote for the subsidiary for Frenchman Reef, which is a $400+ million investment in the Virgin Islands, to be able to provide substantial savings and incentivize those hotel developers to continue to remain on St. Thomas and do well. Yeah. So it is what it is. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Vieira. Point of information, Senator DeGraff. It's Friday, though.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I ain't going to lead them with the last thing. The bottom line is, thank you for putting that on the record. But the bottom line is, I have never written legislation that says St. Thomas. I had 10 years. So that's what I'm saying. So it's not about St. Croix, St. Thomas for me. I want what's best for St. Croix, St. Thomas as a territory, not in legislation, in the law, into perpetuity, St. Croix, the Virgin Islands. We all is one. So that's why you don't separate. And that's why I just wanted to have the last say. So don't come on after me. You just wrap up when you got. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator DeGraff. We'll move on. And Senator Avery Lewis, you recognize for your 6 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, but I hate to be between a policeman and a teacher, my son. They're rough. Executive Director Dow, when we go to negotiate with these airlines and so forth, are you directly, or you have a team that's go, you and tourism does have a team go, or is a team of us, local homies, going up there? Or we have a team, we hire a consulting team, or?
We the Port Authority, I mean, it depends on what we need at a time, whether we need financial folks with us. Tourism is normally the lead in a lot of that. The Port Authority have been to several of these kind of meetings, routes where all the airlines meet. We might set certain meetings up as well. But normally it would be tourism, and tourism know what we prepare to offer. And if they need us to be involved in something, oftentimes I could get a phone call from Ms. Anyman saying, hey, I'm here talking to XYZ. What could we tell them or what we shouldn't? But just like the incentive we currently have, that's in our board set that policy, and everybody, I mean, in tourism would know that policy exists. And things come from, people make requests from all over. We make some requests from time to time.
In actuality, this bill gave you a little skin in the game. So when you go to negotiate now, you could say, well, hey, I got something here that we could offset or subsidize. I don't know how we do it, because 400,000, like 4 million.
No, airline, the stuff with the airline is 1 million.
Sorry, 1 million. Correct, 1 million. Yes.
But we remember you're not, I just want to make two things clear since we speaking publicly. Two things happened with those incentives. It means that's not forever. It means that airline have to now build market along with the territory to gain capacity that they could stand on their own. It's not forever and ever. That's one of the things about the incentive program. And always, I mean, we must know that most of the Caribbean islands, in order to get some semblance of air traffic, they airlift, they end up doing virtually some of the same things. So, for example, the Contour flight that's coming in from Dominica, their government played a significant role financially in making sure that happened.
Great. And Ms. Henneman Tadman, when we market these things out there, we could market them at the Jets game and so forth, that we have connecting flights to the Eastern Caribbean, right?
Correct, Senator. Alan E. Henneman, Assistant Commissioner. I just wanted to say, Department of Tourism, I just wanted to say that I think that St. Croix is at a crossroads. I have investor groups I'm speaking to about hotel development. We prepared the hotel study specifically for St. Croix because, and when I say specifically, because St. Thomas is at saturation in terms of airlift and hotel development and what we can do within the space we have. We don't have any new airports. We don't have any new properties right now. And so when we go to routes, and I leave on Sunday to go to routes and have meetings with all the different airlines, unless you are coming with a morning flight into St. Thomas, we are solely pitching St. Croix because that's where we have expansion and growth opportunities for the territory that do not continue to overwhelm our infrastructure. So, we all talk in the room about what's next and what's moving forward. Although it is a territory, our greatest growth and return on investment is out of St. Croix right now in terms of growth and market share.
Okay, thank you. Let me move over to the Lieutenant Governor's office. Ms. Machu, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
While I understand the intent here to do what we're doing, increasing the insurance guarantee fund from 50 to 55 million, let me ask this question. What currently statutory or regulatory requirements currently exist to ensure that insurance operating in the Virgin Islands maintain adequate reinsurance coverage, particularly for catastrophic hurricane risk?
Well, our office has financial services examiners who examine all companies that actively write in a territory. So we do a lot of regulatory oversight of insurers in the territory. And actually, all insurers in the territory are required to maintain a 30% probable maximum loss ratio. That means that they have to have reinsurance to cover 30% of their book of business in the territory. So I know in my testimony, I talked about the fact that we can boast and say that after Hurricane Irma and Maria, we only had one company, not a domicile company, a company out of Puerto Rico that went insolvent. I know most of you are familiar with some of the other hurricanes that we've had in the past where we've had at least 3-4 companies that went insolvent. So I think our office can boast and actually say with back-to-back 2 Category 5 hurricanes, we only had one insolvency, and it was not a company that was domiciled in the territory.
Okay, good. One of the things I'll ask is that I know when we moved that $4 million head of the day for the street lighting and so forth, that we took it for an insurance guarantee fund. We had 2 folks reach out to me and talked about 2 companies, American Alliance and Real Legacy, that had some unresolved claims in your office. Are you aware of this?
And this is why I said in my testimony that the unresolved claims are the claims over 49,950. the maximum amount that can be paid from the guarantee fund is $49,950. So in order to pay anything in excess of that, we would have had to have legislative change as we are proposing, which would have increased the cap from 75,000 to 75,000, which is currently being recommended.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Senator Lewis. Attorney Matthew, in respect to that same question, then what happens when they will be underfunded or underpaid in your estimation, because they'll just be able to get what the cap is, or what are they able then to submit for some additional?
Will only be able to get what the cap is. Generally, what happens if there are additional assets from the company, from the domicile state, then they may be able to pay these additional claims. Thus far, they haven't been able to pay those claims based on the asset that is available. So that means that anyone who has claims over $49,950, unless there were other monies available, would not be able to recoup those additional monies.
So we still have a situation, perhaps in the future, where individuals may still fall a little bit behind, because I saw where you submitted a number of individuals that had actually required, in addition to the $75,000 as payment, and they obviously only received the 49. So even if we had to move it to the 75,000, they could still be out in the cold if in fact they're over that $75,000, correct?
And that is correct. And in referencing my testimony again, we talked about some of the caps for the other states. We were at the lowest at 50,000. We're talking about 2 states being at 100,000, one being at 150, 36 being at 300,000, 10 being at 500,000, one being at $1 million, and one being at $5 million. And our cap currently is $49,950.
Very well, thank you. 75,000 could barely cover the porch. So I guess something that we'll have to look at in the future. Senator Blyden, you recognize for your testimony.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon again to my colleagues. Good afternoon, testifiers, and thank you so much for your testimonies. I do support all 3 of these bills. I did sign on as a sponsor, and also I must say that in respect to bill number 36, that's 0236, I appreciated your testimony, Attorney Matthews. You were on point, and you spoke to what the bill means and its protection for our people, and that's very important. And also in respect to the amendment that's coming, changing from 50,000 to 75 and 50 to 55, it had not been changed since 1985. That's a long time. It's high time that it happens. So for sure, I support that legislation. In respect to bill number 36.0258, the budget stabilization fund, and we programming some restructuring some funds. For sure, we'll be supporting that. And lastly, 36.0259, that deals with the Hotel Development Act and making further amendments for the island of St. Croix. I did sign on from the beginning because, as you said, my colleague stated, it is one territory, but at the same time, we have unique needs. And you have 2 different children, and one need a different from the other, you support them. Anyway, by any means necessary, and that's what we need to do, because St. Croix is a gem. You know, they have their own unique DNA. St. Thomas and St. John have their own unique DNA, and we must support both of them. Now, when it comes to hotel development, every time I go to St. Croix, I mean, it's beautiful, but guess what? Airlift, and that's critical. And as an investor, as a developer, you need places to stay. There's no place to stay. You know, so I mean, it makes sense. It's a no-brainer for me. In respect to that bill, though, when it comes to hotel development and the benefits, etc., I mean, what we are trying to do outweighs the short-term loss of revenue, because it's going to mean so much more in a bigger scope of things as a whole. And I think it was a very good bill. It's a great opportunity. I know the Assistant Commissioner for Tourism spoke to different economic conferences, etc., like NABHOD and Chris and others, Chico's, you know, but in the meanwhile, we're going to do what we have to do for our people at this time. That's just the way it is. Sometimes we have to think outside the box and do what's necessary to get the results we need. I know the OFB director, Mr. Redmond, was saying, you know, he's against it because of, you know, structured and so on instances, but at the same time, it's necessary at this time. And I think in terms of what we do with our collection, we'll be fine. You know, because this is more of an investment to me than that. And it will bring a better return to the territory as a whole. So in that respect, I really support of all of three bills. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair, for the time. I don't have any questions. I appreciate it.
Thank you very much, Senator Blyden. Our next chair will recognize Senator Ray Fonseca. You recognize for your 6 minutes.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon. Welcome to the 36th Legislature, all the testifiers. Some of you are here for Block 1. Well, I think just only Commissioner McCurdy, actually. Okay, so I support all three bills. Bill number 360258. I wanted to ask Director Dow, the $1 million for the airline subsidies. Do you have any specific airlines that you have in mind? Are you targeting or have been in discussion so far?
We're talking to folks, but remember it has to be open up and universal. We can't have an indication one way or the other. Everybody free to apply, providing they're willing to fall within that threshold. This is specific to St. Croix, so that's what it is. Yeah.
Okay, I think that's a good bill. I like that. The $500,000 to the Department of Tourism for hotel development. You know, folks, we have to help our bigger island on St. Croix. We know that anything that benefits St. Croix will also benefit St. Thomas, you know, because we're actually Virgin Islanders. When you talk to somebody from Puerto Rico, they don't tell you they're from San Juan or Bayamón or Caguas or Rio Piedras. They tell you there's a Boricua, there's a Puerto Rican. Same thing with the Dominicanos. They don't tell you they're from Santo Domingo, Santiago, Puerto Plata, La Romana. They tell you they are Dominicana or Dominicano. So we are Virgin Islanders. So we have to definitely help St. Croix. The $2.7 million to be deposited in the budget stabilization fund. So with this, Commissioner McCurdy, what would bring that balance up to now?
Close to 16 million.
16 million. You know, I can't leave this out because last year, well, actually it was April of 24, the governor declared a emergency, a WAPA state of emergency. At the end of the day, it was the Budget Stabilization Fund, there was ARPA, and there was General Fund. We dip into all of them, the tune of $30 million. You know, from what we're hearing today, the hospitals, whether you want to call it pressing or urgent or whatever, the hospitals are in a state of emergency. So we got to understand that patient care, blankets, medicine, you know, there's some fault of the hospital too because they need to develop the billing. But at the end of the day, we have a responsibility to take care of the healthcare needs of our residents. And I'm talking about the seniors because right now the borders in Wang Louis is 5, the borders in Snyder is 20. That's 25 residents. We're basically operating a nursing home. But we're going to get to that another time. But remember, the hospitals is in a state of emergency. Well, sir, Papa. So I want to get to bill number 32-0236. I got a question for Glendina Matthew. So we're going to go from 50 million in the insurance guarantee fund to $55 million. And you're recommending that it be done. And I definitely agree to that. I love that recommendation that now we're getting it from the Lieutenant Governor's office. Because remember, in the event of a hurricane, I ain't gonna mention no name, but a company, RL, I gonna call them RN, went bankrupt. And Virgin Islanders suffered because homeowners, they have to pay high rates in home property insurance. So I'm glad that we're going to be increasing that fund to be able to provide more subsidies or more assistance. You said it's going to go up now. What is the maximum going to go up to that you're able to pay out, Ms. Matthews?
It would be $75,000.
75,000, and it's going up from 75 from what?
From 50,000 to 75,000.
I thought it was 49,000 something.
It's 49,950 because
Okay.
you take
Okay.
take away the $50, which is
Okay,
a
good.
statutory deduction that is done in regards to the association.
Okay, I think I agree. That's the bare minimum we can do. But I got to get back to Director Dow, and because St. Thomas Airport, the Cyril King Airport, we need expansion, and I know you're a champion of that. Congratulations on that parking lot. As a matter of fact, I came back from St. Croix the other day with the Commissioner of Education. We were on the same flight, and we were both saying it's good parking, it's ample parking. So big up to former Senator Dow. However, we have an issue
30
with
seconds.
the runway. And I have an amendment, a bill, to petition the United States Congress to conduct a study to expand the runway, because right now the airport, and we received testimony from Assistant Commissioner of Tourism, the airport on St. Thomas is right now operating on maximum subsidy. So I don't know if we're going to extend out into the ocean or we're going to cut up a little bit of the hill or whatever. But right now, I don't think there's any other airport in the whole world that has close to 1 million passengers, 900,000 passengers, that have a runway that's only 7,000 feet. And remember now, the BVI airport, they're going from 4,700 feet to 7,000 feet. So the BVI airport now is going to be able to land those jets that can land on St. Thomas. So we have to stay ahead of the curve. So I can see where we'll petition the Congress to do this study, but I think our airport, I don't want to give a number, but we have to be able to land the, what do you call it, the 787 or something like that. Give me the details on the chair's time. You can wrap up. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Fonseca. You control your time and my time. So you recognize Mr. Duff for response.
777 and etc. But I want to just use a quick second to say that all of us know the challenges, the delays that we have experienced, the potholes and the airport. We have already started rehabilitation of that facility, of that airstrip. So every night, the airport now closes down. The public couldn't see it. Closes down now every night around 10 o'clock, except if we have a medical evacuation, we make sure they could accommodate it. But every night the airport now is closed. It's a $28 million project overlay that we are undertaking. It will take some time because we don't have no other strip. We have one landing strip. So I want to ask our engineers and our consultants and the people that work there, because most of the people know is that when they wake up the next day that they're flying in or out. But all night, up to about 4 in the morning, so we could open a facility for 5 in the morning, people are there working. So we are addressing, for example, those potholes. And one of the challenges with, and we're in office to face and try to resolve challenges. But the Port Authority did look at two things: whether we could expand going uptown and one just need to see what Uptown look like. That hillside you're seeing there right now, what used to known as Sarah Hill. All of that was a mountain one time. 1 million contractors came in there from all over and see what they could do. When they run into the Blue Beach, rock them, they reverse. They were losing so much money, several contractors left. And from the end of the runway, you have to maintain another 1,000 feet threshold or what have you. You're just in the street by then. And going back to the water, one of the big challenges, because like I said, we did look at that, we should do it again. Things change over time. But one of the big challenges was as you go out, the water right off the runway is very deep. And as you go further out there, what the environmentalists, one of the concern was that you start to close in Brewers Beach. So that live water that flows in and out, that's still another challenge. So we have that aspect. But not that it shouldn't be something that we need to get an answer to. And that would be the ideal way, because that wouldn't be a 2 pennies kind of operation. So I have no problem with what you're proposing to do. The answer should be added.
Thank you very much.
I always tell them they could always land in St. Croix.
Yeah, absolutely. I was just about to say that. 10,000. Senator Lewis, you recognize your point of information.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, good afternoon to everyone. Executive Director Dow, I know currently you're in negotiations doing your P3 projects, right? How would this, what we're doing here now, add or take away from when the airport is, when the deal is finalized?
What aspect you're referring
I'm
to?
talking
the
about with the P3 project, with these investors that's coming in to take over the airport, that the negotiation we're going through, would they be the ones out there soliciting airlines, people to come to the airport, airlines to come to the airport?
Yeah, well, they would do that because it's an investment for them as well, but also tourism still have to continue that. And I'm glad you
That's
asked
what
that.
I'm asking.
It would still be a combination of everybody involvement. And just one other, since you went down there, let me be clear about something too. On the taxiway side, on the runway side, although even whenever you do have a partner, that partner resources is for the building. It has nothing to do with trying to upgrade the landing strip. The landing strip still would be, for example, all the federal, like that $28 million I spoke about, that $28 million, St. Croix, we're doing, think about a $12 million project. But whatever, those monies still will be coming from the FAA. The Port Authority will be the sponsor of the grant. Yes. But it's just more so for the building, the structure is what we would be more engaged with.
So you could be clear what I'm saying is, I'm just saying, we soon get into a deal with a partner. The partner going to be running the airport. I'm saying we now incentivizing a package to get airlines to travel from St. Croix to the Eastern Caribbean. Right. And I would assume they would be looking for different airlines to come into the airport too, so they could make a profit as well too. So I'm asking now, when they take over the airport, Port Authority and Tourism House in the mix would still be involved in soliciting airlines to come to the airport.
Yeah, definitely. It still would be a partnership, wrong and wrong.
Okay, thank you very much.
At this time, the chair will recognize Senator Frederick. You recognize for your 6 minutes.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. A pleasant good afternoon, listening and viewing audience, testifiers, good people of my office and central staff. I want to talk to Director Matthews a little bit about this bill that we're considering, bill number 360236. Director Matthews, and for full disclosure, I'm an licensed insurance broker, so everybody knows that up front, right? In reference to increasing the insurance guarantee fund from $50 to $55 million, can you please tell us what Puerto Rico's insurance guarantee fund limit is right now? Do you
Well,
know?
most guarantee funds, I can't say what Puerto Rico is offhand. I've looked at it, but I can't say offhand.
Hey, it's
But I know
250 million.
Most guarantee funds don't have the caps that our jurisdiction have. I must say that. And they do assessment based on the need
base.
at the time of the event. They keep certain reserve, and additional funds are requested based on the needs of the event.
Okay, so when I first found out it was only 50 million, I was concerned because I knew I was, selling insurance during Irma Maria, and I knew it was gonna be painful if we kept it at a low rate. This guarantee fund is for property and casualty, life and health coverage. That means if, let's say, if something catastrophic happens and these insurance companies don't pay, the public is expecting the government now to make them whole. And all we would tell them is, we got $50 million. And that would only cover, on a normal basis, just part of your property and casualty claims. So we would be deeper in a hole. So I think it's very modest to increase it $5 million. It should be $100 million. But, maybe graduated over time. Mr. Austin, what's your thought on $100 million?
I agree. You look at other states, and they're sitting on $300 million normally for a guarantee fund, but they also have a larger population to refill the guarantee fund. And so we need to put it away to make sure that we have it, because we can't refill it as quickly.
And the reason why I'm having this discussion is because I know as a government we have cash challenges, and I know we really need to set a cap, and anything over goes into our general fund to fund our other issues that we've got. But that is a separate argument to have. We need to make sure that the property owners and the people who buy insurance products here in the U.S. Virgin Islands have protection coverage. And unfortunately, we're selling a bill that we can't cash. So this is a real small step, $5 million more. When, if something catastrophic happens, let's say we have an earthquake, God forbid. We already had 2 Cat 5, so this is not outside the realm of possibilities. Peril is what insurance people study, risk. What if we had an earthquake? Can you imagine what kind of claims we would have? So I'm asking everyone to consider, when we do our deliberation, the $5 million is a paltry amount of money. And I know that the central government wants the additional funds to operate. I understand that. Commissioner of Finance, I feel your pain. And OMB Director, I knew what he was saying. But this is a different bucket of money that we need to protect, in my humble opinion. Being in the business, I know what it's like when you tell someone, I can't cover the damages to your house. Although you had insurance, you paid for it, you were a good customer. The company went out of business, and so, boom, we're sorry. And then that adds to that problem we complain about. Look at all these abandoned buildings that aren't fixed. Well, some of them are abandoned and weren't fixed because the insurance company went out and it wasn't enough money to pay the homeowner. Those are the realities of our community. So I'm going to leave that there, all right? So we're going to leave that. We'll move on to the next bill. I love tourism. I want everyone to know that. It's the lowest hanging fruit. Tourism is the best business to be in if you have sun, sand, this environment. However, bill number 36-025, although it came from the monies of a hotel, it doesn't mean we have to only focus on tourism. We have an industrial base in St. Croix. No one talked about putting a little money in that. Again, we could have another Cat 5. Tourism is down. What are we gonna make money on as a government? We need to diversify our allocation of funds to make sure that we have a balanced approach to economic development. This is gonna be so heavy into tourism. We are already heavy in tourism. Let's focus on developing our economic development base on the industrial side. It makes
30
sense.
seconds.
Mr. Benjamin, have the EDA considered opportunities that we could add value to grow our industrial base?
Yes, Senator. That's an active activity that we are approaching, primarily through the South Shore Trade Zone. We have considerable interest on that. So, yes, seriously.
But we're not adding any money to it. You notice that? This is
Well-
money we're adding back into our
Time.
insurance program, but we're not adding any money into the free trade zone. We could have added a little incentive there.
That's heavily incentivized.
No, with real hard cash so that we could put in that area. All we have there is trees. That's all we have, trees and dirt.
Senator, the interest is real and is very heavy for attraction on St. Croix for manufacturing, light manufacturing, and production.
And I would love to subsidize that. That's my whole point.
That's the purpose of this body.
Right. So I'm just making this point that people understand that balanced approach gives us better outcomes. Tourism, there's nothing wrong with that product. And I'm going to look at this bill later on. I like it, but I also understand the bigger picture that we need to really focus on. Can't be just putting everything in one basket. Thank you very much for the time, Mr. Chair. Appreciate it.
Thank you very much, Senator Frederick. This time we'll go up to the bill's sponsor. Senator Viola, you recognize.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. And I always want to continue to remind us that allocations of monies come from this body. So, and those allocations could be for whatever you believe would move the territory forward. But it comes from this body. You consistently hear the cry of, we want our tax returns paid, we want the road fixed, we want this, we want that. And the cries are valid. But in order to satisfy those cries, you got to expand the economy. Because there's no pot of money just waiting there that's growing by itself. You must expand the economy. And we do have some opportunities because the measures didn't come in isolation. The measures came, the Hotel Development Act, as a direct result of negotiations that are taking place with the Economic Development Authority in reference to a $50 million plus investment on St. Croix that's going to generate over 200 jobs at an existing property. So it's not you just wishing out there. You know, you have the discussion, and this body has been invited to have that discussion with these developers so that we could make a determination as to how we want to proceed forward. There have been interest in an airline for a flight to go to an island in the Eastern Caribbean. So that discussion is there. It's not you just trying it out and it's like we hope that something stick. The discussion is there, and it is very possible that it's going to realize in the first time in a long time to have some airlift from St. Croix to the Eastern Caribbean. We have always had the argument of the chicken or the egg. Flights or hotel room, flights or hotel room. Well, hey, you know, somebody wanted to put the additional hotel room and develop a property. So we're beginning to get the answer. And we had a discussion, an extensive discussion with this particular hotel developer. And they told the members, and that discussion was a caucus of the whole. Every senator was invited. And they said, we will have a hotel in the DR, Dominican Republic. And when we went to the DR, the president of the Dominican Republic carried us to a tract of land and said, build a hotel. I want this area developed. I'll give you whatever incentive you need to build a hotel. Build it. Nothing else was out there. And they built that hotel, and now there's 5 to 7 hotels in that area. 5 already open and more being built. Because they saw the vision to develop that particular area. The entity also said, we're a worldwide company. We have access to airlines. We have discussion with airlines. We can sit at the table with Department of Tourism, in essence, to airlift to St. Croix. We have a worldwide marketing plan that would market St. Croix. So, ain't all the eggs in one of them. But it's an opportunity that exists right now that we need to really pursue. Because we're hoping that once the rest of that investment world sees that there's an entity that thinks St. Croix is a viable destination and want to put in money, that they're going to now look and say, well, what are they seeing on St. Croix? We think we need to take a look. We think we need to put some money up because this company has such a good reputation and they're looking at St. Croix. One of St. Croix's biggest problems is that we're against everything. We got to say, we just went to a meeting with the Port Authority for the $5 million development of the Anne Abramson dock and the surrounding areas. And there was an ask for suggestions as to what St. Croix would like to see. And there was just literally a lot of, I won't say opposition, but a lot of other stuff that was discussed instead of moving that development forward. So I tell my fellow Crucians, a lot of time it is us. We cannot complain that St. Thomas got X, Y, and Z if X, Y, and Z is offered to us and we say no. And we say no for everything. And my ending comment at that particular Port Authority meeting was, if that $5 million was offered to St. Thomas, they would have been asking for 10. But we are grumbling as to how we're going to spend the 5. And I know that other stuff needs to be done, but you take it step by step. Step by step. And the surprising thing at the same meeting was that a local excursion said, I had 400 individuals on tours yesterday. But still, what then kind of a different discussion. I was like, well, you had 400 individuals on your tour with our local tour guides. Are we not seeing the impact? Your taxi cabs are filled. Are you not seeing the impact? New hotel development, they're going to fill restaurants. People going on excursion. Monies are going to be generated. Yeah. Let's push my good island, my beautiful island of St. Croix. That is the land or the island that have the most land mass. If St. Thomas could build it on top, they would. And we wide open. My good senator from Savannah said, build our next runway, knock the ocean, fill the ocean in, knock down the next hill. We say, can't be done. He said, it can be done. Get the federal funds, we got to build our next runway. You know, a cruise ship came to St. Thomas about 2 weeks ago, and they had a flight that was leaving from St. Thomas. A lot of cruise ships come to St. Thomas to connect to the mainland, okay? Because you have way more flights. And they told me, Vela, I saw over 12 planes in 1 hour. 8, 9 of them were parked up one time. I said, you ain't seen nothing yet. We count 23 where we had a meeting in the Port Authority office for 3 hours.
Time.
We got 5 or 6. So we have to expand. We got to move. So everybody are territorial senators today and support St. Croix, okay? We're all territorial senators. So vote yes. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Viale. All right, I think that rounds out. Any other burning questions from my colleagues? Any follow-up? Any alibis? Good. Go ahead. Senator Blyden, you recognize, Vice Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I know we all heard a statement before, and I saw it on a movie, and I say, once you build it, they will come. Build it and they'll come. That's all. Thank you.
Very well. Thank you. At this time, we'll go to the testifiers for a 30-second closeout, and then we'll take a vote on these measures before us. We start off with you, Mr. Benjamin.
Good afternoon, Chairman Novell Francis Jr., other members of this committee. I thank you for the robust discussion this afternoon regarding all of the respective bills, but in particular, of impactful is the HDA Act expansion. I think this is a remarkable opportunity for the territory to grow. Nothing from nothing leaves nothing. St. Croix, right now, between the three agencies that are sitting here before you, Tourism, Port Authority, and the Economic Development Authority, we have active engagement for large-scale hotel development actively being negotiated as we speak on the island of St. Croix. So when we talk about opportunities and growth, we are looking territorial-wide to expand this base. Again, the EDA is committed to fostering that environment of growth and economic opportunities primarily for Virgin Islanders, who will now be the beneficiaries of all of the ancillary services that are a direct result of expansion. We stand ready to assist this body at any time to further discuss the amendments that will be coming forth, and we thank you for being so creative in putting forth legislation that you are responsible for in terms of growing this economy. I thank you again, and I wish everyone a wonderful weekend.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Mr. Benjamin, for your comments there, truly appreciate it, and thank you for being here to testify on behalf of this very important measure. Executive Director Dow, you're recognized for 30 seconds.
I want to thank each and every one of you, the listening and viewing audience, for the participation and the probing discussion. I think it was very healthy, and I tell people all the time, two people looking at the same thing could disagree, but we don't need to be disagreeable. I want to say this, though, that, you know, there's been a lot of discussion, and especially I appreciate what Senator Bailey just said, because no doubt about it, we must make up our mind to provide information, reliable information to our population. Because when sometimes we make these mention that, oh God, nothing ain't happening in St. Croix. I'm speaking for the Port Authority. When you say nothing ain't happening in St. Croix, 5 years ago, St. Croix was seeing 40,000 cruise ship passengers. Come on. Today they're seeing 240,000 and growing. Sometimes you don't know, a ship come, 5 ships in St. Thomas, one might come every other month in St. Croix. Today you have even 2 ship days in St. Croix. That came from us leveraging the strength of one district versus another. So we've got to be honest to ourselves and sometimes to the population. We can't, because we hear somebody make a comment, just take it hook, line, and sinker. All of us have our shortcomings. We have challenges. That's why we're in these seats, to deal with challenges we have. And I'll just tell you this one too, that at the same time, we talk about the transportation center in St. Thomas, what happened to us parking garage in St. Croix at the airport. Well, here's the facts. The Port Authority, when we started out on that, and that's what I say, leadership dictates we take sometimes position unpopular, but time bears us out. And when we went to the car rental companies in St. Thomas and St. Croix, both of them, and said to them, listen, we could build a parking garage. Everybody that comes into the territory, and it's not the car rental company paid it, that's the fight I took on with them and my staff, was telling them, listen, you're not paying it. We travel all over the world and we don't have a problem paying $2.50 surcharge for them to build up their infrastructure, and we have a problem doing it. We took on the fight, except that the St. Croix car rental companies at the airport at the time said they wasn't willing to pay nothing. So when the parking garage, when we put the parking garage and went to EDA, that's where we got a grant from, but the matching fund was in the millions of dollars. The Port Authority said, we don't really have the millions to put up. We went and we said to the car rental, everybody that rent a car in St. Thomas will pay $2.50 at a time. That $2.50 with people coming in, and most of us will live here, isn't renting a car. So when the car rental telling us, well, you're going to mash us up, we've got to push back on these things. And we did push back. So when you see the Dale Gregory Transportation Center built, that's how that was built. when the car rental companies at St. Croix Airport says we wasn't prepared to pay nothing. So sometimes we've got to, be straight up, be fair, and mindful with our folks. And I'll end on this one note, Mr. Chairman, and that is this, because public sometimes, listen to this and so forth. So historically, let's go back. The Insurance Guarantee Fund was created historically because of AMPAC and Dome Insurance. After the major hurricane back then, but what had happened is that today we do a much better job. What had happened back then is those companies came to the territory and were allowed to write policies in which they didn't have the assets to back the policies that they wrote. And when those hurricanes hit, that's when we knew what was going on. And that's how this Insurance Guarantee Fund came about. And so I appreciate what you guys do to raise it. Back then, $16 million, now it's 22. That's good news. I only took 45 to pay the retro with
I
it.
about to say that.
I wasn't free. I took 45 because I know within a couple of years, it replenishes itself. Anyhow, folks, I really appreciate you guys.
I'm about to say that. I say, you don't want to talk about the fact that this insurance guarantee fund was able to assist our government employees in retroactive payment.
Exactly.
And it's all built back up. We recognize that you didn't have a hurricane for a number of years, and it was utilized for that purpose. And when the opportunity came, this body was ensured to build it right back up.
Thanks.
I agree that it needs to. Continue. We need to continue to leverage it because we just don't know the cost of and the inflation levels and the cost, supply chain issues and stuff like that. We just don't know when that next situation will occur that we have to tap into our insurance guarantee fund. Let's hear from our Department of Finance,
Very
Executive
short.
Director, Public Finance Authority.
Thank you very much for the opportunity. Thanks for the discussion.
Thank you.
Everybody have a wonderful weekend.
Yeah, your headache feel a little better now?
A little woozy.
You've been here all day.
Thank you
I
for the
appreciate you
patience,
being
yeah.
here on a
Appreciate it.
Friday. Tourism?
Good afternoon again, Honorable Novell E. Francis and the rest of the senators in the 36th legislature. I think that the theme today shows that we all have a vested interest in the benefits of the territory. And as the Department of Tourism, we can't do it alone. We work together with the partners at the table to showcase and market the territory. But what we have to offer is based on the strength of our partners. And that includes the legislature, of course, as well. So we just want to say thank you for the opportunity. Unfortunately, Commissioner Jennifer Matarangas-King was unable to attend today, but she does send best wishes to everyone, and everyone have a great weekend.
Very well, thank you, and thank you for her able assistant being here to do the job. Mr. Jeremy Austin. 30-second closeout. Just a closeout.
Just to close out,
Yeah.
I just want to reiterate that it's prudent to raise the guarantee fund from 50 to 55 million. It sounds like
Use the mic. Go ahead.
sounds like everybody's in agreement with that. I wanted to point out that over 50 claims paid out of the Guarantee Association after Real Legacy had their insolvency were over 50,000, and that left 50 Virgin Islanders without a full payment back. And so we just want to make sure that we are amending that as well to raise to 75,000. It's a step in the right direction. It's not going to completely solve our problem, but it's a step in the right direction. And hopefully we can continue to move in that direction and get that higher and continue to raise the guarantee fund.
Thank you. Thank you very much, and thank you for being here. This is your first time at the legislature?
Second.
Second time? All right. Thank you for being here. Ms. Glendina Matthews?
Good afternoon. I would like to thank the chair, the bill sponsors, the other members of the 36th legislature for your consideration of this bill. This is timely. We thank you for your collaboration on this measure. As discussed, this bill seeks to protect policyholders and claimants when an insurer becomes insolvent. Strengthening the guarantee fund, as I stated in my testimony, and as the president for the Insurance Association indicated, is prudent and necessary. I would also like to thank my staff, the members of my team, for their commitment to serving the public. And I thank you again.
Thank you very much, Ms. Matthew. And I have to give certainly Ms. Burke an opportunity. She's been here all afternoon, so at least put her name on record and at least thank you, sir.
To add to Attorney Matthews, the division is committed. Magdalene Burke, Assistant Director, Banking and Insurance. The division remains committed to its core mission, protecting consumers, ensuring institutional sovereignty, and maintaining the stability of our financial and insurance market. We also like to take the opportunity to thank the staff of banking, insurance, and financial regulation in both districts for continuing to support the division in meeting that core mission. And thank you, Senators, for the opportunity today.
Thank you very much, and thank you for being a good Girl Scout. You came prepared at least to issue your closing statement, so thank you for that. All right. Do I hear a motion? Amendment, Senator Violet? You guys are free to leave if you need to. We'll just wrap this up.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you all
Chair.
to all the testifiers. We appreciate you being here this afternoon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I move amendment number 36-726. Bill 36-0236 is amended by adding the following new section. Section 2, Title 22, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 10, Section 237 is amended as follows. A, in Section A1, by striking 50,000 and inserting 75,000, and B, in Section A3A, Big A, by striking both occurrences of 50 million and inserting 55 million wherever they appear. I so move.
Motion properly moved by Senator Violet, seconded by Senator DeGraff, Senator Fonseca, Senator Frederick, and Senator Blyden. Hearing no objection, so ordered.
Motion.
Motion, Senator Violet.
Mr. Chair, I move Bill number 36-0236, an act amending Title 33 Virgin Islands Code, Subtitle 3, Chapter 111, Section 3061, by increasing the amount of money that is to remain in the Virgin Islands Insurance Guarantee Fund before any interest can be deposited into the general fund as amended, be voted on favorably in this committee and moved to the Committee of Rules and Judiciary for further vetting. I so move.
Motion properly made by Senator Violet, seconded by Senator DeGraff, Senator Fonseca, Senator Blyden. Hearing no objection, roll call.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden, yay. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff.
Yes.
Senator DeGraff, yay. Senator Ray Fonseca.
Yay.
Senator Fonseca, yay. Senator Novel E. Francis Jr.
Yay.
Senator Francis Jr., yay. Senator Hubert L. Frederick.
Yes.
Senator Frederick, yay. Senator Maurice C. James. Senator James, absent. Senator Kurt A. Vele.
Yes.
Senator Vele, yay. Mr. Chair, 6 yay, 1 absent.
Thank you very much. Madam Clerk, Bill number 36-0236, an act amending Title 33 Virgin Islands Code, Subtitle 3, Chapter 111, Section 3061, by increasing the amount of money that is to remain in the Virgin Islands Insurance Guarantee Fund before any interest can be deposited into the general fund, as amended, has been approved by the Committee of Budget, Appropriations, and Finance, will be sent to the Rules and Judiciary Committee for further consideration and vetting. Do I hear a motion?
Motion.
Motion, Senator Viola, you recognize your motion?
Mr. Chair, I move Bill number 36-0258, an act reprogramming administrative fees resulting from the bonds issued for the Fortress Investment Group transfer for various projects and initiatives to enhance the economic development of St. Croix and to be deposited into the budgeted stabilization fund. I so move.
Motion properly made by Senator Viola, seconded by Senator DeGraff, Senator Fonseca, Senator Frederick, Senator Blyden. Hearing no objection, roll call.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden, yay. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff.
Yes.
Senator DeGraff, yay. Senator Ray Fonseca.
Yay.
Senator Fonseca, yay. Senator Novel E. Francis Jr.
Yay.
Senator Francis Jr., yay. Senator Hubert L. Frederick.
Yes.
Senator Frederick, yay. Senator Maurice C. James. Senator James, absent. Senator Kurt A. Vele.
Yes.
Senator Vele, yay. Mr. Chair, 6 yay, 1 absent.
Thank you very much. Bill number 36-0258, an act reprogramming administrative fees resulting from the bonds issued for the Fortress Investment Group transfer for various projects and initiatives to enhance the economic development of St. Croix and to be deposited into the Budget Stabilization Fund has been approved by the Committee of Budget, Appropriations, and Finance and will be sent forward to the Rules and Judiciary Committee for further consideration and vetting. Do I hear a motion? Motion, Senator Bailey, you recognize your motion.
Mr. Chair, I move Bill number 36 as 0259, an act amending Title 29, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 23, Section 1313 by expanding benefits under the Hotel Development Program for hotel improvement and expansion projects on St. Croix be voted on favorably in this committee and sent to the Committee of Rules and Judiciary for further vetting. I so move.
Motion made by properly made by Senator Kurt Violet, seconded by Senator DeGraff, Senator Fonseca, Senator Frederick, and Senator Blyden. Hearing no objection, roll call.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden, yay. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff.
Yes.
Senator DeGraff, yay. Senator Ray Fonseca.
Yay.
Senator Fonseca, yay. Senator Novell E. Francis Jr.
Yay.
Senator Francis Jr. Yay. Senator Hubert L. Frederick. Senator Frederick. Yay. Senator Maurice C. James. Senator James absent. Senator Kurt A. Vele.
Yes.
Senator Vele. Yay. Mr. Chair, 6 yay, 1 absent.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Bill number 36-0259, an act amending Title 29, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 23, Section 1313 by expanding benefits under the Hotel Development Program for hotel improvement and expansion projects on St. Croix have been approved by the Committee of Budget, Appropriations, and Finance and will be sent forward to the Rules and Judiciary Committee for further consideration and vetting. I want to thank all my colleagues for their work today. Certainly we got a report from the governor's financial team on the financial health of the government of the Virgin Islands, as well as we had 3 bills before us, 3 very good, important bills. Again, that speaks to economic activity, speaks to insurance coverage. So we truly appreciate the work. Senator Violet, thank you for those very important measures. And I also want to take this opportunity to thank our central staff, post-audit division, security, reporters, our public affairs, all involved in today's activity. My colleagues for sure. Have a great weekend. The Committee of Budget, Appropriations, and Finance of February 27, 2026 is hereby adjourned. God bless.
What is